Chapter 165, The Soaring Sword Essence. Chapter 165, The Soaring Sword Essence. It has completely calmed down in the Cloud Mountain range. Everything was silent. Suddenly, an incredible sword essence rose like a giant dragon that has been sleeping for millions of years. The sky discolored and the earth instantly began to shake. Throughout the Cloud Mountain range, Gold Core Realm warriors who had a core and those who do not were both alarmed at this moment. This sword essence. What a terrifying sword essence. This simple sword essence frightens me to the core. It's so strong. Right now, among the people still alive in the Cloud Mountain range, there is only one person can release such a powerful sword essence, Jian Wushuang. The warriors were frightened, but at the same time, they also understood what Jian Wushuang wanted to say. With a sword in hand, no one is my match. Indeed, he had the strongest understanding of sword principle in history. Haha, it begins. Those experts who had gathered together in the air were now in an uproar. The battle between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun will be exciting. Before, Jian Wushuang had absolutely no chance to win against Shui Yun, but now it's a different story. The combination of 3 sword essences qualifies him to fight against Shui Yun. Not only that, the outcome is unpredictable. These experts were discussing it. Before the selection battle, Jian Wushuang had met with Shui Yun once, but they were just greeting each other, and Shui Yun did not use his full strength. At that time, people knew the two would have a fight, but no one had faith in Jian Wushuang. After all, Shui Yun was too strong. However, on the first day of the selection battle, Jian Wushuang's strength greatly improved when he combined 3 sword essences together. Moreover, he killed Ouyang Haoyan, who was at the half-step Yin-Yang realm with 1 sword move, which made everyone realize that his strength was strong enough to fight against Shui Yun. Today was the last day of the selection battle. This day only belonged to Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun. A battle between peak geniuses that rarely appeared each decade in the Tianzong dynasty was about to start. After the incredible sword essence soared toward the sky, creating a loud booming sound, a terrifying aura rose from the peak of another mountain. This aura was cold and dark. It seemed that this aura could swallow everything in the universe. The instant that the aura rose, the world turned dark. The master of this aura naturally became the king in this world of darkness. A sword essence that could control the world. An aura that could swallow everything. They rose and confronted each other from a great distance. The whole world became silent, and all the warriors in the Cloud Mountain range were holding their breath. Staring at the soaring sword essence and the terrifying dark aura, no one dared to say anything. No one dared to move at all, for they were afraid that the slightest movement would make them a target for the soaring sword essence and the dark aura. When the sword essence and aura finally reached their peaks, dung, dung, deep footsteps were heard. Although the sound was very low, within the silent Cloud Mountain range it was like a huge drumstick beating on the hearts of everyone, making every warrior's throat go dry. The summit battle. Standing at the peak of one of the mountains, Yang Zishuan watched everything with great intensity. Although he was supercilious, when he saw the soaring sword essence and dark aura, he did not dare to get involved with them. This is the battle between the greatest geniuses in our Tianzong dynasty. Bailey Chen also sighed. Unfortunately, the one fighting against Shui Yun isn't me. The moment that Jian Wushuang's soaring sword essence was released, he knew that Jian Wushuang was stronger than him. Third brother. Standing on a high place, Su Rou frowned slightly. There was a little expectation, but even more worry in her eyes. Outside the Cloud Mountain range, near to the edge of the mountains, a large number of warriors was gathered. The last few days, these warriors had been standing here watching the Cloud Mountain range. Although there were few things they could see, they were still very excited, and their enthusiasm was not reduced at all. When the soaring sword essence and the dark aura suddenly appeared, the crowd became excited. That's Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun. Haha, the last day on the last day, these two monsters are finally going to fight. The summit battle. This is the battle between 2 peak geniuses of the Tianzong dynasty. This battle is bound to be written into the Millennium Chronicle of the Gladiator Arena. I have been waiting so many days for this unprecedented battle. Numerous warriors were shouting in excitement and shock. This was a battle that would shock the world. Even if the battle had not yet begun, the soaring sword essence and the dark aura that could swallow everything were enough to make them crazy and excited. It remains unknown who will have the last laugh. Ling Feng, looking a little pale, was also standing at the edge and staring forward. He was also one of the Gold Core Realm warriors who participated in this selection battle. However, he only spent one day in the Cloud Mountain range before giving up without any hesitation. He understood the horror of this selection battle very well. Now, the two strongest candidates were going to fight. Senior brother. Next to Ling Feng, Jian Ming'er clenched her teeth, her heart filled with unwillingness. One of the participants that drew everyone's attention at this moment was the person that she had once looked down upon from the bottom of her heart. She even thought he was trash and would never have any good prospects in his lifetime. But now, this man had already gone somewhere far beyond her reach. Even if it was Lin Feng, who she adored, he was far from being able to compare with that person, let alone her. If I had left him some leeway at that time, Jian Ming'er thought of this, but she did not dare to think further. She knew that Jian Wushuang had a trace of affection for her when they were young. If she was not so self-conceited at that time, or she left a little leeway for Jian Wushuang, perhaps they would be together right now. But now, everything was gone. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. The footsteps were heard constantly. Under everyone's gaze, two figures slowly walked out from two different directions. One of the figures had turned into a sharp sword, shattering the earth and flying to the ninth heaven. Another figure was just like a behemoth from legends that could swallow everything, overwhelming everything in the universe. The two people had already become the focus of everything. With only a kilometer between them, the two appeared in the vast plain in front of the Cloud Mountain range. At this moment, they both looked up at nearly the same time, as if their real eyes collided in the air. Whoosh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's body disappeared. Zoom! Shui Yun's body disappeared at the same time too. Where are they? All the warriors watching this incomparable battle were confused. But suddenly, at the very center of the plain, a terrifying sword light that could tear apart the heaven and earth collided with a blood-red blade that could swallow the universe. Suddenly, the sky split and the ground cracked. Chapter 166, The Unprecedented Battle. Chapter 166, The Unprecedented Battle. Those warriors who were still in confusion could only hear a loud, deafening roar, which almost broke their eardrums, and then everyone immediately looked towards the source of the sound. A long sword could be seen in a violent confrontation with the blood-red blade, causing the whole area to vibrate. A surge or ripples radiated out, immediately spreading to the surrounding area. Rumbled, everything was swept away by the blast. Even the dirt was being carried away with the gusts of wind. As for the warriors that were far away from the Cloud Mountain range, they felt a raging wind sweeping past them, while some warriors with weak strength were even pushed around by the blast of wind. The edge of the Cloud Mountain range, where they stood, was a kilometer away from the place where Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun were fighting. Yet, the energy fluctuation generated by their confrontation could even knock some of them down from such a great distance. If they were within 100 meters, or even closer, what would this scene look like? In the place where the battle was taking place, Jian Wushuang looked cold and his sword essence was soaring. At the same time, his sword arts were being released with his full strength. Shoop, 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 shoop. The sword shadows contained great power because the raging fire, gale, water drop essences were combined in every sword shadow. Within an instant, Jian Wushuang slashed out with his sword, releasing more than a dozen moves. Each sword light could easily kill warriors on the earthly dragon list. Shui Yun also felt that Jian Wushuang's strength had improved a lot. At that moment, facing the continuous sword shadows, even he had to be cautious. Clang, 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 clang. The continuous sound of clashes rose, and Shui Yun was forced back about 10 meters. With a sudden flash of seriousness in Jian Wushuang's eyes, the power of the triple kill sword quickly rose, and another sword move struck out. Shui Yun frowned, and then his figure shifted to the side, immediately dodging the sword move. The great sword light missed Shui Yun, continuing to sweep out towards a mountain 100 meters away. Shua! The fierce sword light swept toward the side of the mountain, immediately creating a sound like crashing thunder. A diagonal sword scar suddenly appeared, running from the upper side of the mountain, and then racing towards the other side of the mountain peak, causing the upper portion of the mountain to slowly tumble down. Boom! Half of the mountain crumbled to the ground as the whole area shook. The people who saw this scene were all dazed. What did they just witness? A majestic mountaintop was easily sliced off with a sword move. A sword move transected the mountain. Shui Yun also saw this scene, and his pupils shrank. Within just a few days, you have made such great progress? Sun Yun commented while still smiling. If I did not have enough strength, would I be foolish enough to fight against you? Jian Wushuang said coldly. Haha, it seems that you are confident. Then, try my saber. Shui Yun smiled, but his figure suddenly turned into mist and rushed forward. Darkness, fall down. Along with the shout, Shui Yun suddenly struck out with the blood-red blade. The whole world suddenly fell into darkness. With a rising sword essence that radiated 3 essences, Jian Wushuang looked up and hacked out with the triple kill sword. Clang! The blood-red blade collided with the triple kill sword head-on. Boom! The ground trembled ferociously and then collapsed in an instant. The dust in the surrounding area was blown away. Within a moment, a giant circular hole with a diameter of more 100 meters appeared where those two stood. This huge hole had a depth of 3 meters. Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun were standing right in the center of the giant pit. Seeing the sudden appearance of this giant pit, everyone watching the battle couldn't help but draw a nervous breath. Just a moment ago, a sword move transected a mountain. Now, the power of a saber created a circular pit with a diameter of 100 meters and a depth of 3 meters. How could their strength be so incredible? Are they really only in the gold core realm? Many warriors were whispering amongst themselves. Was that terrifying release of power, the fierce attacks, and the scene after their fight really caused by 2 people who were only in the gold core realm? Monsters, they are both monsters. Even the experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm, watching from up in the air, couldn't help marveling while witnessing this unprecedented battle. Among them, only a few had reached the Yang Void Realm. Most of them were merely in the Yin Void Realm, and not many of them had reached the exceptional Yin Void Realm. From their perspective, the unprecedented battle below had already surpassed the Gold Core Realm. Not just the Gold Core Realm, even in the Yin Void Realm, if 2 experts in the profound Yin Void Realm fought against each other, they would not be able to cause such alarming destruction. In other words, although Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun were only in the Gold Core Realm, their strength had already surpassed many experts in the profound Yin Void Realm. They were stronger than most of the experts gathered here. On the battlefield, the fierce battle still continued. A steady stream of spiritual power radiated from the triple kill sword, suddenly rushing out with great force to fight against the blood-red blade. But Jian Wushuang's face turned dark at this moment. This essence. Jian Wushuang noticed that the sword essence Shui Yun comprehended was very unique. That unique sword essence could engulf all the other sword essences, and it didn't belong to the 4 normal essences of Gale, Earth, Raging Fire, or Water Drop. The sword essence was hard to describe, so it was currently being called Darkness Essence. Yes, it has a dark feeling, like boundless darkness. Jian Wushuang stared with eyes fixed. In the sword tomb, there were thousands of sword scars, like a river of swords, containing many different sword essences. Among those sword essences, Jian Wushuang had realized there were more than just the 4 normal sword essences of Gale, Earth, Raging Fire, and Water Drop. There were also some other strange sword essences that he had never seen before. Those sword essences were both unique and powerful. At that time, Jin Wushuang thought that the world only contained gale, earth, raging fire, and water drop sword essences. But now he understood there were some unique sword essences. Currently, Shui Yun had comprehended one of those unique sword essences, darkness essence. Not only could it engulf everything, it was both boundless and powerful. What's more, Shui Yun had not only comprehended darkness essence, he had also comprehended gale essence and combined the two essences together. He combined gale essence and darkness essence with a high level of comprehension in both of those essences. No wonder he's so strong. Jin Wushuang was shocked. Only now did he finally understand why Shui Yun was so terrifying. Fortunately, he made a breakthrough and combined 3 essences during the selection battle. If not, with his previous strength, he would have had to depend on the soul-devouring secret skill to have any chance of victory. Chapter 167, Collision of the Strongest. Chapter 167, Collision of the Strongest. In the air above the area, those Yin-Yang Void Realm experts were also looking at this battle carefully. All of them had discerned the essence Shui Yun had comprehended. The essence realm is as vast as the ocean. Earth, fire, water, and wind were just the most common essences. Besides those, there are many devious and unknown essences. Darkness essence, which Shui Yun has comprehended, is one of those. Though comprehending those devious and unknown essences is harder, their power is also stronger. Comprehending darkness essence means that the owner could become darkness incarnate and devour everything. With only this, it's already stronger than those 4 common essences. What's more, Shui Yun combined the darkness and gale essences, which is even more terrifying. These experts, in the Yin-Yang Void Realm, could not help asking themselves if any of them could compete against Shui Yun in comprehending essences. Shui Yun was excellent, but Jin Wushuang was no less impressive. After all, Jin Wushuang combined 3 essences. On the battlefield, the fight had already become white-hot. Go to hell. A strange stab from Jin Wushuang's triple-kill sword pierced the air, brushing past Shui Yun. The sword light hit the ground, immediately creating another crater. Buzz off, Shui Yun thundered, immediately brandishing the blood-red blade, which seemed random but contained a power that could devour the heaven and the earth. Even Jin Wushuang had to hold his breath when faced with this attack. Pong, 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 pong. The intense sound of fighting echoed through the whole area, over and over again. The entire Cloud Mountain range suffered an unprecedented bombardment. Huge craters, more than a meter deep, could be seen everywhere. The strong blasts created when they crossed swords swept over the area continuously. The eyes of all the warriors in the area were full of shock, and their hearts were shuddering in fear. The sounds of the fighting were loud enough to shake the entire area. The collisions were so powerful that the experts on the Earthly Dragon list were afraid to get within a couple hundred meters of those two. The repercussion of their collisions could easily kill anyone on the Earthly Dragon list. Boom! Another fierce roar was heard. At that moment, the area seemed to be eclipsed. Then, finally, these 2 ferocious figures, who had already fought for over a quarter hour, separated. Then, the turbulence in the air and the trembling of the land slowly began to calm down. Countless eyes were still firmly locked on these 2. But the powerful sword essence and the devouring darkness didn't show any sign of abating. What a surprise! I have never someone at the Gold Core Realm in Tianzong Dynasty could fight with me like this, and you are just at the profound Gold Core Realm. Your cultivation is actually weaker than mine, Shui Yun said while staring at Jin Wushuang with cruel eyes. What a pity. If we met 1 or 2 years from now, after your cultivation had reached the exceptional Gold Core Realm, I would not be able to contend with you. But now, as things are, your only choice is to die at my hands. Really? Jin Wushuang sneered. It's not certain who will die. It isn't. Shui Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Jin Wushuang, you have to be careful of this next move. It's my first time using this move since I started learning this knife technique. Even 3 years ago, when I was fighting with Bailey Chen and Qing Song, I didn't use it. But now, you are qualified to see it. Earth Splitter is the name of this move. Following Shui Yun's voice, the blood-red blade in his hands was lifted up slowly. At the same moment, a terrifying darkness radiated from him again, as that blood-red blade was raised over his head. Suddenly, the darkness fell, and the entire sky lost its light, while only a scarlet light sparkled in the endless dark. This scarlet light was the blood-red blade of Shui Yun. A shocking and dreadful power gathered in this blood-red blade. The countless warriors outside the Cloud Mountain range were alarmed when they felt this power. Even the experts of the Yin-Yang Void Realm up in the air felt a shudder of horror. They felt that this move Shui Yun was about to use could easily kill them as well. This power, fearsome. Standing side by side with grave faces, Yang Zixuan and Su Rou felt this dreadful power. Su Rou's eyes were full of worry. While this frightening power was fermenting, as the target, Jian Wushuang felt an unprecedented pressure surging toward him. Under this pressure, instead of being in a panic, he seemed to be inexplicably excited. A towering battle intent raged in his eyes. At this moment, the invisible sword soul in his mind trembled tempestuously, and a series of powerful sword essence erupted, shocking all living beings in this world. As Jian Wushuang held his triple-kill sword above his head, he seemed like an ancient peerless sword master. This sword essence suppressed all living things. Only the idealism, only the solipsism. I'm the king of this world. I grasped the second move of the selfless sword technique just now. Let me test its power on you. A gleaming light flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The sword, which had already gathered enough power, furiously chopped out without warning. Meanwhile, the only light in the darkness, the blood-red blade, immediately hacked out as well. Instantly, two massive and horrifying forces, which could easily kill those in the profound gold core realm, fiercely collided in the air. It felt like a collision between two stars. All of a sudden, the entire world began to swing violently. With a rumbling noise, landslides occurred on more than 10 of the mountains in the Cloud Mountain range, with tons of debris flooding the area. At the place where the forces had collided, the energy formed a substantial blast wave, shooting out all directions, at a visible speed, extending to the border of the Cloud Mountain range. Oh, no. The numerous warriors on the border of the Cloud Mountain range changed their countenance when they saw the terrifying blast wave, containing a horrendous power, that was coming towards them. Hurry! We have to stop this blast wave. A captain of the Royal Guard shouted, then dozens of Royal Guards, who maintained order around the outskirts of the Cloud Mountain range, immediately took action. Though these Royal Guards were only in the exceptional Gold Core realm, they had a tacit understanding with each other. If dozens of them worked together, a common attack from the initial Yin Void realm could easily be stopped. But the result was, that terrifying blast wave swept over those Royal Guards in an instant, without any resistance. Puff, 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 puff. At this time, dozens of Royal Guards spat blood, immediately retreating. In the end, this blast wave was stopped by the Golden Armored General in the Yang Void Realm. Chapter 168, You're done. Chapter 168, You're done? Shocked. Almost 100,000 startled warriors were gathered at the edge of the Cloud Mountain range. The mere wave generated by the collision could easily sweep away tens of Royal Guards. What did that mean? In the Cloud Mountain range, when the two overwhelming attacks collided with each other, the two people involved in the head-on collision instantly bore the huge impact but were immediately knocked back. Bang, 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 bang. Jian Wushuang's figure flew through the air, like a meteor, at an amazing speed while tumbling, smashing against the ground 4 times in a row. Every time he smashed into the ground, it cracked, but his figure was still crazily hurtling. Finally, he heavily smashed into the side of a mountain, which was hundreds of meters away from his original position. Bang! The mountain abruptly shook, causing a small landslide. Jian Wushuang was embedded in the mountain, with a thick mouthful of blood quickly spurting out. On the other side, Shui Yun also suffered. He was also thrown hundreds of meters back, sliding to a stop on the ground due to the gravel. He also spit out blood, with a completely pale complexion. How severe! The collision resulted in them both suffering injuries and neither one of them gaining an advantage or feeling good about the outcome. Up in the air, the Yin-Yang Void Realm experts suddenly became quiet. They looked down at the two injured people with astonished eyes. What they displayed just now were original sword and saber techniques, right? A purple-robed woman, who had reached the exceptional Yin Void Realm, asked startlingly. Original blade techniques. After hearing those words, these experts couldn't calm down anymore. This was different from those ordinary sword skills. Original sword techniques involved the legendary origin. Even these Yin-Yang Void Realm experts were unlikely to comprehend the origin. Thus, the power of an original sword technique was far stronger than that of an ordinary sword skill. Like the formless sword art. Why was it known as the top sword skill in Tianzong Dynasty? Because the formless sword art was the only original sword technique in Tianzong Dynasty. It was common knowledge that the formless sword art contained 9 moves. Actually, those who learned the history of formless sword art knew it contained 10 moves. The 10th move was the strongest and most terrifying because it involved the origin. But, just now, what had they seen? They saw 2 different blade skills involving the origin, used at the same time. Both, the amazing sword skill displayed by Jian Wushuang just now and the devastating saber move displayed by Shui Yun, were obviously blade skills involving the origin. How could they not be shocked? Sitting at the center of these experts, Dishi suddenly mumbled and then looked down at them immediately. These 2 little guys should compete again. Exactly. Again. Jian Wushuang's battle intent didn't weaken at all. And Shui Yun's overwhelming aura didn't weaken at all either. Although they received serious injuries in the collision, they were able to continue fighting. At that time, they stood up again and slowly walked toward each other. They kept walking, halted at a distance of 100 meters away from each other. While preparing to fight again, they didn't say anything and just glanced at each other. At this point, Shui Yun became startled and attached more importance to dealing with Jian Wushuang. He didn't expect both he and Jian Wushuang to suffer a lot of injuries after he used his strongest move. Come on, Jian Wushuang growled in a low voice and strode forward. He had to admit that Shui Yun's strength was definitely fierce. Shui Yun was an exceptional genius as well as a peerless expert. However, Shui Yun came from Blood Feather Tower with which he had a blood feud with. Thus, there was no room for him to compromise with Shui Yun. One would live, one would die. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying roar sounded again as they attacked. The sword shadows rushed forward, one after the other, and each of the blade flashes were swallowing everything, which were both displayed in a perfect way. The violent, frantic, and fierce battle shocked everyone who was watching. Are they still fighting? How can they continue fighting like this? Both of them are lunatics. Total lunatics, monsters. With a number of astonished eyes watching, they kept fighting for another half hour. After fighting for a while, Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun separated again. At this moment, the calmness and confidence had already disappeared from Shui Yun's face. The disdain had also vanished from his eyes, leaving him with only fear, curiosity, and puzzlement. Now, his whole body was soaked with sweat, and even his hands were slightly trembling. His overwhelming aura had weakened greatly. How is this possible? How can this be? Shui Yun fiercely stared at Jian Wushuang. Standing in front of him, Jian Wushuang also looked exhausted. But compared to Shui Yun, Jian Wushuang was obviously more energetic, still radiating a vigorous sword essence. So, are you feeling curious and puzzled? Why am I still so energetic after such a long period of fighting? Jian Wushuang said while wiping the sweat off his forehead and coldly looking at Shui Yun. There was a dark cloud cast over Shui Yun's face. This was exactly what he wanted to ask. The long period of battle between them consumed their physical strength, as well as a massive amount of their spiritual power. But he had reached the peak of the gold core realm, and he cultivated a special and extraordinary cultivation method that made his spiritual power twice as strong as other warriors in the gold core realm. That was why he had been willing to continue fighting so fiercely with Jian Wushuang. He believed that, by extending the fight for a long period, he could make Jian Wushuang expend his spiritual power and then kill him. But what was the result? In the long period of battle, Shui Yun consumed 80% of his spiritual power while Jian Wushuang was still in good condition, even though his aura had greatly weakened. You are only a warrior in the profound gold core realm. How can your spiritual power be so strong? Shui Yun thundered in a low voice. More than one person has asked me that. Jian Wushuang looked at Shui Yun calmly and said, "The answer is simple. My cultivation method is more terrifying than you can imagine. Although I'm a warrior in the profound gold core realm, I have much stronger spiritual power than you, a peak gold core realm warrior. Now, you have consumed at least 80% of your spiritual power, but I have used no more than 30%. Your power will run out soon. Therefore, you're doomed." Chapter 169, Prevention. Chapter 169, Prevention. You're doomed. It was a simple statement, but it seemed to sentence Shui Yun to death. You want to kill me? Shui Yun sneered and continued, "I admit that I have lost, but who can prevent me from escaping if I want to?" Having finished his words, Shui Yun leapt up and was about to glide towards the border of the Cloud Mountain range. He's running away. Shui Yun is escaping. Seeing this, the warriors who witnessed the battle were all shocked. Shui Yun escaping in public meant he lost this battle. He had been ranked first on the earthly dragon list for several years, which could be called a myth of invulnerability, but now it had been broken by Jian Wushuang. Escaping? Jian Wushuang sneered. You think I didn't expect that before I started? You are right. With your strength, I can't stop you if you want to escape, but there is a person who can. Fourth sister, Jian Wushuang shouted with a low voice, and then an emasculate girl immediately appeared in front of Shui Yun. Her? Many people already knew she was Su Rou. In this selection battle, there were several experts, who were never on the earthly dragon list, that suddenly appeared and displayed astonishing strength, such as Yang Zixuan. Su Rou was another one who performed excellently in the selection battle. At this moment, Su Rou was blocking Shui Yun's escape. You think you can stop me on your own? Shui Yun sneered, and then unrelentingly slashed his blood-red blade towards Su Rou. Go to hell. Shui Yun looked diabolic. The slash he just displayed made the whole world darken again. However, Su Rou stood in front of Shui Yun with a solemn look on her face. The moment Shui Yun slashed out with the blood-red blade, there was a terrifying aura released from her body. Regarding the level of power, the aura was as high as the dark aura released from Shui Yun at his peak. A light suddenly flashed in Su Rou's eyes. Rumble. A surging aquamarine energy formed into a torrent, then fiercely rushed forward with an incredible force. Shui Yun slashed towards the torrent with his blood-red blade, but there was no place for the blade to focus its attack. Instead of colliding with the torrent, it was like the blood-red blade was aiming at a ball of cotton. It only took a moment for the power released by the blood-red blade to dissipate. However, the torrent activated by Su Rou continued surging towards Shui Yun without losing any speed. How is this possible? Shui Yun darkened his face. Shui Yun was surrounded by the torrent. He tried his utmost to resist it, but still ended up retreating backwards 10 meters. If he running for his life, retreating would not be a big deal for him. But now, this opponent blocked him and forced him to retreat. What was going on here? No way. Who is that lady? How did she push Shui Yun backwards? Seeing this, the warriors were all shocked. How terrifying was Shui Yun's strength? It was obvious from the fierce fight that took place that it would be hard for the experts who ranked in the top 10 of the earthly dragon list to resist one move from Shui Yun. But Su Rou resisted his blade and even pushed him back. Seeing this, a smile grew on Jian Wushuang's face. He understood long ago that Su Rou had secrets and extraordinary means. So, before the selection battle started, he asked Su Ro if she had the ability to block Shui Yun. Su Ro replied in the affirmative. As long as his battle strength has not reached the Yang Void Realm, even if he is at the peak of the Yin Void Realm, I should be able to stop him for a moment. Of course, I can only block him. Hearing Su Ro's response, Jin Wushuang was a little bit shocked. He instantly asked Su Ro to help him stop Shui Yun from escaping when he fought with him on the last day. Now Su Ro helped him. She blocked Shui Yun from escaping and even pushed him back. Shui Yun was retreated, and then Jin Wushuang immediately slashed towards him. Shui Yun, I said you are doomed. You will definitely die here. Killing intent was surging in Jin Wushuang's eyes. He released an unbridled slash with his triple-kill sword, without any commiserations. The sword shadows flew continuously, without leaving Shui Yun a chance to breathe. Finally, Shui Yun began to panic. He was crazily resisting the attacks from Jin Wushuang and looking for a way to escape. But he soon realized that the torrent or energy, released from the effeminate lady who just blocked him, had enveloped the area around him. No matter which direction he chose to escape, he would be blocked by her. I can't escape. If I continue to fight with Jin Wushuang, I really will die once my spiritual power is exhausted. Help me, Greyrobe. Please help me. Shui Yun twisted and roared his face like a crazy man. The sound was loud and carried for a long distance. Crap? Greyrobe was sitting on a throne up in the air. After hearing Shui Yun's roar, his face darkened and he prepared to rush over. Whoosh! Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of him. They were Palace Masters Black and White from Dragon Palace. Mr. Greyrobe, what are you trying to do? Said Palace Master White smilingly, with a cold voice. Greyrobe looked upset and said with low voice, Shui Yun is the top genius in Blood Feather Tower, and he is the personal disciple of the Tower Master. He can't die here. Oh, so you're going to save him? Palace Master White smiled coldly. Greyrobe, are you planning to violate the rules of the selection battle? Palace Master Black looked at him coldly and said, Shui Yun is the top genius in Blood Feather Tower. Aren't the other Gold Core Realm experts who died in this battle the top geniuses in their own sects? 10 geniuses from Dragon Palace participated in the selection battle. Up till now, 5 have died, including Qing Tsong. Clan Elder Ouyang is another example. Ouyang Haoyin and Ouyang Haoyue from the Ouyang clan both died in this selection battle. All of them are top geniuses, who doesn't feel bad. However, nobody stepped out to help, no matter if it's our Dragon Palace or Clan Elder Ouyang, or the top experts in other sects. The experts all discontentedly looked towards Greyrobe. It was true that many experts died in the selection battle, and most of them were elite disciples in their sects. They could do nothing but feel sad about the death of their disciples. After all, they were not strong enough. Nobody stepped forward to rescue their disciples throughout the whole battle. It all depended on the strength of the disciples. But now, Greyrobe wanted to rescue his disciple. Why? Frowning tightly, Greyrobe knew he was not being reasonable. But Shui Yun was a key disciple in Blood Feather Tower. Greyrobe? A cold voice sounded out from Di Shi, who was sitting at the very center. Your Majesty, Greyrobe said respectfully, Shui Yun is the personal disciple of my Tower Master, and he will be the next Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower. The position he holds in Blood Feather Tower is too important. So please allow me to save him, Your Majesty. Chapter 170. I'm taking you down with me. Chapter 170. I'm taking you down with me. Oh, Shui Yun is the next Tower Master of Blood Feather Tower? Then why did Blood Feather Tower attempt to assassinate Jin Wushuang 2 years ago, even though they knew that he would be the next Dragon Palace Master? Palace Master White sneered. Greyrobe, Di Shi responded, with his eyes downcast. The selection battle rules were made long ago. No one can disobey them or obtain concessions. Though Shui Yun has a special status in Blood Feather Tower, he chose to participate in the selection battle and will be subjected to its rules. You should have expected the worst. But Your Majesty, Greyrobe wanted to say more. All right, Shi waved his hand and interrupted him. Let's resume the selection battle. I will take action against anybody who interferes. Hearing this, Greyrobe's face immediately turned pale. He acknowledged Shi's comment and sat down listlessly. He felt helpless. Shui-Yun's fate is in his own hands. At the battlefield, Greyrobe, Greyrobe. Shui-Yun had been shouting for some time. He was beginning to despair as Greyrobe had still not appeared to rescue him. Despair. Fear. He had not felt this way since he became the mysterious Tower Master in Bloodfeather Tower several years ago. Now, these emotions came flooding back as Jian Wushuang's onslaught continued. His spiritual power continued to be depleted, ebbing away by 80%, then 90%. Finally, Shui-Yun had only a small amount of spiritual power left. Shui-Yun's eyes shone with unprecedented madness. I'm taking you down with me. Roaring with anger, Shui-Yun abruptly turned his hand, producing a scarlet elixir on his palm. This elixir emitted a malodorous odor, but Shui-Yun swallowed it without any hesitation. As soon as the elixir was consumed, Shui-Yun's dying breath was instantly revived, and his energy reached a new peak. This energy completely surpassed the effects of primordial gold core and was more powerful than the ordinary Yin Void realms. That's Scarlet Elixir? Jian Wushuang asked, face darkening. He was certainly not unfamiliar with the Scarlet Elixir. When he had been attacked by the mansion of Sword Marquis 3 years ago, the 4 Sword Pavilion elders had risked their lives to save him by ingesting the same elixir. Scarlet Elixir burned vitality to greatly increase strength over a short period of time. It was an elixir that could only be taken once. Because death was inevitable once the elixir had been taken. Knowing that he would die and had nothing to lose, Shui-Yun took the Scarlet Elixir to take Jian Wushuang down with him. After taking the Scarlet Elixir, Shui-Yun's strength reached a new height, far exceeding his strength at peak condition. Go to hell, bastard. Shui-Yun's face was distorted with ferocity. He aggressively slashed his blood-red blade at Jian Wushuang. This was Shui-Yun's strongest movement, Earth Splitter. This movement was Origin's saber skill, which Shui-Yun had used in his earlier fight with Jian Wushuang in a shocking display of might. Having taken the Scarlet Elixir, Shui-Yun's increased strength allowed him to display incredible power in his use of the skill. Crap. Above the void, Palace Master Black and White's expressions changed. Greyrobe had almost given up hope. Now, he held his head up, eyes glistening. Good, kill him. Even if you have to give your life for it, kill him. Many top experts looked on in horror. Right before the blood-red blade slashed out, Su Rou gave a low hum and conjured an aquamarine torrent in front of Jian Wushuang. The blood-red blade hit the aquamarine torrent as soon as it slashed out. The immense power activated by the blood-red blade suddenly exploded. Although the aquamarine torrent was able to resist the blade initially, it was ultimately cleaved by the blade, which then continued its path towards Jian Wushuang. At this moment, fear suffused Jian Wushuang's every pore. But in the next moment, he activated his spiritual power to its maximum level. He lifted his sword to resist. Bang! A thunderous noise sounded and Jian Wushuang's body flew out, blood spurting from his mouth. Soon, his breath weakened. Despite his diminishing breath, he did not die from this attack. Still alive? Shui-Yun stared at Jian Wushuang with crazed eyes. He stepped forward and tried to slash his blade at Jian Wushuang again. But suddenly a golden figure appeared in front of him. Boom! The figure punched Shui-Yun without hesitation. The strength of the punch was strong enough to pulverize a mountain. The intensity of the attack destroyed Shui-Yun's internal organs. His breath slowly dissipated. As Shui-Yun lay dying, his eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred as his gaze remained fixed on Jian Wushuang. Finally, Shui-Yun collapsed. Shui-Yun, who continually ranked first on the earthly dragon list, a myth and a complete monster in the eyes of many warriors of the Golden Core, had died. Quiet. At the edge of the Cloud Mountains, there were nearly 100,000 warriors gathered, but at this moment there was complete silence. Too fast. This happened too fast. Shui Yun's desperate action of taking the scarlet elixir and his death had happened so quickly that the warriors were stunned. Soon after, their attention was diverted to the golden figure who had appeared and killed Shui Yun. Undoubtedly, the golden figure was Golden Armored General, who presided over the selection battle. Golden Armored General had been stationed outside Cloud Mountains. When Shui Yun had produced the scarlet elixir, he had reacted immediately. But he was only able to reach Shui Yun and kill him right before his second attempt at attacking Jian Wushuang. Before the selection battle started, I had stressed. Golden Armored General's voice was sonorous. His voice echoed through the Cloud Mountains, propagated past the void above the mountain, and finally reached the ears of the peak experts. All stratagems can be used in the selection battle, except elixirs that enhance the cultivation of spiritual power or greatly increase strength in a short period of time. Anyone who violates this rule shall be put to death. Shui Yun swallowed the scarlet elixir in violation of this rule, so he had to be killed. Hearing this, all the warriors were shocked speechless. Having said his piece, Golden Armored General bounded up and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. "Young man, are you okay?" Golden Armored General asked. "I am fine. I won't die for now." Jian Wushuang's voice was weak. As he struggled to stand up, his pale face and blood-stained lips gave away his poor physical condition. Chapter 171, Earth Dragon List Number 1. Chapter 171, Earth Dragon List Number 1. With the death of Shui Yun, this unprecedented battle was finally over. Jian Wushuang had not delivered the killing blow, but he had pushed Shui Yun over the edge. Left with no other options, Shui Yun had resorted to taking the scarlet elixir so that he could take Jian Wushuang down with him. So it could be said that Jian Wushuang was responsible for Shui Yun's death. With Shui Yun's passing, the spirit beast core in his possession was liberated, drawing covetous looks from the experts of Cloud Mountains who did not have a core. Immediately, a fierce war began. Of course, this war had nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. Soon, the 7-day deadline was around the corner. At high noon, the experts of Gold Core emerged from the Cloud Mountains. Those experts who had obtained cores handed them over to the Golden Armored General, while those who had not could only stand aside and hide their disappointment. They had tried to win a core, but their skills had been found lacking. Among the powerful sects, Dragon Palace emerged as the biggest winner in the selection battle. The Dragon Palace had sent 10 gold core masters to participate in the selection battle. Only 5 had survived, with 4 of the survivors obtaining the core. They were Jian Wushuang, Bailey Chun, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou. Dragon Palace had accomplished a rare feat by winning 4 out of 15 available spots to compete at the Eastermost hunting. The 15 masters who had obtained the cores and passed the selection battle stood at the center of the arena under the gaze of the warriors gathered there. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures descended from the upper void. These were the powerhouses from peak of the Yin-Yang Void Realm who had watched the battle from the void. Di Shi led the descent, followed closely by Palace Master White and Black, as well as others. Clothed handsomely in imperial robe and emanating an air of benevolence, Di Shi's eyes swept over the 15 warriors. The 15 warriors, including Jian Wushuang, were taken aback. This has to be the Tianzong Dynasty Emperor? His strength is immense. Jian Wushuang thought. He had seen many powerhouses from the Yang Void Realm, including Palace Masters Black and White, as well as the Golden Armored General who had killed Shui Yun. While they were strong, he only felt slightly threatened by them. But this imperial-robed man, just a glance from him, gave Jian Wushuang an urge to surrender. This thought was transient but struck terror in Jian Wushuang's heart. Congratulations for passing the selection battle. In 2 months, you will represent the Tianzong dynasty in the Eastermost hunting, a major event for the entire northwestern region. Di Shi said with a clear voice. In the next 2 months, you'll have to practice hard to improve your skills and become stronger. I hope you give even more stunning performances at the Eastermost hunting. Di Shi paused and turned his attention to the Yin-Yang Void Realm experts behind him. I want to make things clear. During these 2 months, I will not tolerate any attack on these warriors, otherwise. Di Shi's words seemed to be directed at Greyrobe. Greyrobe's face fell. Di Shi's meaning was clear. This was a warning to Bloodfeather Tower to stay away from Jian Wushuang in the next 2 months. Everyone knew that Di Shi had high hopes for an outstanding performance by Jian Wushuang at the easternmost hunting. Greyrobe had to take the warning seriously. Although the Bloodfeather Tower had special status, it dared not disobey the wishes of the Tianzong dynasty monarch. "You're all dismissed," said Di Shi. The Yin-Yang Void Realm powerhouses trickled out of the arena, and the 15 top warriors who would be participating in the easternmost hunting returned to their homes. It was over. The fierce selection battle that had lasted for 7 days finally came to an end. The warriors who had waited for 7 days at Cloud Mountain's edge also left. As the warriors left, they discussed the battle between Jian Wushuang and Shui Yun. That battle had been shocking to all spectators. This battle would be written in the Millennium Chronicle. This battle would also be praised by all the experts of the Tianzong dynasty. The end of a legend marked the beginning of another. Jian Wushuang was now legendary among gold core warriors in the Tianzong dynasty. A new legend. Returning to Dragon Palace. There was an uproar in Dragon Palace when the disciples learned that Jian Wushuang had defeated and killed Shui Yun in the selection battle. On the following day, Tianzong dynasty's authoritative earthly dragon list was updated. Many ranked experts had fallen in the selection battle, and previously unknown experts had emerged winners. Naturally, there were many changes in the earthly dragon list. Now, the highest-ranked person on the earthly dragon list was Jian Wushuang. Earthly dragon list number 1, Dragon Palace disciple, Jian Wushuang. Haha, the third brother. It's awesome that you're first on the earthly dragon list. The 4 brothers were gathered at the manor. Wang Yuan laughed heartily while holding his recently acquired, updated earthly dragon list. Beside him, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou smiled. As expected, Yang Zishuan said calmly. Jian Wushuang's previous ranking at the 10th spot on the list had raised doubts from the Golden Pill Realm experts. But his current ranking at the top would not surprise anyone. His showing at the selection battle had demonstrated his real strength and achievements, silencing all naysayers. Jian Wushuang had defeated and killed Shui Yun, who had been ranked first on the earthly dragon list. Many warriors had witnessed this moment and were convinced of Jian Wushuang's prowess. His rank at the top of the list could not be disputed. It was perfectly justifiable. He was at the top of the earthly dragon list. There really are many changes on the new earthly dragon list, Jian Wushuang said, looking at the new list. The rank on the earthly dragon list was as follows. Number 1, Jian Wushuang, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Number 2, Bailey Chun, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Number 3, Mu Yingying, from the Mu clan. Number 4, Feng Yutian, from the Gladiator Arena. Number 5, Yang Zishuan, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Number 6, Peng Wudao, solitary expert. Number 10, Su Rou, a disciple of the Dragon Palace. Chapter 172, Startling News. Chapter 172, Startling News. Second brother, little sister. Third brother did well, but both of you had excellent performances too and ranked in the top 10. Wang Yuan was effusive in his praise. Both Yang Zishuan and Su Rou had been outstanding in the selection battle and gained recognition for the strength they exhibited during the event. Yang Zishuan had single-handedly killed Ling Xuer, who ranked 8th in the previous earthly dragon list. Yang Zishuan had defeated him so effortlessly that no one doubted that he deserved his 5th rank on the earthly dragon list. Su Rou's performance in the selection battle had been even more astounding. Su Rou had deflected Shui Yun's blade attack and forced Shui Yun to retreat. Without Su Rou's interference, Jian Wushuang might not have been able to defeat Shui Yun. This made Su Rou's strength clear to all who were present. While Su Rou had amply demonstrated her skills and defensive methods, Her limited ability with attack methods resulted in her merely replacing Jian Wushuang's old rank at the 10th place on the list. Our little sister and I are merely supporting players in the Earthly Dragon list. We can't compare our strength to the third brother who ranks first, Yang Zishuan said. My sentiments exactly. Su Rou nodded earnestly. Then you two should work harder in the next 2 months. The easternmost hunting will be tougher than the selection battle you just experienced, and the opponents you face will also be different. Wang Yuan cautioned. That's right. The easternmost hunting is different from the selection battle. We may be the top experts in the Tianzong dynasty, but that may not be the case in the easternmost hunting. Jian Wushuang felt slightly pressured. After all, Tianzong dynasty was a small empire. The 12 northwestern dynasties would be participating in the easternmost hunting. 6 of these were middle-sized dynasties, and 2 were large empires. These middle-sized and large empires would have territorial areas and warrior numbers far surpassing that of Tianzong dynasty. A small empire like Tianzong dynasty had been able to produce many experts, and even an exceptional talent like Shui Yun. That meant that larger empires would have many talents of their own. I don't know about other dynasties, but I'm familiar with the Cosmos Empire, one of the 2 large empires, Yang Zishuan said. The Cosmos Empire has more talents than Tianzong dynasty and their skills are superior to ours. Cosmos Empire has its own list of top gold core experts. Any of the top 50 warriors on that list would easily rank in the top 10 or even in the top 5 on the Earthly Dragon list. Oh, Jian Wushuang responded, eyebrows raised. Anyone in the top 50 on Cosmos Empire's list could make it to the top 10 on the Earthly Dragon list? Maybe even top 5. Second brother, why do you know so much about Cosmos Empire? Jian Wushuang asked, frowning. Yang Zishuan's face darkened and didn't answer. Jian Wushuang decided not to press him. Anyway, we'll do our best, Jian Wushuang said. Yeah. Yang Zishuan and Su Rou also nodded. The 4 brothers were drinking and chatting in a majestic manner in the Dragon Palace. Palace Masters Black and White were playing chess casually. Suddenly the door was pushed open and a purple-robed servant entered. Your Excellencies, Golden Dragon Palace sent a classified letter. The purple-robed servant handed them the letter. Classified? Palace Master White and Black were surprised. Palace Master White took the letter and dismissed the servant with a wave of his hand. The servant departed immediately and closed the door after him. Still seated in front of the chessboard, Palace Master White opened the classified letter and read it together with Palace Master Black. Their faces turned grave after reading the contents of the letter. The easternmost hunting will be held in 2 months, so he should focus on improving his strength to prepare for it. This is an unexpected turn of events. Palace Master White frowned and turned to Palace Master Black. What do you think? Should we tell him right now, or keep it a secret until the end of the easternmost hunting? Palace Master Black mulled over and said, just tell him. Let him make the decision. I'll let him know since I'm closer to him. Palace Master White rose from his seat and left. Soon, Palace Master White arrived at the manor where Jian Wushuang and his friends were drinking together. Jian Wushuang. Palace Master White appeared. Palace Master White. The 4 of them stood up immediately. Follow me. I have something to tell you, said Palace Master White. Jian Wushuang nodded and followed Palace Master White to a quiet open field. This is a classified letter from Golden Dragon Palace. Take a look. Palace Master White handed the letter to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was puzzled, but his eyes widened when he opened the letter and saw its contents. Only a short paragraph was written in the letter. We have found out that Jin Nantian has been detained at Tianan Province, 9 Ring Mountain. It was a short paragraph, but it was enough to agitate Jian Wushuang. That's where my father has been. My father is being held at 9 Ring Mountain. Jian Wushuang's face reddened with fury, and he emanated an aura of uncontained rage. Jian Wushuang, keep your cool, Palace Master White shouted. But Jian Wushuang didn't seem to be listening. Keep calm. That was his father. Although he hadn't seen his father for many years, Scenes of his father teaching him swordplay when he was a child remained deeply etched in his mind. When his father had gone missing, Jin Wushuang had tried all means to find him, but had failed as his spiritual power was lacking at the time. He could only fulfill his father's wishes that he takes charge of Sword Pavilion, and he had been striving to do just that since then. Not long ago, he had been surprised to learn from his aunt that his father was still alive. Now that he finally knew where his father was, how could he not be worked up? Jin Wushuang, calm down first. Seeing Jin Wushuang's state, Palace Master White shouted again with a special force, causing Jin Wushuang to shudder and calm down immediately. Palace Master White. Jin Wushuang could not help looking at Palace Master White. I came to you immediately after receiving this classified letter. Now that you know where your father is, I know it's difficult for you to calm down and that you'd want to figure out how to rescue your father. Palace Master White said solemnly. I understand all these things. However, before rescuing your father, you should have a clear understanding of the opponent's strength. Take action with certainty. You wouldn't want to fail in your rescue attempt and perhaps even lose your life. Chapter 173, Looking for Help. Chapter 173, Looking for Help. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and tried to calm down. The palace master is right. I must save my father, but not in a reckless way. Jin Wushuang said. It's good that you've calmed down, Palace Master White said, nodding. Your father remains in custody in Nine Ring Mountain, where there is a strong sect, called Nine Emperors Sect. The Nine Emperors Sect? Jin Wushuang asked and raised his eyebrows. Since your father is imprisoned in the Nine Ring Mountain, he must be in the custody of the Nine Emperors Sect. Palace Master White said solemnly. I checked your background and know that you've only dealt with Tianyuan Sword Sect, one of the 5 grand sects in Tianyan Province. There are indeed several superiors of the Yin Void Realm in the Tianyuan Sword Sect, but their skills are all at average level. In Tianzong Dynasty, Tianyuan Sword Sect can only be considered a first-rate sect. Nine Emperors Sect is much more powerful and despotic than Tianyuan Sword Sect, and is considered a top sect, even for the whole Tianzong Dynasty. Jin Wushuang looked grave, thinking that obviously, the strength of the top sect in Tianzong Dynasty could never be poor. So it seemed like an insurmountable task to save his father from the clutches of the Nine Emperors Sect, where he was in custody. As far as I know, there are a total of 8 experts of Yin Void Realm in the Nine Emperors Sect, Palace Master White continued, including 3 at Initial Yin Void Realm, 2 at Profound, 2 at Exceptional, and 1 Upper Elder, who has been cultivated in seclusion in the Nine Emperors Sect and has already reached peak of Yin Void Realm. On hearing this, Jin Wushuang frowned even more. A good 8 experts of Yin Void, all with powerful strength. At his present strength level, he could pay little attention to the 3 at Initial Yin Void Realm. He could even defeat or kill those at Profound Yin Void Realm with ease. However, Jin Wushuang did not have the confidence to defeat the expert of Exceptional Yin Void Realm. As for the peak of the Yin Void Realm, Jin Wushuang would only stand a chance against him if he used the soul-devouring secret skill. In Nine Emperors Sect, there were already 2 powerhouse at Fulfillment, and on top of that, the Upper Elder who had reached peak of the Yin Void Realm after his cultivation in seclusion. With Jin Wushuang's present strength, it was totally a daydream for him to save his father alone. Apart from the 8 experts of the Yin Void Realm that we know of, the fact that the Blood Feather Tower imprisons your father under the custody of the Nine Emperors Sect proves that there is a more complicated relationship between them. It's possible that the Nine Emperors Sect has already yielded to the Blood Feather Tower. So there may be some killers of Blood Feather Tower's people in the Nine Emperors Sect, said Palace Master White. Yes, it is possible. Jin Wushuang nodded. He knew well that Blood Feather Tower regarded his father as a highly valuable prisoner. In order to arrest his father, the Blood Feather Tower had risked the extermination of one of the greatest clans, Ji Clan. So it was not surprising that the Blood Feather Tower would dispatch reliable experts to guard such an important person. Jin Wushuang asked, are there any experts of Yang Void Realm in the Nine Emperors Sect? Yang Void Realm? Palace Master White shook her head and said, There are not many experts at the level of Young Void Realm in the entire Tianzong dynasty. Young Void Realm experts are highly valued by all sections. Although the Blood Feather Tower has staggering strength, they won't expend a Young Void Realm powerhouse just to guard a person, even if the person is extremely important. That's good. At least, there is a little hope left for me. Jian Wushuang nodded to himself. It would be even more difficult to save his father if he was being guarded by a Young Void Realm powerhouse. Although he knew well that there was a large number of powerhouses in the Nine Emperors sect and even in the Blood Feather Tower, there was still some hope of him being able to save his father. Jian Wushuang, there is something you must know first. Palace Master White looked at Jian Wushuang and said seriously, the Dragon Palace has reached an armistice with the Blood Feather Tower, so it is absolutely unreasonable for us to fight them. If you go to rescue your father, the experts of the Dragon Palace would not be able to offer help. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded. He had not intended to ask the Dragon Palace experts for help. Though we can't help, the Golden Dragon Palace can do that. Palace Master White said. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and asked, the Golden Dragon Palace. There are many powerhouses in the Golden Dragon Palace. Since the Golden Dragon Guards and ambassadors are not strictly restrained, their intentions and actions have no bearing on Dragon Palace. So, perhaps I can help you contact some reliable ambassadors and get their support, said Palace Master White with a smile. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up immediately. Thank you so much, Your Excellency Palace Master, Jian Wushuang said with appreciation. Haha, take it easy. I will personally select the Golden Dragon ambassadors who won't let you down. I promise, said Palace Master White with a smile. Thank you so much. Jian Wushuang expressed his gratitude again. Jian Wushuang went back to the manor, but this time, he didn't smile and wore a serious expression. Third brother, what happened? The three people, including Wang Yuan, who had drunk with Jian Wushuang in the manor, noticed the change in his facial expression. Big brother, second brother, and little sister, I need your help, Jian Wushuang said without preamble. We're brothers. Just tell us. Wang Yuan said frankly and readily. Yang Zishuan and Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang. They knew Jian Wushuang well and were aware that he who would never ask for help unless it was something important. I want to rescue my father, said Jian Wushuang. What? Wang Yuan and the other two immediately asked, eyes widened. To rescue his father? Jian Wushuang gave his brothers and sister a succinct explanation of the situation, telling them about the location where his father was held and the strength of the Nine Emperors sect. He trusted his brothers and sister absolutely and did not withhold any information from them. The Nine Emperors sect has so many experts that it is impossible for us to rescue anyone by ourselves, Yang Zishuan said in a low voice. Of course it won't be possible with just the four of us. I have requested Palace Master White to help me invite several reliable and strong Golden Dragon ambassadors to join the rescue mission, said Jian Wushuang. The Golden Dragon messengers? Not bad. Yang Zishuan nodded and said, I will do you a favor. Third brother, Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang and said, you almost lost your life to win me the Black Water Lotus. I'll definitely give you any help you need. Smiling at Su Rou, Jian Wushuang then looked at Wang Yuan. Hey, don't look at me. Wang Yuan waved his hands. You three rank within the top 10 on the Earthly Dragon list and are strong enough to kill any normal experts of the Een Void Realm, so you're skilled enough for the rescue. As for me, I just reached the initial Gold Core realm. My strength is ordinary and any powerhouse from the Nine Emperors sect could kill me easily. It seems that I'd be courting death if I go. Jian Wushuang gave Wang Yuan a look, but held his tongue. Not long after inviting Yang Zishuan and Su Rou for the rescue mission, they heard from Palace Master White. Chapter 174, 7 Great Golden Dragon Ambassadors. Chapter 174, 7 Great Golden Dragon Ambassadors. Outside the Imperial Palace, in the Cloud Mountains, a fierce selection battle had just taken place, leaving devastation everywhere. At that moment, 7 strong figures with overwhelming auras stood at the summit of one of the lofty giant mountains, waiting silently. Suddenly, 3 dark spots appeared on the horizon and swept towards the figures. Here they come. The 7 figures lifted their heads. As the dark points grew closer, it became apparent that there were 3 griffins on which Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou rode. When they got close to the mountain summit, they jumped off the griffins. Haha, Wushuang. A cool and charismatic middle-aged man welcomed Jian Wushuang with a smile. Your Excellency Yi? Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. He had known that there would be experts invited by Palace Master White and that they would be waiting for him here, but he had not known who they would be. He recognized the middle-aged man as Yi Rufeng, whom he had previously dealt with several times. It was Yi Rufeng who had sent him to the Dragon Palace. Wushuang, we meet again. With a smile, Yi Rufeng said, about 2 years have passed since our last meeting. As for that moment, I have to thank you again. Without you, I'm afraid my daughter would have been killed. Back then, Jian Wushuang had run into Yi Rufeng while on assignment by the Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang had helped Yi Rufeng take care of his daughter, Yi Mei, by helping her complete the task of catching the 2 claw-marked golden dragon guard. Yi Rufeng had been apprised by Yi Mei about what had happened during the mission and was therefore aware that Jian Wushuang had saved his daughter's life. Let it go, Jian Wushuang smiled. You saved my daughter's life. I have to thank you, Yi Rufeng said solemnly. I believe in showing gratitude through my actions. You did me a huge favor by saving my daughter's life, and I want to repay that debt. When I heard that you needed help, I came here without any hesitation. Haha, thank you so much, Your Excellency Yi, Jian Wushuang said. Don't call me Your Excellency. If you don't mind, call me Brother Yi, said Yi Rufeng. Brother Yi, Jian Wushuang didn't refuse. All right, let me introduce. Yi Rufeng brought Jian Wushuang before the other experts. This is Shui Mingho, the Golden Dragon Ambassador of the Golden Dragon Palace. Jian Wushuang looked at the well-groomed man, whose eyes seemed to possess an unusual magic to make people like him at first sight. Mr. Shui, Jian Wushuang said modestly. Jian Wushuang, the first on the earthly dragon list, the recognized first genius in the whole Tianzong dynasty. After the selection battle, people were discussing you everywhere, and I have already heard so much about you. Today, I'm finally able to see you in the flesh. Shui Mingho said and laughed. Those are, Yi Rufeng introduced the other powerhouses to Jian Wushuang one by one. Jian Wushuang soon realized something about the experts invited by Palace Master White. 7 experts were invited by Palace Master White. All of them were Golden Dragon ambassadors from the Golden Dragon Palace and had marvelous strength. Among them, 3 were warriors of the profound Yin Void Realm, 2 were warriors of exceptional Yin Void Realm, and 2 were warriors of peak of the Yin Void Realm. Yi Rufeng and Shui Mingho were the 2 warriors of the peak of the Yin Void Realm. Jian Wushuang was delighted when he realized the strength of the 7 experts and felt gratitude towards Palace Master White, who had invited so many strong experts for him. Even though the 9 Emperors sect was the top sect in Tianzong dynasty, they had 8 warriors of the Yin Void Realm, with only one of them being a peak of the Yin Void Realm. As for battle formation, just Yi Rufeng and the other 6 experts would be enough to suppress the 8 Yin Void Realm experts of the 9 Emperors sect. In addition, there were Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou, all of whom were in the top 10 on the earthly dragon list. All 3 possessed great battle strength comparable to the level of profound Yin Void Realm. Furthermore, Jian Wushuang's skills were well matched to those of the warrior of the exceptional Yin Void Realm. It was enough to ruin the 9 Emperors sect with such a battle formation. The only thing they had to be wary of was the experts hidden in the Blood Feather Tower. Gentlemen, I'm sorry that I can't tell you what you are going to do yet. I'll let you have all the details once we get to the destination, said Jian Wushuang. Hearing that, 7 Golden Dragon ambassadors frowned, but they didn't mind. So, let's go. Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou departed the mountain summit on their griffins, while the 7 Golden Dragon messengers walked on air. The group moved directly towards the 9 Ring Mountain, where the 9 Emperors sect was located. 9 Ring Mountain was located in the Tianan province. It was well known that the 9 Ring Mountain was the foundation of the 9 Emperors sect. The Nine Emperors sect was a genuine old sect, which had a very good reputation in Tianan province. It was said that there were 3 clans and 4 sects, which represented the 7 strongest forces in Tianan province. And the Nine Emperors sect was one of the 4 sects. 10 dark spots silently floated on the void outside the Nine-Ring Mountain, overlooking the old sect which was not far off. That is the Nine Emperors sect? The invited Golden Dragon ambassadors looked grave. Gentlemen, that's our destination, Nine Emperors sect, Jian Wushuang said in a serious voice. According to reliable news from the Golden Dragon Palace, the man who's imprisoned in the Nine Emperors sect is my father. Ah. All 7 Golden Dragon ambassadors looked at Jian Wushuang. I need your help to rescue my father, Jian Wushuang said. There is no doubt that the Nine Emperors sect's strength is very strong. Besides, it has a connection with the Blood Feather Tower. So, some top experts from the Blood Feather Tower may be hidden in the Nine Emperors sect. The Blood Feather Tower? The Golden Dragon ambassadors' expressions changed. They would have been able to manage if it were merely a fight with the Nine Emperors sect. Although the Nine Emperors sect was strong, it's just a first-class sect in the region, and the strongest expert in the sect was just a peak of the Een Void realm. However, circumstances would be different if Blood Feather Tower was involved. Blood Feather Tower was the greatest killer organization in the Tianzong dynasty. The horror that this organization was capable of causing was known to all. Anyone who crossed the Blood Feather Tower would be targeted by the organization and assassinated. Even experts of the Een Void realm could not escape death by Blood Feather Tower's hands. Apart from Yi Rufeng, the Golden Dragon ambassadors looked hesitant. Gentlemen, Jian Wushuang observed their expressions, then said, I know what you are worried about. If you don't want to provoke the Blood Feather Tower, I won't force you to do so. If there's anyone here who wants to quit, you can leave now. Of course, I will be deeply indebted to anyone who stays to help me rescue my father. I will try my best to repay your help in future. Several Golden Dragon ambassadors who had hesitated brightened at Jian Wushuang's words. Earlier, Palace Master White had promised to gift them with items such as elixirs and tomes, in exchange for their help. Although those items were welcome, they would not have insisted on getting those items. But getting the favor of Jian Wushuang was totally different. Chapter 175, Nine Emperors Sect. Chapter 175, Nine Emperors Sect. That's Jian Wushuang, the best and peerless genius on the earthly dragon list. If everything went well, he would attain the level of the Een Void realm in future. Once he reached the Een Void realm, he would rank on the heavenly dragon list. His future looked promising if he was given more time to improve himself. How precious was the favor of such a peerless genius! It was more valuable than those treasures promised by Palace Master White, at least as far as these Golden Dragon ambassadors were concerned. Wushuang, my friends, you can rest assured that we won't give up now that we're invited here, Shui Mingho said and smiled. In fact, he had hesitated when he first knew that he might have to fight with the Blood Feather Tower. Now, his expression showed that he seemed to have calmed down. Yeah, now we're here. How could we give up so easily? Though the Blood Feather Tower has incredible skills, we, the Golden Dragon ambassadors, aren't weak either. Other Golden Dragon ambassadors also started to say something. So now, we have to discuss what we should do next, Jian Wushuang said, taking out a datum. This was the most detailed datum about the Nine Emperors sect collected by the Golden Dragon Palace, including the environmental structure of the Nine Emperors sect and the basic information of its powerhouses. After a simple discussion, they made a decision. The Upper Elder, who always practices alone in the Nine Emperors sect, is the strongest one among all the elders. Since he seldom goes out, his response would be slower. Let's sneak up on him. We'd better kill 1 or 2 superiors of the Een Void realm before they react, Jian Wushuang said. Brother Yi, Mr. Shui, you're the strongest among us. You hide secretly until we complete the sneak attack. Once the Upper Elder of the Nine Emperors sect shows up, Brother Yi, you stop him. Mr. Shui will continue to hide himself, just in case reinforcements are needed. After all, some experts from the Blood Feather Tower are likely to be hidden here. We have to do something to keep us safe. Got it. The 7 Golden Dragon ambassadors, Yang Zishuan and Su Ro, agreed with him. Once they had decided on the strategy, they took action. The 9 Emperors sect had numerous followers. In the sect, there was boisterous atmosphere everywhere. There was a courtyard near the mountain wall of the 9 Emperors sect, where the perimeter was heavily guarded. Only the leaders from the core of the 9 Emperors sect were qualified to enter this place. At this moment, a young man in an elegant robe was brandishing his long sword at the center of this courtyard. His motions were continuous, causing light to be reflected from the blade and showing immense power. The young man was using the sword essence of Raging Fire. His comprehension of this essence showed that his skill was great enough to challenge the 7th level of Dragon Gate. In addition to his cultivation of spiritual power of the exceptional Gold Core realm, his actual strength was comparable to a powerhouse of the earthly dragon list. Suddenly, that young man struck his sword aggressively towards a wooden stake which had been erected in the yard. Crack! The seemingly sturdy wooden stake disintegrated instantly with wood chips flying in every direction. On seeing the destruction of the wooden stake, the young man looked gloomy. If he had truly mastered that skill, the stake should have been split cleanly into 2 halves instead of disintegrating into wood chips. Obviously, he had a long way to go before truly grasping the skill. Damn it! I've already spent more than half a month on this, but there's no progress. Old geezer, have you been genuinely teaching me, or are you deliberately leading me on? The young man shouted. The so-called geezer was the white-haired man who sat on the stone bench, drinking alone. This white-haired man was not that old in terms of biological age. In fact, he was middle-aged. However, he had messy white hair and a face filled with melancholy, deep wrinkles. Along with the beard he kept, it was easy to mistake him as an old man at first glance. He held the flagon with his right hand, which was covered in calluses. This showed that he had been using the sword for a long time. There was a wooden sword on the stone table in front of him. Hearing what that cold-faced youth said, the white-haired man looked at him with dark eyes and said in an icy voice, "'Cause you are too stupid." Stupid? That cold-faced youth was enraged. He rushed towards the white-haired man and grabbed the flagon from him. Pia! The flagon was thrown to the ground and broke into pieces. The cold-faced young guy pointed to the white-haired man and shouted, "Geezer, remember where you are now. I'm warning you. If you withhold anything when you teach me swordsmanship, you'll never get a good day ever." Though the white-haired man frowned slightly as he heard those words, his eyes maintained their cool gaze. He picked up another flagon with his hand and continued to drink. He was not in the mood to talk to him anymore. The cold youth became angrier and shouted, "You, geezer!" At this moment, Changfeng. Suddenly a voice was heard, and then a gray-robed elder walked slowly into the yard. "Father," the cold youth said respectfully. The cold-faced young man was named Ma Changfeng, and his father was that gray-robed elder, the 3rd elder of 9 Emperors sect, an expert of the Yin Void realm. Though Ma Qinghai was just at the level of the initial Yin Void realm, his status was highly respected in the 9 Emperors sect. Ma Qinghai looked at his beloved son. What's wrong? He had become a father at an old age, so he spoiled his son and would try to satisfy all his whims. There were few powerhouses who had mastered sword principle in the 9 Emperors sect, but his son loved sword principle, so he had used his status to allow his son to freely enter the courtyard to consult that jailed white-haired man on sword principle problems. "Father, I've endeavored to perfect the swordsmanship before, but I couldn't make it. Now, under the teaching of this elder, I've still made no progress, even after half a month. He must be fooling me." Ma Changfeng said gloomily. "What?" Ma Qinghai looked at that white-haired man. "Mr. Jin Nantian, how could this be?" "I've said it before," the white-haired man said in a deep voice and glanced at Ma Qinghai. "I've taught him, but hopelessly. He's too stupid to understand it." Ma Changfeng shouted indignantly, "Bastard!" Ma Qinghai's face darkened. He said, "Jin Nantian, watch your attitude. You just need to do what my son asked you to. You shouldn't complain, or you will suffer from the bone-dissolving powder again." Chapter 176, Taking Action. Chapter 176, Taking Action. Bone-dissolving powder was a poison which could make a person's bones limp and numb so that he hardly wished to live. This poison would not kill, but it could cause a lot of pain and suffering. The white-haired man had continued to drink alone during the confrontation. When threatened with the bone-dissolving powder, his eyes flashed with transient fear, but soon he regained his calm. Ma Qinghai snorted and looked at his son with coddling eyes again. Changfeng, the earthly dragon list has changed a lot after the selection battle of Tianzong dynasty. I bring you a new one. Ma Qinghai gave Ma Changfeng the updated earthly dragon list. Ma Changfeng took it and leafed through it. Oh, the number 1 on earthly dragon list now is Jian Wushuang. Ma Changfeng was a little bit surprised. Shouldn't it be the big monster Shuiyun? How could it be Jian Wushuang? Jian Wushuang? The white-haired man's expression changed subtly. Shuiyun has been killed by Jian Wushuang. You can read the details about the battle between him and Shuiyun, Ma Qinghai said. Ma Changfeng continued reading just a moment later. That's impressive. He left Shuiyun no options but to swallow a scarlet elixir. Jian Wushuang is really something. Besides, he is also a master of sword principle. Ma Changfeng clenched his hands, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, there are no real masters of sword principle in Nine Emperors sect. The old man is the only one who is good at it, but he doesn't teach me sincerely. Otherwise, I certainly would win a place on earthly dragon list with my talent. It is also possible to replace Jian Wushuang as number 1 on earthly dragon list. Ma Changfeng looked over at the white-haired man with hatred. Jian Nantian, I heard that Jian Wushuang combined 3 sword essences at a young age. What do you think about his talent? Ma Qinghai asked. Combined 3 sword essences? Not too bad. The white-haired man was still drinking wine and seemed indifferent. No one noticed a subtle and meaningful smile on his face. Combined 3 sword essences and the number 1 on the earthly dragon list. That's pretty impressive. Not too bad. Ma Qinghai sneered, right? His talent is pales in comparison to yours when you were young. In the Battle of Qinling several years ago, you killed 3 purple-masked killers of Blood Feather Tower simultaneously with one move, and one of them was in the profound of Een Void realm. At that time, you were just an exceptional gold core realm. You were stronger than Jian Wushuang. But unfortunately, your Dantian was destroyed. Such a super genius is now a good for nothing. Besides teaching young men swordsmanship, what else can you do? Hearing this, the white-haired man's face fell. Yes, the white-haired man was Jian Nantian, Jian Wushuang's father. Before, he was a super genius who had possessed immeasurable potential, just as Jian Wushuang now did. But now, Jian Nantian was in bad shape. His Dantian had been broken into pieces, so he had no cultivation of spiritual power at all. In this world where cultivation of spiritual power was highly valued, he could be called a useless person. And at this moment, Jian Wushuang and his comrades were walking towards the Nine Emperors sect. 5 people and 3 griffins were levitating above the void, and 3 people rode on the 3 griffins. These 8 people honorably appeared above the void in Nine Emperors sect. Boom! With a golden dragon ambassador showing his strength and exceptional of Een Void realm, the Nine Emperors sect under the void was in turmoil. Who has come to Nine Emperors sect? A hearty laugh sounded, then 5 people flew out from the Nine Emperors sect to the void. Among the 5 people, 1 was exceptional Een Void realm, 2 were profound golden core realms, and the remaining 2 were initial gold core realms. The exceptional Een Void realm was middle-aged and clothed in purple robes. He was the current sect master in Nine Emperors sect, Chu Nan. Sect Master Chu, we come from Golden Dragon Palace, and we seek help from Nine Emperors sect. Would you do us a favor? Jian Wushuang and his friends had hatched a plan earlier. Now the Golden Dragon Ambassador who had just spoken was following the script. Golden Dragon Ambassador? Chunan looked around and found that they all wore Golden Dragon rings. The rings on the Yin Yang Void Realm experts bore the sign of Golden Dragon Ambassador. Golden Dragon Palace was a hegemon and the strongest one in Tianzong Dynasty. Plus, Golden Dragon ambassadors enjoyed high status in Golden Dragon Palace, so all sects would maintain friendly relations with them. It certainly included the Nine Emperors sect. Haha, so it is. Chunan laughed. We'd love to help you since you've come to us. But what we can do for you? It's a long story. If Sect Master Chu don't mind, could we go inside and discuss the details? The Golden Dragon ambassador said. Of course, please follow me. Chunan smiled and led them slowly towards the ground. Soon they all landed. As soon as they landed, Jian Wushuang patted his griffin, and the griffin flew away immediately. Jian Wushuang signaled his friends with a look, and all the Golden Dragon messengers, Yang Zishuan and Su Rou, took the hint. You guys accepted a task from Golden Dragon Palace? Chu Nan and other experts of Nine Emperors sect didn't notice anything abnormal, and they were still talking with the Golden Dragon ambassadors. They walked to the meeting hall, and as soon as they stepped up the stairs, "Action!" Jian Wushuang shouted. Primed for action, the 8 people moved immediately. Among those 5 Golden Dragon ambassadors, the 2 in exceptional Yin Void Realm moved quickly, and both of them targeted Chu Nan. The 3 Golden Dragon ambassadors of profound Yin Void Realm also acted, and they targeted the 2 profound Yin Void Realms next to Chu Nan. Yang Zishuan and Su Rou jointly attacked one in initial Yin Void Realm. And Jian Wushuang, at this moment, he was full of murderous intent. He unsheathed Triple Kill sword from his back, unleashing a stream of terrible sword essence towards the sky. Light reflecting from the blade, Jian Wushuang brandished his sword with great ease. It was the first move of selfless sword technique, idealistic form. Combining 3 sword essences and exploding his power, he headed to another one in initial Yin Void Realm. What the hell? Facing unexpected attacks, all the powerhouses of Nine Emperors sect were astonished. Oh no! Realizing that they had fallen prey to a plot, Chu Nan's countenance changed immediately. In a split second, a terrible breath burst forth, but it was too late for him to unsheath his weapon. Instead, he tried to ward off the sudden attack from the 2 Golden Dragon ambassadors with his palm. The other experts of Nine Emperors sect also reacted immediately to fend off the sudden attacks. Chapter 177, Attack and Kill. Chapter 177, Attack and Kill. Boom! Like a roaring dragon, the sword light rushed towards the warrior of initial Yin Void Realm. There was a significant change in the warrior's expression as he hurried to block the attack. Jian Wushuang had been capable of killing Ouyang Haoyan, who had ranked 3rd on the earthly dragon list with a single sword move. His real battle strength was even comparable to that of the experts of the exceptional Yin Void Realm. Thus, a surprise attack against a warrior of the initial Yin Void Realm was rather easy for him. Naturally, the outcome would not deviate from expectations. The sword light easily penetrated the body of the initial Yin Void Realm and killed him instantly. Bang! 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 Several dramatic roars sounded successively, and Chu Nan and other experts of the Nine Emperors sect were beaten back. Chu Nan was thrown heavily against the wall, smashing it to pieces. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. As for the other experts of the Yin Void from the Nine Emperors sect, one was killed by Jian Wushuang, while another warrior of the initial Yin Void Realm was killed by Yang Zishuan and Su Rou. Another 2 warriors of the profound Yin Void Realm were badly, but not fatally, injured. Among the 5 experts of the Yin Void Realm from the Nine Emperors sect, 2 were dead while 3 were heavily hurt in this sneak attack. You are so powerful. The Golden Dragon ambassadors looked at Jian Wushuang's trio. Jian Wushuang gave a small smile. He knew that although these Golden Dragon ambassadors had not killed any of the experts of the Nine Emperors sect, it did not mean they were useless. After all, the stronger the warriors was, the harder it would be to kill them. It was easy to kill ordinary experts of the initial Yin Void Realm, but it would be rather difficult to kill them after they reached the profound Yin Void Realm. Go on, Jian Wushuang groaned, and then immediately headed towards the oncoming experts of the Nine Emperors sect. This group of experts were mostly at the primordial gold core realm. Although their strength was ordinary, there was a great number of them. In order to save his father, Jin Wushuang would not show any pity to these experts, let alone show any mercy. Kill! Yang Zishuan, Su Rou, and the Golden Dragon ambassadors also rushed out. You guys? Chu Nan was struggling to stand up. On seeing the scene in front of him, his face turned grim. Haha, Sect Master Chu, I'm sorry. Once entrusted by others, we will be loyal to them. One of the Golden Dragon ambassadors of the exceptional Yin Void realm laughed and came directly to Chu Nan. Chu Nan reacted immediately. However, as he was seriously injured from the sneak attack, he was severely disadvantaged and could only resist the Golden Dragon ambassador's attacks with great effort. The other Golden Dragon ambassador and Jian Wushuang's team were attacking with ease, almost like tigers running into a flock of sheep. For a moment, blood mist was suspended in the air and stained the horizon. A fierce battle had already broken out. Several brutal and dreadful breaths had rushed towards the sky. The breaths and spiritual power released from the battle were naturally spreading to the courtyard near the mountain. What happened? Ma Qinghai's face changed suddenly. He levitated off the ground and looked in the direction of the battle. Seeing the fierce battle in front of him, he was shocked. Has a large number of experts broken into the Nine Emperors sect? He said hurriedly. Changes are occurring in our sect. Changfeng, you just stay here and don't go anywhere. Then Ma Qinghai rushed to the fierce battlefield at the fastest speed. In the courtyard, Ma Changfeng also felt a terrible spiritual power wave that was not far away, and his face changed. The Yin Void Realm. Is there a group of experts of the Yin Void Realm who have come to the Nine Emperors sect? Nine Emperors sect is the first-class sect of the Tianzong dynasty. Who in the Tianzong dynasty would dare to kill our warriors here? Ma Changfeng frowned. As a first-class sect, it had a deep foundation and had always been extremely strong. Throughout the Tianzong dynasty, there were only 7 top clans and 3 hegemons that the Nine Emperors sect were fearful of. The Nine Emperors sect had always been very humble and respectful to the top 7 clans and the 3 hegemons. As the Nine Emperors sect had never provoked them, these clans and hegemons would not look for any trouble in the Nine Emperors sect for no reason. Nine Emperors sect hasn't provoked any strong enemies during this period, so we shouldn't have been hit by other sects unless. Ma Changfeng thought of a possibility and immediately looked at the white-haired man next to him. Old man, are these experts coming here for you? Glancing at Ma Changfeng, Jin Nantian did not answer him and kept drinking. They must come for you. Ma Changfeng snorted coldly. But unfortunately, they can't save you. Not only do we have lots of experts in the Nine Emperors sect, just this courtyard. This courtyard is a huge and impenetrable prison. From the moment that you were imprisoned here, it was destined that they cannot save you. Hearing that, Jian Nanshan's gaze froze slightly, but he still said nothing. The fierce battle had reached a key moment in the Nine Emperors sect. Numerous cold corpses were lying in a disorderly manner on the ground or on the roof. These bodies belonged to the warriors of the Gold Core realm from the Nine Emperors sect. In terms of the battle formation, Jin Wushuang's team was stronger than that of the Nine Emperors sect. The Nine Emperors sect had lost 2 warriors of the initial Yin Void realm and 2 of the profound Yin Void realm. Chu Nan had also been seriously injured in the sneak attack. Jin Wushuang's side already had an advantage based on battle strength at the level of the Yin Void. As for the ordinary warriors of the Gold Core realm, even if their numbers were huge, they could only buy a little time but not turn the tides of the battle. However, at this moment, with a cold hum suddenly sounding through the void, a black-clothed elder with a lean face appeared, emanating tyrannical aura. How dare you break into the Nine Emperors sect and kill my warriors? There was rage in the black-clothed elder's eyes, and his clothes and hair were flapping around even though there was no wind. This man was the upper elder of the Nine Emperors sect who had reached the peak of the Yin Void realm and had sequestered himself to practice all the time. Upper Elder has shown up? Now that Upper Elder has shown up, This group of intruders means nothing. Kill them all. Seeing the arrival of the black-clothed elder, the experts of the Nine Emperors sect immediately beamed with excitement. But as soon as this black-clothed elder appeared, a loud laughter suddenly sounded. "Ha ha, old man Imo, haven't you died yet?" A handsome middle-aged man appeared in front of the black-clothed elder, and the same breath of the peak of the void realm was emanated, which was stronger than that of the black-clothed elder. Naturally, this man was Yirufeng, who had hidden in the dark. Yirufeng? The black-clothed elder's face changed slightly. "Our Nine Emperors sect hasn't offended the Golden Dragon Palace. Yes, you didn't offend us, but this time we are on a mission entrusted by others," Yirufeng said with a smile. "Are you going to stop me?" The black-clothed elder shouted coldly. "What do you think?" Yirufeng laughed. "Perhaps I may not be stronger than you in direct slaughter, but since I am here, don't even think about taking action. Try me." The black-clothed elder stopped talking and took action. Yirufeng reacted to his move with a smile. Two experts of the peak of the void realm fought against each other in the void right above Nine Emperors sect. With the roaring aura, terrible power crashed together. Chapter 178, 6 Purple-Masked Killers. Chapter 178, 6 Purple-Masked Killers. Yirufeng blocked the way of Upper Elder in Nine Emperors sect, leaving him no chance to help. Meanwhile, inside the sect, the situation was still one-sided. Go to hell. With towering sword essence, Jian Wushuang's triple-kill sword formed a flowing light and fiercely pierced towards an expert of the profound void realm in the Nine Emperors sect. This expert had been badly wounded during the sneak attack. Now, only 70% of his strength was left. However, when he saw Jian Wushuang's attack coming towards him, his eyes glistened coldly. "You are just of the primordial gold core realm. How dare you fight with me? Go to hell." While shouting, the expert of the profound void realm made a vast current of earth essence realm issue from the raven-black long spear he held in his hand. He then aggressively jabbed the spear towards Jian Wushuang. It seemed that even the void was pierced. The power was monstrously strong. The flowing light formed by the sword essence also violently slashed forward. Clang! The two horrible strengths collided and did battle. But it was obvious that the flowing light of sword essence had the absolute advantage, completely outclassing the other. What? The warrior of the profound void realm was stunned, and he retreated awkwardly. Be careful. The fellow you were fighting with should be Jian Wushuang, who performed excellently in this year's selection battle. He has been ranked first on the Earthly Dragon list. Chunan, who was engaged in battle with two Golden Dragon ambassadors beside him, couldn't help shouting. The Nine Emperors sect had not participated in the selection battle this time, due to the lack of disciples ranking on the Earthly Dragon list. Chunan had not recognized Jian Wushuang earlier, but he had heard about him before, and now that he had witnessed Jian Wushuang's strength, he realized who he was. Number 1 warrior on the Earthly Dragon list. The warrior of the profound void realm, who had been defeated by Jian Wushuang, looked cold with violent killing intent. The first place on the Earthly Dragon list? So what? He is just of the profound gold core realm. I don't believe that I can't kill him. With a cold snort, this warrior of the profound void realm fiercely glided towards Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang curled the corners of his lips, sneering. 3 sword essences were combined on the triple-kill sword, and the strength suddenly burst out. The second move of selfless sword technique. Solipsistic form. Boom! Jian Wushuang had just displayed his strongest unique skill. A fierce sword light raged out with overweening and monstrous momentum. The man of the profound void realm pierced through the void with his dark long spear and ruthlessly jabbed towards Jian Wushuang again. But the disparity in strength was more obvious this time. The sword light landed on the dark long spear. Horrible strength burst out, causing the spear to fly off. The sword light did not diminish, and continued its ruthless slash towards the body of the warrior of the profound void realm. This man of the profound Void Realm was killed without even having a chance to struggle. Profound Void Realm? Jian Wushuang coldly sneered. Normally, the top 20 geniuses on the earthly dragon list were on par with warriors of the initial Void Realm. The top 10 had battle strength near the profound Void Realm. An example was Ouyang Haoyan, who had battle strength matching that profound Void Realm. But Jian Wushuang had killed Ouyang Haoyan with a single slash. Although the warrior of the profound Void Realm in front of him was more powerful than Ouyang Haoyan, Jian Wushuang has still killed him with ease. What an idiot! Seeing these events unfold before him, Chu Nan could not help cursing secretly. He had already warned the warrior of the profound Void Realm to be careful, but he had not heeded his advice and had ended up dead. There were not many Void experts in Nine Emperors sect. Now, one more had perished. This made their situation worse. They were getting nearer to collapse. Above the void, the black-clothed upper elder of Nine Emperors sect saw the events that had transpired below. He frowned and shouted in a deep voice, "Mr. Ghost Tiger, please take action, or our Nine Emperors sect is over." Ghost Tiger? Jian Wushuang's face darkened. At the same time, he noticed several vigorous breaths suddenly rising from the direction of the Nine Emperors sect. Jian Wushuang, you chose to break into hell where there is no gate, when there were roads in heaven that you could have taken instead. Don't think about going back alive today. The cold laughter echoed. 6 black spots suddenly appeared on the void not far away. The 6 black spots glided quickly and soon appeared in front of everybody. The 6 figures were in black robes and were wearing purple masks. Undoubtedly, they were purple-masked killers from Blood Feather Tower. With the appearance of the 6 purple-masked killers, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, Su Rou, and several other Golden Dragon ambassadors visibly paled. 6 purple-masked killers, 5 of whom have reached the exceptional Void Realm, and there is one of the peak of the Void Realm. Jian Wushuang frowned. Jian Wushuang was aware that Blood Feather Tower valued his father and would have secretly dispatched many experts to guard him, so he was not surprised to see them. However, he had not expected that their strength was so immense. Among the 6 people, 1 was at the peak of the Void Realm, and the remaining 5 were all of the exceptional Void Realm. Such a battle formation, together with the remaining Void experts of the Nine Emperors sect, could completely outclass them on overall strength. The 6 purple-masked killers were standing on the void with violent killing intent. Among them, the leader Ghost Tiger, who was at the peak of the Void Realm, looked below coldly. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang and Golden Dragon ambassadors, none of you can get away today. Ghost Tiger said coldly, "Kill." Once he gave the order, the 6 purple-masked killers took action. At this moment, a giant hand condensing vast power suddenly slapped towards the 6 purple-masked killers. Huh? There is a hidden expert? Ghost Tiger was stunned, and then he sneered. You are just at the peak of the Void Realm. On finishing his words, he thrust out a bloody light. The giant hand was broken into pieces. Go, go! Shui Mingho suddenly appeared above the void. The giant hand had been created by him just now to hinder the 6 purple-masked killers. Jian Wushuang, the opponent's strength is greater than we thought. We should retreat right away, Shui Mingho shouted without stopping. The Golden Dragon ambassadors agreed and violently nodded. They had wanted to retreat as soon as they saw the experts from Blood Feather Tower. Yang Zishuan and Su Rou looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang would decide whether they should retreat or continue to fight. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were icy. 6 purple-masked killers, 1 at the peak of the Void Realm, 5 of the exceptional Void Realm. With my current cultivation of spiritual power at the peak of the profound Gold Core Realm, I could enhance my power to the initial Void Realm if I use Soul-Taking Secret skill. Together with Supreme Gold Core, my strength will be powerful enough to match the exceptional Void Realm. In addition, my comprehension of Sword Essence is matching or outclassing an ordinary man at the peak of the Void Realm won't be a problem. Jian Wushuang pondered over his options and made a decision. Chapter 179, The Strong Rescue. Chapter 179, The Strong Rescue. Retreating now was certainly not what Jian Wushuang wanted. Moreover, although those 6 purple-masked assassins had a powerful battle formation, they were not strong enough to make him give up without even fighting. Soul-devouring secret skill, Jian Wushuang looked cold. He had already decided to fight against these 6 purple-masked assassins via soul-taking secret skill. However, suddenly, whoosh, several figures appeared almost simultaneously in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang winced. What? The 6 purple-masked assassins also looked at them. 9 people suddenly appeared, all wearing purple robes and standing side by side in the air. At that moment, 9 violent aura radiated from them without scruple, covering the whole area in an instant. At this moment, the entire 9 Emperors sect completely quieted down. Everybody was astonished, staring at those 9 figures who suddenly appeared. Among the 9 vast auras, 8 had obviously reached the exceptional Een Void realm, and the other one was a Een Void champion. This terrifying group was even stronger than the 6 purple-masked assassins of Blood Feather Tower. Purple robe? Jian Wushuang was a little bit excited. He seemed to have seen the same purple robe before. Among the 9 figures, the leading heavily built middle-aged man looked towards Jian Wushuang with a smile on his face and said, "Master Wushuang, my name is Danjiu, and my young master ordered me to help you." Danjiu? Young master? Jian Wushuang grinned. He already knew who they were. Big brother Wang Yuan. Jian Wushuang tightly clenched his fists, with a flicker of delight on his face. When he first returned to the Dragon Palace, Wang Yuan had given him a big gift, Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun was a purple-masked assassin from Blood Feather Tower, he was quietly captured by Wang Yuan and tortured in a secret chamber for quite a long time. Wang Yuan's ability was pretty frightening. Inside the secret chamber, even the guards were experts in the Een Void realm. Jian Wushuang was very curious about Wang Yuan's real identity. He believed Wang Yuan must have a strong background. Before Jian Wushuang left to rescue his father, he asked Wang Yuan if he would help. However, Wang Yuan said he couldn't because he was too weak. But now, it seemed that even though he didn't come with them, he still dispatched his experts to help in secret. Big brother Wang Yuan, your friendship will be remembered in my heart no matter what, Jian Wushuang thought to himself. While the fierce battle was taking place at the 9 Emperors sect, a huge purple cloud condor was levitating in the air not far away, with its wings flapping. Riding on the condor was a fat man who was eating fruits. This fat man was naturally Jian Wushuang's good brother, Wang Yuan. I thought Wushuang and his comrades could definitely defeat the 9 Emperors sect with their battle formation, but I did not expect Blood Feather Tower to dispatch so many Een Void realm experts, Wang Yuan muttered while eating fruits. He had been waiting outside the 9 Emperors sect for a long time, but he had not taken any action since Jian Wushuang and his comrades possessed the advantage. He had not needed to do anything. But when the assassins of Blood Feather Tower appeared, he immediately sent his experts to support them. Young master, didn't the sect master personally command you not to fight against Blood Feather Tower? A brown-haired elder, who was levitating beside Wang Yuan said. The elder looked like he had experienced many of the vicissitudes of life. He had several freckles on his forehead, and it seemed like he had already reached his declining years. I didn't. I just had Danjiu and several other people block the assassins from Blood Feather Tower instead of killing them, so I did not violate my father's order. What's more, it's just Blood Feather Tower. Even if they are destroyed, what can they do? I don't think they would dare to revolt, Wang Yuan scornfully said. Hearing this, the brown-haired elder next to him shrugged without saying any more. Inside the 9 Emperors sect. You guys again. Ghost Tiger, the leader of the 6 purple-masked assassins, stared at Danjiu and his comrades, who suddenly appeared with a ferocious light in his eyes. These purple-robed people were by no means unfamiliar to Blood Feather Tower. Just 2 years ago, Blood Feather Tower forced Jian Wushuang to jump into the abyss, and then they suffered a furious revenge. That was definitely the most malicious revenge that Blood Feather Tower had suffered since they were established. At that time, they were indeed about to collapse. However, it was not Dragon Palace that launched this revenge. Although Dragon Palace was strong, they couldn't represent the entire Golden Dragon Palace. While Blood Feather Tower was one of the overlords in Tianzong Dynasty, along with Golden Dragon Palace. However, they did not have an obvious disparity in overall strength. So even if Dragon Palace tried their utmost to seek revenge, Blood Feather Tower could surely handle it. The key reason the revenge was so miserable was the two forces who secretly supported them. Between those two forces, the purple-robed people were most malicious, and Blood Feather Tower had no way to resist them. These purple-robed people fought fiercely and resolutely, and they had fathomless strength. They made Blood Feather Tower suffer an unprecedented loss just in 2 months. Blood Feather Tower would be completely destroyed if the purple-robed people had not stopped. Now, after 2 years had passed, facing these purple-robed people again, how could the purple-masked assassins not be terrified and fearful? After all, what they suffered 2 years ago seemed to have just had happened yesterday. "Oh, Blood Feather Tower, it has been 2 years since we last met," Danju said, smiling lightly with a calm tone. "Don't be afraid. We were only instructed to block you. We do not plan to kill you this time, so you guys had better stay where you are without trying anything. Otherwise, we will be glad to play with you guys. Of course, if we engage a fight with you, I can't guarantee that we will hold back." Hearing this, the 6 purple-masked assassins were seized by rage, and the look in their eyes almost seemed to be burning. However, they had to control their anger, and nobody dared to do anything. After all, there was an obvious disparity in strength when facing these purple-robed figures. In regards to strength, they fought with them 2 years ago, so they clearly understood the strength of these purple-robed people when compared to warriors of the same rank. If they fought head-on, the 6 purple-masked assassins were not the match of the purple-robed people. "Go! Seek help from Sir Greyrobe." Ghost Tiger glanced at one of the purple-masked assassins next to him and said. That purple-masked assassin nodded, and then he turned his hand down. A baby milk bug, the size of a finger, appeared on his hand. This bug was called symbiotic insect. It was not poisonous nor aggressive. However, it had a unique ability, which was live together, die together. Symbiotic insects were born in pairs, and the 2 bugs' lives were tied together. If one died, the other would immediately die too. Some known sects always use symbiotic insect as a unique method for seeking help. That was what this purple-masked assassin was doing. With a surge of spiritual power and a shake of his hand, the symbiotic insect was instantly cut into pieces. As soon as this symbiotic insect died, the other one in Blood Feather Tower base would immediately die as well. The experts in the base would immediately know that their people were in a bad situation, and then they would dispatch more experts to come. Chapter 180, The Meeting. Chapter 180, The Meeting. Ask for help with a symbiotic insect. Danju smiled coldly. Ignoring the purple-masked killers, he turned towards Jian Wushuang. "Master Wushang, Master Yang, and Miss Su Ro, these killers of Blood Feather Tower will surely be stopped by my people. Now you 3, come with me to find whom you want to save," Danju said with a smile. "Thank you so much," Jian Wushuang said gratefully. "You're welcome. We are just following orders," said Danju with a smile. Then, he made his way to the hinterland of the 9 Emperors sect together with Jian Wushuang and the others. Just as Jian Wushuang and the others were setting off, Ghost Tiger, leader of the 6 purple-masked killers, while being watched by the purple-robed persons on top of the void, immediately shouted, "So Jian Wushuang, you've come here to save your father? Ha, but too bad you're destined to be disappointed. Your father is indeed at the 9 Emperors sect. Unfortunately, you won't be able to save him. You can't save him. You're doomed to return with nothing. Ha." Ghost Tiger's laughter resounded through the entire 9 Emperors sect, and Jian Wushuang left with a heavy heart. But he did not give up and instead began to search the 9 Emperors sect. The superiors of the Een Void Realm from the 9 Emperors sect were heavily dealt with or killed. Even those from the Blood Feather Tower were now surrounded by the 8 purple-robed persons and were no match for Jian Wushuang. No one in the Nine Emperors sect could stop him. The Nine Emperors sect is, after all, one of the most bountiful. It would take too much time to search the courtyard lofts one by one, and maybe there are some secret chambers, Jian Wushuang thought with cold eyes. Mr. Danjiu, could I trouble you to catch one of these Nine Emperors sect officials? Said Jian Wushuang. No trouble at all, Danjiu replied with a smile as his gaze turned to the side. Well, there's one right there. The man who caught Danjiu's eyes was Ma Qinghai, who just arrived at the battlefield and was struggling against a golden dragon messenger. Whoosh! Danjiu was surrounded by a purple light and summoned in front of Ma Qinghai. What the? Even before he could react, Danjiu slapped a shocked Ma Qinghai. An overwhelming power fell over Ma Qinghai's body, and he was swatted onto the ground like a housefly. The ground had torn apart, leaving a large hole. Ma Qinghai struggled to get up from the hole, especially with a foot on his chest. With a determined look in Jian Wushuang's eyes, he coldly stared at Ma Qinghai. Tell me, where is my father? Jian Wushuang said in a low, serious tone. Your father? Replied Ma Qinghai, slightly stunned. My father is Jian Nantian, Jian Wushuang said. He is locked up in the Nine Emperors sect. You are a high-ranking official of the Yin Void Realm at Nine Emperors sect, one of the top few. You must know where he is. Tell me the truth. Then maybe I can still keep you alive, or else? As Ma Qinghai detected the seriousness in Jian Wushuang, he cleared his throat while nodding his head and said, I know where your father is, and I will take you there. I will take you there now. Lead the way. Jian Wushuang lifted his foot, allowing Ma Qinghai to stand up. Then Ma Qinghai led the way ahead. Though Ma Qinghai was powerful among those of the Yin Void and could walk on air, Jian Wushuang was not worried that Ma Qinghai would escape as Danjiu kept a close eye on him. Guided by Ma Qinghai, it didn't take long for Jian Wushuang and the others to arrive at the courtyard near the hill. There in the courtyard was Ma Chongfeng. Beside him was Jian Nantian, whose face was faint and hair was white, drinking quietly. Jian Wushuang appeared in the courtyard with his eyes sweeping the area. At once, he saw the white-haired man seated in the middle, on a stone bench and drinking. Jian Wushuang was in shock. They hadn't met each other in years. His hair was already silver. His face was fainter than before. However, Jian Wushuang could still recognize that the white-haired man was Jian Nantian, his dignified father who brought him up, the one who taught him swordsmanship and how to be a real man. Father, Jian Wushuang said, with trembling voice. Jian Nantian, the white-haired man drinking alone, looked towards Jian Wushuang. A light of recognition flashed across his eyes, but soon calmed down like a pool of stagnant water. You are here, Jian Nantian said calmly. Come here to sit. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and sat down on a stone bench in front of Jian Nantian. Taking a closer look at Jian Nantian, he was startled. Father, your breath. Jian Wushuang noticed that Jian Nantian had no spiritual power. Jian Nantian looked like any ordinary person. Only those whose Dantian had been destroyed and had their spiritual power taken away appear like this. Haha, it's nothing serious. My Dantian was just broken. Jian Nantian smiled with ease. He was very philosophical about this. Bastard. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but curse. For a warrior, it is a nightmare for the Dantian to be destroyed and have their spiritual power dissipated. His father's Dantian was somehow destroyed? Calm down. Though my Dantian was destroyed and the spiritual power lost, there are other ways of survival. Jian Nantian still smiled. He then took out a pot of wine and said, Have a drink with me. Jian Nantian handed the wine pot to Jian Wushuang. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang took a swig of the wine. Not bad. Despite not having seen you for 7 years, you're all grown up. Drinking another mouthful, Jian Nantian continued, I heard you are ranked first on the earthly dragon list now? Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded. Is your sword soul completely awakened? Jian Nantian asked. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded again. The ancestors' land, have you been there? Jian Nantian asked calmly. I spent 2 years in the sword tomb of the ancestors' land. Unfortunately, I'm not strong enough to accept the test there, Jian Wushuang answered. It's normal. Generally, those who have reached the Void realm are qualified to accept the tests in the ancestors' land. I could accept the test with just fulfillment of the Golden Pill realm because I was far stronger than the others at the same level, Jian Nantian said. Jian Wushuang understood what he meant. By the way, father, I got to see younger aunt, Jian Wushuang said. Wu Yue. Jian Nantian looked over. I saw her 3 years ago. How is she? She is dead, Jian Wushuang answered. The glistening pupils of Jian Nantian's calm eyes riffled, but in the next moment he sneered and said, Wu Yue is also gone. Shuanger, do you know you bear a bloody feud? Jian Nantian suddenly asked. I do, Jian Wushuang answered coldly. If you know, you have to remember. Looking at Jian Wushuang seriously, Jian Nantian said a few words icily. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. Chapter 181, Spirit Locking Spell. Chapter 181, Spirit Locking Spell. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. The cold words made Jian Wushuang look awe-inspiring. Master Wushuang, Danjo suddenly said in the courtyard, several assassins from Blood Feather Tower have called for help with symbiotic insects just now. It won't take long for a large number of experts from Blood Feather Tower to arrive, so we'd better leave as soon as possible. You are right. Jian Wushuang nodded and immediately looked at Jian Nantian. Father, let's go. Go. Jian Nantian shook his head slowly. You can go, but I won't. What? Jian Wushuang was astonished. Danjiu, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou were also astonished. They came to save Jian Nantian, and now they had managed it. However, Jian Nantian didn't want to leave. Father, Jian Wushuang was just about to say something, but he was interrupted by Jian Nantian. There was a bitter smile on Jian Nantian's face. It's not that I don't want to leave, but I can't. After that, Jian Nantian rose to his feet and walked towards the gate of the courtyard. He stopped at the gate and then slowly touched the space in front of him. There immediately appeared several transparent ripples in the area he touched. What's this? Jian Wushuang frowned. Spirit locking spell. Danjiu immediately exclaimed. Oh! Jian Nantian looked at Danjiu and then said with a smile, yes, it's the spirit locking spell, so I can't leave. Danjiu breathed lightly and said lowly, I never thought that the Blood Feather Tower paid so much attention to you, Mr. Jian Nantian. They not only arranged so many Void Realm experts to watch over you, but even used the spirit locking spell on you. What is this spirit locking spell? What the hell is going on? Jian Wushuang asked in succession. Master Wushuang, I'm afraid that you can't take your father away this time, Danjiu said solemnly. It seems that this courtyard is a common one, but it is surrounded with a spirit locking spell, which is used to detain those who have special positions. Spirit locking spells can be started with just a drop of blood. Once initiated, it will restrict the owner of the blood. Unless the spirit locking spell is removed, anyone trapped by it is unable to leave its scope. Bluntly, it is same as any other trap. But in other traps, once it is activated, no one can enter or leave. This trap is different in that the spirit locking spell only aims at one person. Us, those of the 9 Emperors sect, and the experts of Blood Feather Tower can enter and leave the spirit locking spell whenever we want. Only your father is trapped. Because Blood Feather Tower evoked the spirit locking spell with his blood, your father is restricted by the spell and unable to leave. So that's it. Jian Wushuang immediately got it. No wonder his father was trapped in this courtyard, instead of secret chambers or jails. This courtyard was ever harder to escape from than a jail. Mr. Danjiu, you said that the spirit locking spell can be deactivated just now. How can it be deactivated? Jian Wushuang asked. A spirit locking spell can indeed be deactivated, but it requires great strength. Normally, only supreme experts who have reached the legendary realm can deactivate a spirit locking spell, Danjiu said. What's the legendary realm? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Divine transcendence. Danju said directly. Jin Wushuang was immediately shocked. The way of martial arts, the 7 steps of the spirit path, the spiritual sea, the gold core realm, the yin-yang void realm, and divine transcendence. Among them, the yin-yang void realm was regarded as the peak level in Tianzong dynasty. However, there was a higher level above the yin-yang void realm, which was the legendary transcendental realm. That realm was divine transcendence. However, supreme experts were rare. Tianzong dynasty had undergone thousands of years of history, but there was only one who had truly reached the level of divine transcendence. He was the founding emperor of the Tianzong dynasty and the creator of the formless sword art. But the founding emperor vanished shortly after founding the Tianzong dynasty. Even now, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. Could this spirit-locking spell only be deactivated by a supreme expert at the legendary level of divine transcendence? How could this be? How could this be? Jin Wushuang's expression immediately became pale, and his figure trembled slightly, with an unwilling look in his eyes. Of course, he was quite unwilling. Since his father went missing, he had been eager to find his father's whereabouts. 7 years had passed, he finally found his father, and he immediately invited experts from everywhere to come help rescue his father. They even defeated the 9 Emperors sect. And they also stopped the assassins from Bloodfeather Tower with the help of Wang Yuan. He finally saw his father, but he did not expect that his father still couldn't leave because of the spirit-locking spell. No wonder that the Bloodfeather Tower assassins said that Master Wushuang was doomed to return without accomplishing anything. It turns out they were right. Danju sighed secretly. Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou also looked at Jin Wushuang with a sort of frown at this moment. Shuanger. Jin Nantian appeared at the side of Jin Wushuang, patting his shoulder and said, "Glad to see you today. I'm very satisfied with your progress. But if you want to rescue me, your current strength is not enough. Come to rescue me after you break through to the legendary realm." Hearing this, Jin Wushuang was in a shock. Reach that step? Seeing this, Ma Qinghai and his son Ma Changfeng couldn't help sneering, "Jin Wushuang, you attacked my 9 Emperors sect with your comrades." Indeed, the experts of the 9 Emperors sect and Bloodfeather Tower couldn't stop you. But if you want to rescue your father, it is impossible. Asshole. Jin Wushuang looked at Ma Qinghai coldly, with a rising killing intent. Now he really wanted to kill this person. However, when he was about to fight, Jin Nantian stopped him. "Let me deal with these two," Jin Nantian said calmly. "Father." Jin Wushuang was astonished. While Jin Nantian standing in front of the stone table, he picked up the wooden sword lying on the table and then slowly walked towards Ma Qinghai and Ma Changfeng. This scene astounded not only Jin Wushuang, but also Danjiu, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou. What does he want to do? Danjiu couldn't help murmuring. It seemed that Jin Nantian was going to fight. But Jin Nantian's Dantian had been destroyed. Without a Dantian, he would have no spiritual power. Now he was just an ordinary person who had no spiritual power at all. However, between Ma Qinghai and Ma Changfeng, one was at the exceptional gold core realm, which was almost strong enough to be on the earthly dragon list, and the other one was a powerful warrior in the initial Yin Void realm. At this moment, Jin Nantian just took an ordinary wooden sword and walked towards the father and son. Chapter 182, Jin Nantian. Chapter 182, Jin Nantian. Jin Nantian, what are you going to do? Ma Qinghai frowned and looked over at him. Ma Qinghai, don't you always want me to teach your son swordsmanship? Jin Nantian said in a deep voice. Ma Qinghai was stunned. Ma Changfeng, watch carefully. I'll teach you a move. While saying that, the wooden sword in Jin Nantian's hand was wielded lightly. With no spiritual power, only sword light. The sword light was beautiful, sharp, and charming. Its beauty was intoxicating. When the sword light rushed forward, everyone present, including Jin Wushuang and Danjiu, were deeply attracted by it and could not take their eyes off of it. This move, Danjio widened his eyes. Meanwhile, in the sword light, there was an unprecedented killing intent that froze the surrounding air. Chu. The sharp and beautiful sword light appeared in front of Ma Qinghai. With a terrified face, Ma Qinghai hurried to ward it off, only to astoundingly realize it was so fast he couldn't even react to it. He could only helplessly watch the sword light rushing towards him, and then relentlessly passing through his neck. After that, the sword light went on flying towards Ma Chongfeng without decreasing in power. Ma Chongfeng's eyes were round with fear, but he did not have the power to resist, either. The sword light passed through his neck as well. Chi! Chi! After 2 consecutive sounds of the sword edge passing through flesh, the entire yard became completely quiet. Silent in death. Jin Wushang, Danjio, Yang Zixuan, and Su Rou all witnessed this in astonishment, while Jin Nantian, whom they were staring at, acted as if nothing had happened. He sheathed his sword, and then casually and slowly walked towards that stone table. Plop! 2 bodies fell down upon the ground without a life aura. Even in death, Ma Qinghai and his son could not believe what was happening. Let alone them, even Jin Wushuang's party, including Danjio, who had an unusual background and great experience, felt it was totally unbelievable. What did they see? Only with one single sword move, 2 warriors, one in the initial Yin Void realm and the other in the exceptional Gold Core realm, were instantly killed. If the man who wielded the sword was an expert in the Yin Void or Gold Core realm, they would not be astonished at all. But the man who wielded the sword was Jin Nantian. His Dantian had been destroyed, and he had no spiritual power at all. In other words, Jin Nantian was just an ordinary person. But what was the result? The sword move, that incomparably marvelous move, did not use any spiritual power at all, but it killed Ma Qinghai and his son, Ma Chongfeng, using only the wielder's swordsmanship and his comprehension of sword principle. Moreover, it was a wooden sword. What did that mean? What a monster! Danjio shouted at the bottom of his heart. It was ridiculous enough that Master Wushuang reached such a level at 19 years old. It's unbelievable that his father could be even more monstrous than his son. With a destroyed Dantian, he could still kill a warrior in the initial Yin Void realm with one single sword move, with only his swordsmanship and sword principle comprehension? Oh my god! Both Yang Zixuan and Su Rou also crazily swallowed, with their minds going totally blank. Only Jin Wushuang was extremely excited, with flames burning in his eyes at that moment. This man is my father, whom I adored from childhood. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. He had been worshipping his father since long ago. In Sword Pavilion, his father was a legend. Even today, Jin Wushuang's worship towards his father had not even decreased a little, especially now. He witnessed the sword move his father wielded, that startling move. His admiration towards his father became even stronger. This was his father. Even though his Dantian had been destroyed, and his spiritual power had dissipated, he was still qualified to be a top expert in the Tianzong dynasty, just by his swordsmanship and sword principle comprehension. I have combined 3 sword essences. In other people's eyes, my achievements are defied common sense. However, compared with my father, my talent is nothing at all, Jin Wushuang said to himself. He completely understood that if his Dantian had been destroyed and he had no spiritual power, he might be able to kill a common warrior of the Gold Core realm with only his swordsmanship and sword essences. Even so, it would be a tough fight, even though he used a wonderful weapon like the triple kill sword. To kill a warrior of initial Yin Void realm with only a wooden sword was impossible for him. In sword principle, his father was far stronger than him. At this moment, Jin Nantian had sat down on that stone bench and was drinking wine again. He shot a glance at Jin Wushuang and distantly said, "Go. Enhance your strength. The current you still have a long way to go." Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and barely calmed down. Then, he immediately kneeled down and respectfully presented Jin Nantian 3 loud kowtows. After that, he stood up and solemnly said, "I'll come back to rescue you soon. Then I'll have a good drink with you, father." Jin Nantian slightly smiled and waved his hand. Go. Go. Jin Wushuang just turned around and left with absolute determination. Danjiao, Yang Zishuan, and Su Ro closely followed him. Only Jin Nantian was left, quietly sitting on the stone bench and drinking alone, but his eyes became gloomy and faint. Wuming, can you see? Our son. He has grown up. After leaving that yard where Jin Nantian was imprisoned, Jin Wushuang's face became cold. He said nothing, while none of the three people following him, Danjiao, Yang Zishuan, and Su Ro, said anything. The atmosphere was a little dreary. They quickly appeared again at the battlefield of Nine Emperors Sect. But the fierce fighting in Nine Emperors Sect had already finished. Among the 8 Envoyed experts from the Nine Emperors Sect, 5 were already dead, and 3 were seriously injured. Only that upper elder still had a little power remaining. The other 2 were crippled. As for the 6 purple-masked assassins, they were surrounded by the purple-robed people and were unable to do anything. When Jin Wushuang returned to the battlefield, Ghost Tiger, the leader of the purple-masked assassins, immediately laughed. I said you were doomed to be unable to rescue your father this time. What about now? Jin Wushuang stared at Ghost Tiger with an icy face. Who destroyed my father's Dantian? Dantian? Ghost Tiger coldly laughed and said, Haha, of course I destroyed it myself. There was no other way. When I caught your father, he had broken through to the Envoyed realm. What's more important, his comprehension of sword essence was too high. His strength was far stronger than yours today. If I didn't destroy his Dantian, I was afraid that even I could not easily get close to him, so I had to do it. You are called Ghost Tiger, right? Jin Wushuang gazed at Ghost Tiger. Yes, Ghost Tiger nodded. I will kill you the next time we meet. Several cold words came out of Jin Wushuang's mouth. A cold light flashed in Ghost Tiger's eyes, but he only coldly smiled. Let's go. Jin Wushuang waved his hand, and the surrounding Golden Dragon ambassadors nodded. Then they all rushed out of the Nine Emperors Sect. Chapter 183, 2 months. Chapter 183, 2 months. In the air outside of the Nine Emperors Sect. Young Master. A purple-robed figure suddenly appeared beside Wang Yuan and respectfully said, Greyrobe from Blood Feather Tower is coming in person, and he will arrive here in several minutes. So fast? With a frown, Wang Yuan casually threw away the fruit he had been eating and ordered, Dan Wu, go stop them. I'll go after my third brother. Yes, the brown-haired elder beside Wang Yuan answered, and then his figure instantly disappeared from the air. Little Condor, let's go. Wang Yuan patted the purple cloud condor under him. The purple cloud condor flapped its wings and flew towards the Nine Emperors Sect. Jin Wushuang and his comrades had just come out of the Nine Emperors Sect. Third brother. Riding on the purple cloud condor, Wang Yuan turned up in front of Jin Wushuang. Eldest brother, Jin Wushuang said with a forced smile. Where is your father? He isn't in the Nine Emperors Sect? Wang Yuan was puzzled. Young Master, Danjiao said, Master Wushuang's father is in the Nine Emperors Sect, but he is trapped in a spirit-locking spell, so... Spirit-locking spell? Wang Yuan widened his eyes. With his background, of course he knew about the spirit-locking spell. He realized right away why Jin Wushuang had not successfully rescued his father. The experts from the Blood Feather Tower are coming. Let's leave first, Jin Wushuang said. We must leave right now, Wang Yuan seriously said and nodded. Then, they left the scope of Nine Right Mountain very quickly. Soon after they left, Greyrobe arrived with as many as 10 purple-masked assassins. Naturally, they found nobody. When Greyrobe saw Jin Nantian was still imprisoned in that yard, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Nantian is extremely important to our Blood Feather Tower. Tower Master specially paid a high price to get a spirit-locking spell at that time to imprison him. Now it looks like Tower Master is really far-sighted, Greyrobe conceitedly replied and laughed. Soon after leaving Nine Ring Mountain, Jin Wushuang and others stopped in the air. Jian Wushuang thanked the 7 golden dragon ambassadors. Thank you for your help this time. Although I was unable to save my father in the end, I will still remember this debt of gratitude. Brother Wushuang, we weren't actually of any help this time, said Yu Rufeng, while spreading out his hands. Yes, we fought against the experts of 9 Emperors sect, but we failed to rescue your father in the end, Shui Mingho also said. They exchanged courteous words. After all, these golden dragon ambassadors also felt regret. Although they had put forth their strength, they did not really rescue Jian Wushuang's father. Hence, they could not receive Jian Wushuang's full gratitude. At most, they would get a small debt of gratitude. Since the matter has passed, we'll leave now. The 7 golden dragon ambassadors quickly left, one by one. Having said goodbye to the golden dragon ambassadors, the 4 siblings, Jian Wushuang, Wang Yuan, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou, went back to the Dragon Palace. Soon after they arrived, Palace Master White came to talk with Jian Wushuang. I have heard the story. I never thought Blood Feather Tower attached such great importance to your father. They not only secretly arranged 6 powerful purple-masked assassins to guard your father, but also used the spirit-locking spell to imprison him, said Palace Master White. I did not expect that either. Jian Wushuang frowned. It's troublesome. Palace Master White slightly narrowed her eyes and continued saying, only a legendary expert that has reached divine transcendence could break the spirit-locking spell. In the entire Tianzong dynasty, only one man has actually reached that level. Jian Wushuang's expression darkened. He also knew that, so he felt worried at the bottom of his heart. I'm cultivating the heavenly creation skill, and it's possible to reach that level one day. However, it's just a chance, and it might take a very long time, Jian Wushuang thought solemnly. Actually, Jian Wushuang, if you want to rescue your father now, there might be a way, Palace Master White suddenly said. Oh. Jian Wushuang looked over at Palace Master White. Don't forget that the easternmost hunt will begin in 2 months. All 12 northwestern dynasties will participate in the hunt, and many experts from those old sects will be there, said Palace Master White. Perform well in the easternmost hunt, and attract the attention of the old sects. There should be someone who has reached divine transcendence in the old sections. As long as you become a disciple of an old sect, you'll have a chance to approach those transcendental beings. If you are lucky to become a personal disciple of a transcendental being, it will be easy to ask your master to help save your father, won't it? On hearing this, Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. That's true. There must be some experts who have reached divine transcendence in those old sections. As long as I perform excellently in the easternmost hunt, I'll get the chance to enter those old sects and even become a disciple of one of those supreme experts. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sparkling with a dazzling light. Previously, he was looking forward to this easternmost hunt, but he did not yearn for it so strongly. But now, things had changed. During the easternmost hunt in 2 months, he would do his best to perform well. It's good that you've come around to the idea. There are still 2 months before the easternmost hunt. Prepare well in these 2 months. Anyway, the easternmost hunt is not the same as the selection battle, Palace Master White warned. Although you have incomparable talent, it is only in Tianzong dynasty. In the easternmost hunt, there are other exceptional geniuses from as many as 11 other dynasties. At that time you will meet them. I understand. Jian Wushuang tightly clenched his fists and heavily nodded. Palace Master White departed shortly after that, leaving Jian Wushuang standing there with unprecedented determination in his eyes. 2 months. I still have 2 months. In these 2 months, I have to improve my strength as much as possible. Having decided, Jian Wushuang immediately fell into earnest cultivation. However, it was not practical for the current Jian Wushuang to greatly improve his strength in such a short period. He knew that himself. After all, his strength was already very terrifying, and there were only 2 ways to enhance it further. Either a breakthrough to the exceptional gold core realm, or in sword essence comprehension, combining the sword essence of earth with the other 3 sword essences, combining all 4 sword essences together. Then, his strength would achieve a whole new level. In both spiritual power and sword essence comprehension, he had found himself stuck at a bottleneck. It would not be easy for him to make a breakthrough. Having a breakthrough depended on opportunity and timing, so it was impossible to guess when it would happen. When the timing was right, he would naturally make a breakthrough. Since his cultivation of spiritual power and the comprehension of sword essence were both hard to enhance, Jin Wushuang spent all his energy on his swordsmanship. Chapter 184, The Hunt Begins. Chapter 184, The Hunt Begins. As for his swordsmanship, all Jin Wushuang could do now was to improve his understanding of the formless sword art and selfless sword technique. The ninth move of the formless sword art had high requirements for sword essence comprehension. Jin Wushuang was at the threshold of understanding it based on his comprehension in fiery wind sword essence. What he needed to do now was mediate on the ninth move. The selfless sword technique originated from the ancestors' land, so it was high-level sword skill. Although he only had the first half volume, with only 6 of the sword moves, the power was still extraordinarily powerful. He had fully mastered the first move, idealistic form, and the second move, solipsistic form. As for the third move, sky isolating form, more studying was needed. In the following 2 months, he spent all his time meditating these sword arts. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Over 10 griffins flew through the air at an amazing speed, quickly halting and then hovering above a vast plain. "Is this the easternmost plain?" Jin Wushuang asked as he raised his head and looked at the endless plain in front of him. The easternmost plain was a vast area located at the center of the 12 northwestern dynasties. It bordered the 12 dynasties. The easternmost hunt was held here every decade. Beside Jin Wushuang were the other 14 warriors who were attending the easternmost hunt. These geniuses looked at the easternmost plain with expectations. "Bailey Chun, I heard that you made a breakthrough. Congratulations." A beautiful and mischievous girl spoke while looking at Bailey Chun. She was Mu Yingying, who was ranked 3rd on the earthly dragon list. "Haha, a stroke of luck," Bailey Chun said while smiling modestly. During the last 2 months, all the geniuses who were qualified to attend the hunt had been trying their best to enhance their strength. Among them, Bailey Chen improved the most because he had a breakthrough in spiritual power in the last 2 months. In the end, he chose to suppress his realm, but his strength had reached half-step Yin-Yang realm, the same as Ouyang Haoyan. However, Bailey Chen's essence comprehension was much greater than Ouyang Haoyan's. Now that he had reached half-step Yin-Yang as well, Bailey Chen was much stronger than Ouyang Haoyan. Your real strength must be close to Jin Wushuang's now that have reached half-step Yin-Yang, right? Mu Yingying said smilingly. "You are flattering me." Bailey Chen shook his head and said, "I know my strength clearly. Though I'm much stronger than before, I am still much weaker than a monster like Jin Wushuang." Bailey Chen knew himself well enough. He couldn't forget the amazing battle between Jin Wushuang and Shui Yun 2 months ago. Even though he made a breakthrough, he knew that he still couldn't win against Jin Wushuang or Shui Yun. Moreover, even though his breakthrough greatly enhanced his strength during the last 2 months, Jin Wushuang should have improved as well. The 15 geniuses who were attending the easternmost hunt were chatting. Suddenly, a golden figure landed in front of them. It was the golden armored general who hosted the selection battle. "Greetings, sir," Jin Wushuang and other 14 geniuses shouted together. With a cold look on his face and a frightening aura radiating from his body, the golden armored general said, "In 1 more hour, the easternmost hunt will begin. I am here to tell you the rules before then. The easternmost hunt has 2 phases. The stage 1 is the hunt, and stage 2 is the point battle in Sky Valley. First, I will tell you about stage 1, the hunt." Jin Wushuang and other 14 geniuses listened carefully. The golden armored general continued, "Since it's a hunting competition, it means that you are hunters. But your target is human warriors instead of spirit beasts. The vast plain in front of you is located on the border of the 12 dynasties. Because the easternmost plain connects the 12 dynasties, so a lot of merchants pass through here. Many traders from the 12 dynasties have to pass through the easternmost plain. It attracts criminals who set up bandit gangs and rob the caravans that come through. The easternmost plain is full of bandits, including many criminals who fled here because they were wanted by the 12 dynasties. This time, those fugitives are your targets. Fugitives? Jin Wushuang and the others changed their expressions a little. In this world where the stronger dominate, it's normal for warriors to fight with each other. Therefore, it's also common for warriors to kill each other during fierce battles. Jin Wushuang, as young as he was, had already killed many warriors. But the battles that occurred among warriors didn't cause them to be wanted by the dynasties. Only crazy and cruel people who committed a flagrant crime would be wanted, such as killing lots of civilians. Anyway, anyone who was wanted by the dynasties was thoroughly covered in sin. The easternmost plain is vast, and the number of fugitives who flee here from 12 dynasties to become bandits is quite large. But they all have one thing in common. They all wear armlets with kill written on them, the golden armored general said. Armlets with kill on them? Jin Wushuang was stunned. The kill armlet exposes their identities, the golden armored general said, so they don't dare to wear the armlets in the 12 dynasties, but they do in the easternmost plain. There are a lot of bandits in the easternmost plain. They are the worst of the worst fugitives who cause chaos. What's more, they are proud of being fugitives. Therefore, many of them possess high status in bandit gangs. That's it. Jin Wushuang immediately understood. They were proud of being fugitives. That's why they wore the kill armlets at all times. The hunt will last for 5 days. You have to try your best to kill the fugitives and grab their armlets in these 5 days. In 5 days, the quantity of armlets and their levels will decide whether you are qualified to proceed to Stage 2, the point battle, the golden armored general said. Sir, how many armlets do we need to continue on to the second stage? Jin Wushuang asked. Chapter 185, The Rampant Bandit. Chapter 185, The Rampant Bandit. There are 4 kinds of kill armlets, arranged according to the fugitive's strength and the crimes they have committed. Black iron, silver, purple gold, and blood jade, the golden armored general explained. Different armlets represent different points. For example, a silver armlet is worth several black iron armlets. As for how many points are needed, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you that. You can't tell us? Jin Wushuang and others were stunned. Yes, the golden armored general said. The 12 dynasties do not want you to know the required amount. They wanted you to know nothing. That way you will try your best to get as many armlets as possible. Got it. Jin Wushuang nodded slightly with a serious expression. Besides that, there is one more thing you need to know. The golden armored general continued. The hunt is a personal fight, which means you have to act alone and are forbidden from joining together. Also, the armlets you get cannot be given to others. From the very beginning of the easternmost hunt, the whole easternmost plain will be under strict surveillance by experts from the 12 dynasties. If anyone tries to give their armlets to someone else, both people will be eliminated. That's all. Am I understood? If you have any questions, ask me now. The golden armored general looked at them. Jin Wushuang and other 14 geniuses looked serious. In the hunting phase, they had to act alone and their armlets couldn't be given to others. Sir, will we come across other top geniuses of the 12 dynasties in these 5 days? Jin Wushuang asked. You shouldn't. The golden armored general shook his head and said, the easternmost plain is vast and the warriors from the 12 dynasties set off from their own dynasties. It's hard to come across them since they all came here from different directions. Surely, we can't exclude the possibility that some geniuses might purposely come looking for you. And what about the Sky Valley Point battle in Stage 2? Mu Yingying asked. Sky Valley Point battle? You will find out after you pass the first stage. It's pointless to tell you now. The golden armored general waved his hand, making it clear that he wasn't going to explain. All of them felt great pressure. 1 hour passed quickly. Time is up. The golden armored general looked up into the air and then looked at Jin Wushuang and the others before saying, the easternmost hunt starts now. Keep in mind, you are the top geniuses of Tianzong dynasty. Put on a good show for yourselves as well as for Tianzong dynasty. Go! The 15 griffins immediately flew out like 15 streams of flowing light, rushing towards the endless plain. Second brother, fourth sister, take care. Guys, good luck, Jian Wushuang said. Good luck, said the other geniuses. Then they separated and started their own hunting trip. In the vast plain, Jian Wushuang hopped off from the griffin and landed on the ground. He raised his head and looked off into the distance. This is like the middle of nowhere in the easternmost plain. The bandits should all gather somewhere here. Jian Wushuang slightly smiled. When will I meet you? Unlike the caravans, who prayed not to meet bandits when they passed through the easternmost plain, Jian Wushuang was hoping to meet them. He walked alone in the plain with his long sword on his back. At the same time, several figures gathered together and talked in a grassy area not far away. Wow, the second leader's wife is so beautiful, with her sparkling eyes and slim waist. I have been in the mountain stronghold for such a long time, but I have only seen her twice, and each time I could not help but drool. A fat, middle-aged, bare-armed man was chatting with several bandits. Hearing what he said, the bandits around him could not help but swallow. And of course, beautiful as she is, she cannot be compared to White Lady, the fat middle-aged man said. White Lady? The greatest beauty recognized in the easternmost plain. White Lady? I heard the White Lady was strong and that she was also the leader of a bandit gang. Other bandits sitting nearby were talking about the same thing. Right, that is her. I met her once and I fell in love with her at first sight. I swear I will not marry anyone but her, the fat middle-aged man said. Really? You sure you are not exaggerating? Is she such a beauty? Haha, I also met her once. She really is a beauty, and I also want to marry her. Go away. She is mine. The fat middle-aged man was displeased. At this time, Brother Tang, a bandit, rushed forward and told the fat middle-aged man, someone is coming. Oh! The fat middle-aged man changed his expression slightly, then immediately stood up and asked, how many people? Is it a caravan? No, it is only one person in the profound gold core realm, the bandit answered. A single warrior in the profound gold core realm? The fat middle-aged man apparently lost interest, but he still said, a small sparrow still has feathers that can be plucked. Hurry up, surround him, and make sure he can't escape. The bandits moved quickly and soon caught sight of Jian Wushuang walking alone in a casual manner. It's really only one person. The fat middle-aged man's face showed an interesting smile. A warrior in the gold core realm dares to come to the easternmost plain alone. You truly are reckless and blind. Guys, go. Let's teach him a lesson. The bandits who followed the middle-aged man were excited. You stop! A shout was heard. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked toward him. When he saw the fat middle-aged man moving in his direction, he smiled to himself. The first group of bandits has come. But they are too weak, and none of them are fugitives. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. He had noticed that no one, among the almost 10 bandits, wore an armlet. Without armlets, it was pointless for Jian Wushuang to kill them. Maybe I could get an armlet for killing them, but I might gain some useful information if I let them talk. Thinking that, Jian Wushuang walked directly towards the fat middle-aged man and the others. Chapter 186. Could he be cooler? Chapter 186. Could he be cooler? Hey kid. The fat middle-aged man shouted to Jian Wushuang, where are you from? Jian Wushuang stood in front of the fat middle-aged man indifferently, saying nothing. Don't want to speak? It seems like you don't belong anywhere. The fat middle-aged man smiled coldly and said, hey, listen up. I will give you 2 choices. One is to let me kill you and take your interspatial ring, and you try to perform better in your next life. The other is to go back with me and meet our first leader. First leader may be willing to keep you there to serve him tea since your appearance is not bad. Even if he doesn't like you, you could stay in the Purple Fire Gang and offer us massages. That would also be great. Ha ha, hearing that, The bandits behind the fat middle-aged man all began to laugh. "Kid, these are your only two choices, so pick one," the fat middle-aged man said coldly. "Serve tea? Offer massages?" Jian Wushuang touched his nose without saying anything, but the long sword behind him was already out. Chu. When Jian Wushuang moved, sword lights rushed directly towards the bandits. The bandits were immediately annoyed. "You are courting death. He dares to attack us alone. He's so uppity. Let's kill him." Kill. These bandits had killed many people, making them cruel and fierce. Now that they started to attack, they wouldn't show any mercy. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. When his figure was about to clash with the bandits, his swordsmanship burst out directly. A cold sword shadow could be seen lighting up suddenly, then the light instantly overshadowed all the other lights in the area. This sword move. The moment Jian Wushuang's long sword slashed out, the bandits' faces turned pale, and then, "Chi!" The cold sword light swept through the bandits, and the sword edge slit their throats. With just a single exchange, all of the bandits except the leading fat middle-aged man had died and were laying in a pool of blood. Next, the sword edge of the triple-kill sword appeared on the fat middle-aged man's shoulder. "You, fat man, did you mention earlier that you wanted to teach me the ways of the world?" Jian Wushuang looked at the fat middle-aged man coldly, and at the same time, he clapped his long sword. Plop! The fat middle-aged man knelt down without hesitation and begged, "Sir, I failed to recognize how powerful you are, and I deserve to die. But I need to support the children and elderly in my family. May I beg for your mercy?" Hearing that, Jian Wushuang went into a daze. He had seen many people who were afraid of death, but he never saw anyone like this fat man. "Sir!" The fat man was still crying with his nose running. "Shut up!" Jian Wushuang shouted angrily. The fat middle-aged man was frightened and dared not speak anymore, but he kept looking at Jian Wushuang pitifully. "I will ask you something, and you need to answer truthfully," Jian Wushuang said coldly. "Of course I will. No matter what you ask, I won't hide anything. I swear. I only want to beg for your mercy," the fat middle-aged man said. "You mentioned the first leader in the Purple Fire Gang just now, so you are a member of the Purple Fire Gang. What is its overall strength?" asked Jian Wushuang. "Our overall strength?" The middle-aged man was puzzled at first, but he immediately answered the question. "Sir, there are several hundred people in the Purple Fire Gang, and many of them are in the Gold Core realm. We have two leaders, and both of them are in the Initialine Void realm. In the whole easternmost plane, the Purple Fire Gang is a famous gang." "Gang?" Jian Wushuang could not help laughing as he asked, "Aren't you just bandits?" Hearing that, the fat middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. "Are there any fugitives that are wanted by the surrounding 12 dynasties in the Purple Fire Gang?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Fugitives? Yes." The fat middle-aged man nodded. The second leader of the Purple Fire Gang is a silver-level fugitive. Other than him, we have 4 more who are at the level of Black Iron. It is easy to tell them apart since they are always wearing an armlet. "One at the silver level and one at the Black Iron?" Jian Wushuang smiled and said, "Take me to the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang." "Now, with you alone?" The fat middle-aged man stared at Jian Wushuang stunningly. "Shut up, just lead the way," Jian Wushuang said with a serious look. Naturally, the fat middle-aged man dared not say more and immediately led the way for Jian Wushuang. Actually, the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang was located on a hill in the easternmost plain, composed of simple houses and tents. At that moment, the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang was very boisterous. Many bandits were busy enjoying meat and alcohol. Abruptly, a fat figure was thrown like a cannonball, landing on the floor and shaking the whole area. Obviously, the fat figure was the fat middle-aged man who had been caught by Jian Wushuang. "Fat Tang, what the hell are you doing?" Many bandits of the Purple Fire Gang looked towards the fat middle-aged man. The fat middle-aged man struggled to stand up. Without saying anything, he looked over his shoulder. Jian Wushuang, who only carried his long sword, folded his arms and slowly walked forward. The bandits immediately looked at Jian Wushuang, including the two people at the forefront, who were the two leaders of the Purple Fire Gang. One of them was a cold man with braids, wearing an armlet with the word "kill" written on it. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up when he saw the armlet. "Are you the second leader of the Purple Fire Gang? I want the armlet on your arm." As his voice faded, the triple kill sword behind Jian Wushuang was already out. A horrifying sword essence instantly began radiating from him. Without speaking any nonsense, Jian Wushuang immediately attacked the cold man with braids. The Purple Fire Gang instantly fell into turmoil. "A little fellow who's only in the profound gold core realm wants to kill me?" The cold man with braids said while smiling disdainfully. "I don't know where this reckless and stupid guy come from, but send him away immediately," a purple-haired old man said while frowning. The purple-haired old man was the first leader of the Purple Fire Gang. The two sat in front of the table and drank, paying no attention to Jian Wushuang. However, many bandits around them were preparing to fight against Jian Wushuang. The fat middle-aged man who led the way for Jian Wushuang was stunned at this scene. This guy, a brat who just reached the profound gold core realm, actually dared to come to the stronghold of the Purple Fire Gang alone. What's more, he immediately attacked without even speaking any nonsense. Did he intend to kill our second leader? Dared he to be cooler? The fat middle-aged man shouted in his heart, but a hint of astonishment instantly appeared in his eyes. Chapter 187, Tang Wuji. Chapter 187, Tang Wuji. What? Sitting by a long, narrow table, the lukewarm man with a whip did not take Jian Wushuang seriously at first, but he immediately noticed the cold radiance of the sword that appeared in front of him. "Bro, watch out!" the purple-haired elder next to him shouted aloud, looking completely shocked as well. Jian Wushuang had taken action just now while surrounded by a crowd of bandits that were trying to kill him. However, how could he appear in front of them so suddenly? Although still in amazement, the lukewarm man with a whip noticed more than 10 bandit corpses out of the corner of his eye. Did this profound gold core realm warrior really kill all those bandits in an instant? Bang! After a cold hum, the long, narrow table in front of the man was instantly ground into dust. At this point, he immediately stood up and thrust his palm directly towards Jian Wushuang. His palm was surrounded by a brown halo, which was the substantiation of the earth essence that he had comprehended. A fierce slap rushed forward, full of spiritual power from an initial void realm warrior. Normally, this slap could have easily killed someone at the peak gold core realm, let alone the profound gold core realm. However, when the cold radiance of the sword reached him, shwa, the sword directly pierced the man's palm without any resistance, slicing his palm in half before it went through the lukewarm man's neck, while maintaining a constant radiance. The lukewarm man glared, with eyes that were full of amazement, but his figure was slowly falling backward. Damn it, Wushuang! As soon as the purple-haired elder, the head of the Purple Fire Gang, saw this, a stunningly large axe appeared in his hand, and a giant axe shadow cleaved towards Jian Wushuang in an overwhelming way. Go away! Even without looking at the purple-haired elder, Jian Wushuang waved his sword, which made the elder feel a strong power, causing his breath and blood to be in disorder. Feeling embarrassed, he finally retreated. After retreating, he hurried to jump up into the air. Then he looked at Jian Wushuang again from a relatively high position. His eyes were full of panic, and he did not dare to stand on the ground anymore. Void walk? Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. A void realm warrior could not be killed as long as he used void walk. But the purple-haired elder was originally not his target. From the beginning, he wanted to kill that lukewarm man, and he had. Silver armlet. Jian Wushuang only waved his hand, taking away the man's armlet and interspatial ring. Then he started to look around. There are still 4 more. Wearing a sardonic grin, Jian Wushuang went directly towards them. Chi, 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 chi. This slight sound was heard 4 times in succession. Those 4 bandits with black iron armlets were killed by Jian Wushuang, leaving behind their armlets for him. From the very beginning to the end, the first leader of the Purple Fire Gang was standing in the air, not daring to get involved. A large number of bandits surrounded Jian Wushuang, watching him in total horror but not daring to take action. However, Jian Wushuang did not care about these bandits at all, including the purple-haired elder of the Yin Void realm, whom he did not even take seriously. When he got all the armlets, he sheathed the triple-kill sword. Then Jian Wushuang turned around with all the bandits staring at him. When he passed the fat middle-aged man, he suddenly halted. Looking at that man, he said with a smile, "Fat man, why don't you run away? Aren't you afraid that I will eat you alive?" After finishing his words, Jian Wushuang left. The middle-aged man glared and then spontaneously looked up at the purple-haired elder, only to find that his eyes were full of endless killing intent. The bandits around him were also staring at him. The fat middle-aged man's throat began swelling. Then he scratched and scrambled towards Jian Wushuang without hesitation. Sir. This fat middle-aged man yelled in anxiety, but he quickly changed how he addressed him. "No, boss. Please wait." Jian Wushuang and this man quickly left the residence of the Purple Fire Gang. In the boundless plain, Jian Wushuang was moving slowly, with a fat man following him. "Fatty, what is your name?" asked by Jian Wushuang. "Tang Wuji," the man answered. "Where are you from?" "From Tianzong Dynasty," Tang Wuji gave an honest reply. "Tianzong Dynasty?" Jian Wushuang's expression changed slightly, but there was a more apparent grin on his face. "I come from Tianzong Dynasty as well. Since you have reached the exceptional gold core realm, you are supposed to be an expert in the Tianzong Dynasty. So, how did you become a bandit in Easternmost Plain?" Jian Wushuang asked. "I had no choice," Tang Wuji helplessly said. "A group of my enemies was trying to kill me, so I had to leave. I had planned to travel to another dynasty, only to run into the bandits of the Purple Fire Gang when I arrived in Easternmost Plain. Fortunately, I have a silver tongue and tried my best to please them so that I could keep my life. Since then, I have been staying with the Purple Fire Gang." "Is that true?" Jian Wushuang frowned and said, "You mentioned that you were faced with a group of enemies. I wonder who they were or which group they belonged to." "It was the 9 Emperors sect," Tang Wuji said. When he mentioned it, his voice instantly became cold and there was a sharp light shining in his eyes, which made him look totally different from his previous image when he was mortally afraid of dying. "The 9 Emperors sect?" Jian Wushuang became more astonished. What a coincidence. When he came to hunt in the easternmost plain, the first person he met was this fatty. Not only were both of them from Tianzong Dynasty, but more importantly, they had the same enemy. After all, the 9 Emperors sect was complicit with the Blood Feather Tower, which made them enemies with Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang quickly came to a conclusion. Tang Wuji belonged to the Pavilion of Raindrops, from Tianan Province. The Pavilion of Raindrops was known for its ability to collect news from every corner of the city, which made it reputable in Tianan Province. As for Tang Wuji, he must be the young master from the Pavilion of Raindrops. 3 years ago, the Pavilion of Raindrops and the 9 Emperors sect fought each other because of some benefits, leading to their destruction by the 9 Emperors sect. Then, the young master was chased by the 9 Emperors sect, forcing him to become a bandit in the easternmost plain. Tang Wuji, since you have stayed in the easternmost plain for almost 3 years, you must be very familiar with these bandit groups, right? Asked by Jian Wushuang. Of course, Tang Wuji nodded with certainty and said, "I, as the young master of the Pavilion of Raindrops, which was best at intelligence, received strict training. Although my power isn't the best, when it comes intelligence there is no bandit in the whole easternmost plain that is better than me." "Good," said Jian Wushuang with a grin, "so you can just stay with me for the following days." Chapter 188, Provocation. Chapter 188, Provocation. In the coming days, Jian Wushuang continued to hunt in the easternmost plain while Tang Wuji sincerely followed him and provided him with information about the other bandits. It should be mentioned that Tang Wuji was a worthy member of the Pavilion of Raindrops, who was very good at collecting information. What he provided was amazingly precise. Jian Wushuang dealt with the gangs of bandits one by one according to Tang Wuji's information. He directly broke into the dens of those bandits, killed the fugitives who had armlets in a simple and brutal way, and then left. Among the many bandits in the easternmost plain, only a few of them were able to threaten Jian Wushuang. With his strength and precise information, he didn't need to be so cautious. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. At night, the stars were glowing, shining on the boundless plain. Jian Wushuang casually sat cross-legged with a slightly serious expression. "Tomorrow is the last day of the hunt, but I don't know if I have enough armlets," Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. The toughest part was the unclear specification of the hunting in Stage 1. No matter how many armlets you had, you would attempt to kill more fugitives and get more armlets so that you could feel relieved. Tang Wuji. Jian Wushuang looked over at the man who was snoring in his sleep. Tang Wuji instantly woke up with a start and asked, "Boss, is there anything I can do for you? Today, you mentioned that there is a gang of bandits which are led by a blood-jade fugitive. Is that right?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Exactly." Tang Wuji nodded and said, "I heard this from the first leader of the Purple Fire Gang. That man is named Gu Changsheng, a high-profile person who always invites famous bandits to his feasts. The first leader of the Purple Fire Gang had ever been to the feast and knew Gu Changsheng was a blood-jade fugitive." Jian Wushuang slightly narrowed his eyes and said, "Generally speaking, blood-jade fugitives reach the profound Yin Void Realm, with only a few of them reaching the exceptional Yin Void Realm. But what level is Gu Changsheng at?" "The peak of the profound Yin Void Realm," Tang Wuji answered. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly lit up as he said, "All right. Tomorrow, Gu Changsheng is our target." "Okay." Tang Wuji immediately nodded with excitement. An ordinary person would definitely think Jian Wushuang had gone mad when he, a warrior at the profound Gold Core Realm, vainly attempted to deal with a warrior at the peak profound Yin Void Realm. But Tang Wuji didn't. After all, while following Jian Wushuang these last 4 days, he had witnessed Jian Wushuang kill many strong bandits one by one, even though he was only in the profound Gold Core Realm. The bandits in the initial Yin Void Realm were almost killed by Jian Wushuang with a single move. Even counting warriors in the profound Yin Void Realm, Jian Wushuang had killed 3 in these last 4 days. Moreover, he directly broke into their dens and killed them under the siege of a large number of bandits. Since he was able to kill warriors of the profound Yin Void Realm, even while surrounded, he was also able to kill those warriors in the peak profound Yin Void Realm. The next morning, there were a lot of bandits gathering around the villages in the easternmost plain. Good liquor and gourmet food were placed on the long, narrow tables. Several beautiful women who were caught were dancing in the center of the room. "Come on, white lady, a toast to you since it is so hard to meet you," said a strapping and intelligently dressed elder, with a smile, who held a bowl of liquor. "First Leader Gu, I should toast to you," said the absolutely beautiful lady in white, as she slightly smiled and picked up the bowl. Many bandits had been charmed by her every movement. However, suddenly, bang! The door of the village was kicked open and a middle-aged man with a round belly entered. That was Tang Wuji. As soon as he entered the village, he directly yelled in a swaggeringly way, "Where is Gu Changsheng? My boss asks me to leave you a message." Many bandits in the village immediately looked towards Tang Wuji, including Gu Changsheng and White Lady. "What?" While looking at Gu Changsheng, Tang Wuji instantly grinned and said, "Gu Changsheng, my boss is interested in your head and would like to compete with you in the 10-mile plain. He is already waiting there. If you are afraid of death, you can stay here." After finishing his words, Tang Wuji paid no attention to their responses as he immediately turned around and left. The atmosphere of the village instantly became depressing. Humph! Gu Changsheng looked gloomy. Spiritual power burst from his palm that was holding the bowl, immediately causing the bowl to crack. "I'm going to see who the hell he is." Then, Gu Changsheng immediately void-walked and violently rushed in the direction which Tang Wuji left. White Lady and many other bandits immediately followed him. In a vacant field, not far away from the village, sat Jian Wuxiang, who carried the long sword. Shortly afterward, Tang Wuji came trotting and yelling, "Boss, he is coming. Gu Changsheng is coming." Jian Wuxiang opened his eyes. When a giant figure rushed toward him from the front air, he spontaneously showed a cold smile. Jian Wuxiang stood up while Tang Wuji dodged behind him. Whoosh! It was Gu Changsheng, the giant figure, suddenly descended with many bandits following. "Fat guy, where is your boss?" Gu Changsheng coldly looked at Tang Wuji. "My boss is right here." Tang Wuji pointed to Jian Wuxiang. Gu Changsheng then looked over at Jian Wuxiang. After observing that the aura from Jian Wuxiang was of the profound gold core realm, his bleak eyes suddenly lit up. "How dare you fool me?" Gu Changsheng, Jian Wuxiang started to speak. In an icy voice, "He did not fool you. It is I that wanted to compete with you, and I'm really interested in taking your head." The triple kill sword had been drawn from behind Jian Wuxiang, and an overwhelming sword essence was slowly being released. Having seen this, the gang of bandits following Gu Changsheng wore an awkward look. Tang Wuji was at least a warrior in the exceptional gold core realm. However, Jian Wuxiang was only in the profound gold core realm. Was a warrior of the profound gold core realm interested in the head of an expert who reached the peak profound void realm? Had he gone crazy? However, Jian Wuxiang didn't care about it at all. With a flash of icy cold sword light, he had taken action. "Go to hell." Gu Changsheng kept still with a bleak face, but his spiritual power had transformed into a sharp blade, violently rushing toward Jian Wuxiang. Chapter 189, Sky Valley. Chapter 189, Sky Valley. The flashing cold sword light crashed against the virtual blade flash that was formed using spiritual power. The cold sword light instantly crushed the blade light as easy as stepping on dead grass. "What?" A surprised gleam appeared in Gu Changsheng's eyes. This gold core. He was a warrior at the peak profound void realm. To resist his blade light, an ordinary warrior in the initial void realm would need to use their full strength. For warriors beneath the void realm, they wouldn't even be able to survive. But this gold core realm warrior not only warded off, but also smashed his blade light in only an instant. "Chu." The sword shadow appeared in front of Gu Changsheng like a sinister viper. Gu Changsheng sneered, and a cyan saber suddenly appeared in his hands. A strong raging fire essence radiated from the saber and then slashed towards Jian Wuxiang. Clang! During this violent fight, he had used his full power. What? Gu Changsheng was shocked when he realized that he was being dominated in this fight. He was even forced to retreat several steps by the counterforce of the attack. At the same time, Jian Wuxiang quickly brandished his longsword again, as the shadow of his sword turned into a ray of flowing light. Selfless sword technique, idealistic form. Shua. A glaring and flowing light appeared in front of Gu Changsheng, drifting through the air like a whisper. Gu Changsheng didn't dare belittle Jian Wuxiang again, continuously swinging his saber in an attempt to strike back. However, it was already too late to force Jian Wuxiang back. Bang! With the collision of these terrifying powers, Gu Changsheng grunted and stepped back awkwardly. Killing intent flashed in Jian Wuxiang's eyes. Shua! A streak of sword light quickly swept forward. It moved at an incredible speed. The move Jian Wuxiang displayed just now was the 9th move of the formless sword art. Though his overall strength had not improved too much in the past 2 months, his level of swordsmanship and sword skill still improved, and he had already grasped the 9th move of the formless sword art. Now, the 9th move flew towards Gu Changsheng's throat at an amazing speed. Gu Changsheng's eyes were full of unwillingness. He didn't want to lose like this, because he had not displayed his full strength yet, and he hadn't even had a chance to. If he could get one more chance, even if it was a straightforward battle with Jian Wuxiang, he would not be afraid. But it was already too late. Plop! Gu Changsheng's body dropped to the ground, while Jian Wushuang looked at his body with ice-cold eyes. "You are so cocky, so you didn't take me seriously." Jian Wushuang shook his head with a smile. With Jian Wushuang's true strength, he could just barely fight against someone in the exceptional Yin Void Realm. But Gu Changsheng was at the peak profound Yin Void Realm. Jian Wushuang's strength was just a little bit stronger than his. Jian Wushuang believed that he could suppress him, but couldn't kill him in a head-on battle. After all, once a warrior in the Yin-Yang Void Realm chose to voidwalk, Jian Wushuang would be unable to fight with them. However, Gu Changsheng looked down on him from the beginning. He did not use his full strength to resist Jian Wushuang's moves, and Jian Wushuang took advantage of this by using his full strength. In just a few moves, Gu Changsheng had been killed by Jian Wushuang before he had time to show his true ability. After killing Gu Changsheng, Jian Wushuang bent over and took the Blood Jade Armlet. After taking the Blood Jade Armlet, Jian Wushuang smiled and muttered, "With this Blood Jade, my armlets should be enough to meet the requirement. Tang Wuji, let's go." Jian Wushuang just turned around and left, with Tang Wuji rushing to follow him. They left the cold body of Gu Changsheng lying on the ground, surrounded by a group of shocked bandits. Even the beautiful face of White Lady was full of panic. That was the combination of 3 sword essences: Gale, Raging Fire, and Water Drop. A profound Yin Void Realm warrior was just killed by someone in the profound Gold Core Realm. That exceptional genius should be from one of the 12 dynasties who joined the easternmost hunt. After claiming Gu Changsheng's Blood Jade Armlet, Jian Wushuang believed he had reached the requirement for passing the first stage, so he didn't want to fight with fugitives in the little bit of time that remained. Nighttime quickly arrived. Tang Wuji. Jian Wushuang looked at Tang Wuji, threw him an interspatial ring and said, "I've killed many Yin Void warriors these last few days. Everything I got from them is in that ring I just gave you." "Boss, what do you want me to do?" Tang Wuji looked at Jian Wushuang curiously. "I have other things to do, so it is not convenient to take you with me. Take this stuff and go back to the Tianzong dynasty. You don't need to worry about the 9 Emperors sect. They just suffered a big loss, so they don't have the energy to try and kill you," Jian Wushuang said. Tang Wuji furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Jian Wushuang seriously. Then he nodded his head heavily and left. Not long after Tang Wuji left, a griffin landed in front of Jian Wushuang, with a black-armored sergeant riding on its back. "Tianzong Dynasty, Jian Wushuang. The 5 days are up and your hunting time has ended. Now, come with me," the black-armored sergeant said in a cold voice. The aura of this sergeant was obviously in the Yin Void Realm. "Okay." Jian Wushuang got on the griffin's back without any hesitation. Then he rushed toward the center of the easternmost plain together with this black-armored sergeant. Though the easternmost plain was a boundless prairie, there were still some mountains and rivers. At the center of the easternmost plain laid a vast rift called Sky Valley. It was called Sky Valley because it was a place where people could ascend to a new level. The black-armored sergeant led Jian Wushuang to one of the entrances of Sky Valley. "That's the gathering place for Tianzong Dynasty's geniuses. Please go down," the black-armored said. Jian Wushuang nodded and then jumped down. A few geniuses were already waiting at the entrance of the rift, including Su Rou. As Lu Xian showed up at the entrance, all of them looked at him. "Third brother." Su Rou immediately went to stand beside Jian Wushuang. "Fourth sister, how many armlets did you collect during the hunt? Are you sure you have enough to pass the first stage?" Jian Wushuang asked. Su Rou shook her head and said, "I'm not sure. I only have a few armlets." Jian Wushuang's complexion changed slightly. He had enough armlets to meet the requirement, but, unfortunately, he couldn't give his spare armlets to Su Rou. "The ones who have arrived shall wait here. After the geniuses of your Tianzong dynasty have all arrived, I will announce the required armlet quantity," said a purple-robed elder who was coldly standing at the entrance. Obviously, this elder was not from Tianzong dynasty, but from another dynasty. Otherwise, his attitude towards them would not have been so indifferent. But Jian Wushuang and his comrades were not angry. They just waited quietly. Soon after, all those Tianzong dynasty's geniuses of this hunt were gathered here. Chapter 190, 1388 points. Chapter 190, 1388 points. Now that everybody is here, I will announce the requirement for passing the first stage, the purple-robed elder said. Jian Wushuang and his comrades were slightly stunned. 15 people participated in the hunt, but only 13 of them were here now. Yet the purple-robed elder said everybody was here. Jian Wushuang and his comrades immediately realized that the missing two might have died during the hunt. I was not in danger during the hunt because my strength is greater than my comrades. In addition, I knew the strength of the bandits thanks to Tang Wuji's detailed information. But they... Jian Wushuang sighed with helplessness. Life and death were decreed by fate. For most geniuses, the easternmost hunt was not only a great opportunity, but also a great peril. Opportunity and danger always went hand in hand. Hand over your armlets, the purple-robed elder said. Hearing this, Jian Wushuang and other participators immediately took out the armlets they had gained during the 5 days of difficult hunting. We will use points to measure the result of the hunt this time, the purple-robed elder narrated. The armlets are divided into 4 levels. They include black iron, silver, purple gold, and blood jade. Each level has corresponding points. A black iron armlet equals 1 point. A silver armlet equals 10 points. A purple gold armlet equals 100 points. And a blood jade armlet equals 1,000 points. 100 points are needed to pass this stage. Hearing this, many of those 13 geniuses present looked embarrassed. Now, everybody step forward and pass me your armlets, the purple-robed elder continued. Shortly after saying that, a genius, with an agonizing look on his face, stepped forward and passed his armlets to the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder put a cold smile on his face after he counted the armlet. You have 20 armlets, but 18 of them are black iron armlets and only 2 are silver armlets. 38 points in total. So you are not qualified to participate in the point battle. The gray-robed elder announced it openly, making this genius complexion turn pale. Then another genius stepped forward. You got 84 points, much more than the last one. But unfortunately, you are not eligible to participate in the second stage either. 61 points, not qualified. 21 points, trash. There were several geniuses who stepped forward in succession, but none qualified for the point battle in the second stage. At this moment, Feng Yutian, who was from the gladiator arena, stepped forward. Feng Yutian was ranked 4th in the updated earthly dragon list in the Tianzong dynasty. 124 points. Finally, there is someone who can participate in the second stage. But with so few points, you will be one of the weakest among the top geniuses in the second stage. You may easily lose your life, the purple-robed elder said. Then he gave the armlets back to Feng Yutian. What the purple-robed elder said made Feng Yutian look bad, but he was not angry. After taking the armlets, he quietly stood aside. The remaining geniuses stepped forward one by one, and the corresponding results came out. Mu Yingying got 136 points. Bailey Chun got 349 points. Yang Zixuan got 275 points. Su Rou got 115 points. Except for them, no other disciple surpassed 100 points. Yang Zixuan, how did you get 2 purple gold armlets? Bailey Chun looked at Yang Zixuan in surprise. Both Mu Yingying and Feng Yutian also stared at Yang Zixuan. Both Mu Yingying and Feng Yutian were ranked higher than Yang Zixuan. But, in the end, Yang Zixuan got twice as many points as they did. How could they not be shocked? Yang Zixuan looked indifferent. He was just standing there like a stone, not explaining anything. As for Su Rou's points, people thought it was reasonable because Su Rou had pushed Shui Yun back during the selection battle. All the geniuses of Tianzong dynasty who participated in the hunt already knew their points except for Jian Wushuang. At this point, he stepped forward as well and walked towards the purple-robed elder. Jian Wushuang took out the armlets he gained during the 5 days of hunting. After seeing Jian Wushuang take out over 10 armlets in succession, the purple-robed elder was in shock. Among these 10 or so armlets, The black iron and silver armlets could be neglected. But there were 3 purple gold armlets and 1 blood jade armlet. Blood jade armlet? The purple-robed elder looked at Jian Wushuang with astonishment. Normally, the beasts that owned the blood jade armlet had at least reached the peak profound in void realm. However, one of these warriors was killed by a genius who was only in the gold core realm. This rarely occurred in the 12 dynasties. Normally, such super geniuses only existed in the 2 large empires and few middle-sized empires. But now, unexpectedly, a small empire produced one. In total, 1,388 points. Well done, young man, the purple-robed elder said while looking at Jian Wushuang. The way he looked at Jian Wushuang was obviously different from the other geniuses. After all, a genius who could get more than 1,000 points in the hunt was at the pinnacle of all 12 dynasties. After hearing Jian Wushuang's points, the other geniuses were all stunned. So many points? His points are more than 1,000 higher than Bailey Chun. How could he kill a beast that owned a blood jade armlet? He's a real monster. The geniuses were all looking at Jian Wushuang, especially those who were not qualified to participate in the second stage. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Unfortunately, even though Jian Wushuang gained so many points, he couldn't share them. All right, I have recorded everyone's score. The geniuses who are not qualified for the second stage can leave now, the purple-robed elder said. Hearing this, the geniuses who did not have enough points sadly left, one after the other. Among the 13 geniuses who survived, only 6 had enough points and were entitled to attend the second stage. They were Jian Wushuang, Yang Zixuan, Su Rou, Bailey Chun, Mu Yingying, and Feng Yutian. You 6 already did a good job by passing the first stage. Next, I will tell you guys the rules for Stage 2, the purple-robed elder said. The goal in Stage 2 is actually very simple. It's point stealing. The armlets you collected during the hunt, which can represent your points, have been returned to you. Over the next 10 days, you will enter Sky Valley and battle with the warriors from the other dynasties for the armlets. After 10 days, a ranking will be created according to the points you collect. In the end, geniuses who rank in the top 10 will be rewarded by the 12 dynasties. The higher the ranking is, the greater the rewards. Chapter 191, The Rankings. Chapter 191, The Rankings. Jian Wushuang and the other geniuses all looked serious. Rewards from the 12 dynasty, but no one present cared about it. What they really cared about were the old sections. The point battle in Sky Valley was a way to display their strength to the experts of the old sections. The experts from the old sects did not come to the 5-day hunt, nor the selection battle in Tianzong Dynasty. But Sky Valley was different. The point battle would attract the interest of the old sections, and how the geniuses performed in Sky Valley would be viewed by the experts of the old sections. The point battle in Sky Valley will begin tomorrow. The battle will last for 10 days, so you guys should stay here tonight and prepare yourselves. No sooner than the words been uttered, the purple-robed elder closed his eyes, without giving Jian Wushuang and other geniuses one more glance. But this night was doomed to be restless for these 6 geniuses. The night was beautiful. A towering palace stood on a hill not far from the Sky Valley. The palace was ablaze with light. The easternmost plain had very few buildings since it was a plain. Even the bandits could only simply build mountain villages here. However, a palace existed on the hill. Inside the palace, people were singing and dancing. Several formidable auras radiated from here. The people who gathered in the palace were the monarchs of the 12 dynasties. The monarch in Tianzong Dynasty, Dishi, was there as well. But since Tianzong Dynasty was just a small empire, he was sitting at the far corner. Those monarchs were talking and laughing. At this moment, a red-robed woman stepped inside. Monarchs, the geniuses from the 12 dynasties, have reached the Sky Valley entrance. The points they gained in the 5-day hunt have been counted, and this is the list, the red-robed woman respectfully said. Haha, finally. Hurry, give it to us. Hurry up, let me have a look. Having been rushed by the monarchs, the red-robed woman gave every monarch a list. The list did not only contain the points every genius got in the hunt, but also a ranking according to their points. Haha, first place is Mingwutian, who is from our Angel Empire. I expected that. At the head of the table, there were 2 seats which were obviously bigger than the others. 2 people were sitting in the seats, and both were wearing an emperor robe. One of them was an elder, who seemed to have experienced many of the vicissitudes of life without losing his majestic appearance. The other one was much younger. His behavior was a little bit frivolous, but what he said was extremely arrogant. They were monarchs of the 2 large empires in the 12 dynasties, which were the Cosmos Empire and the Angel Empire. The one who was laughing loudly was the frivolous young man, the monarch of Angel Empire. Him, Ling Shueyu. What a disappointing fellow, the experienced elder shouted in a deep voice. First place in the ranking was Mingwutian, who was from the Angel Empire. Second place was Ling Shueyu, who was from the Cosmos Empire. Haha. The frivolous man laughed even louder. Don't be complacent. The points are just from the hunt in the first stage. It's just the beginning. We should focus on the upcoming point battle. The experienced elder looked at the frivolous man and said, Mingwutian is indeed ranked first according to the current points, but the ranking might change after the point battle, the elder continued. Oh, maybe? The frivolous man laughed. His eyes were filled with pride. He knew what the elder said was true, but he did not care. Since, at this moment, the Angel Empire had attracted more attention than the Cosmos Empire did. The other monarchs below were carefully reviewing the list as well. As expected, the geniuses who are ranked close to the top are from large empires. The geniuses in our middle-sized empires already did a good job just by being on the ranking. Look, there is a genius from the Tianzong dynasty ranked in the top 10. What? The monarchs in the palace were all stunned. They immediately looked at Dishi, who was sitting in the corner. By then, Dishi was reviewing the list as well. After seeing Jin Wushuang's name in the top 10, his eyes were glistening. Haha, good job, the young man did a good job. She could not help laughing loudly as he spoke. Seeing the state of Dishi, the monarchs of the other dynasties around him all looked embarrassed, and a few of them were even jealous. Driftcloud Empire is a middle-sized empire, but we failed to produce a genius who could make it into the top 10 of the rankings. Yet this Tianzong dynasty, which is just a small empire, managed to have one? A few monarchs from the middle-sized empires felt it was a loss of face for them. But they could control themselves. After all, these points were just for the first stage, which didn't mean anything. The coming point battle in Stage 2, which would begin soon, was the real competition for the geniuses of the 12 dynasties. There would be an updated list after the competition. That list would be the most important. By the way, the point battle of Sky Valley will begin tomorrow. At that time, the experts from the old sects will come to have a look, the frivolous man said suddenly. No sooner had the monarchs in the palace heard someone speak about the old sects than they immediately quieted down. Many old sects will come this time. I already knew 6 of them. Among the 6 old sects, one is the Wilderness Sword Sect. The frivolous man smiled and said, Wilderness Sword Sect? One of the 8 sects of Nanyang. How could the easternmost hunt this year attract someone from the Wilderness Sword Sect? Everybody in the palace was in shock. There were differences in strength among the old sections. The Wilderness Sword Sect, which was known as one of the 8 sects of Nanyang continent, had a strong heritage that was naturally better than other old sections. Needless to say, the geniuses would have greater opportunities in the Wilderness Sword Sect than in some of the other old sections. The Wilderness Sword Sect? It's a sect that specializes in sword skills. Dishi's eyes lit up and muttered, Jin Wushuang is talented in sword principle. With such talent in sword principle, he might be valued by the experts of the Wilderness Sword Sect. All right, let's end the party. You guys have the rest of the night to meet your geniuses. You can show them the list and give them some instructions. Tomorrow, everything will depend on their own ability, the experienced elder said sonorously. As soon as the elder uttered this, the monarchs in the party fanned out one after another. Shi had lost no time, gliding towards Sky Valley with the list in his hand. Chapter 192, Two Monsters. Chapter 192, Two Monsters. At one of the entrances to Sky Valley, the remaining 6 geniuses of the Tianzong dynasty had gathered together. Feng Yutian, congratulations. Brother Feng, you made a breakthrough before entering Sky Valley. You're so lucky. I also envy him. The other 5 people stared at Feng Yutian with smiles on their faces. Feng Yutian suddenly felt like he could make a breakthrough. Now, he was currently in the half-step yin-yang realm. After the breakthrough, Feng Yutian's strength immediately soared. The point battle in Sky Valley was done in groups composed of the dynasties. The promotion of Feng Yutian's strength would also enhance the battle strength of their team. So they were, naturally, happy to see that. Haha, so lucky, said Feng Yutian while laughing naturally. At this moment, a great figure suddenly appeared. It was Shi in his imperial robe. Your Majesty. Jian Wushuang and other 5 geniuses greeted him respectfully. Greetings to you, monarch. The purple-robed elder who was waiting beside them also gave him a light greeting. I have something to tell these guys. You'd better keep away from us for a while, Shi said while glancing at the purple-robed elder. The purple-robed elder nodded and subsequently stepped back tactfully. You 6 did very well. Shi looked at Jian Wushuang and his comrades with a solemn expression and continued. But the point battle in Sky Valley is different from the hunt in the first stage. During the hunt in the first stage, you just battled with fugitives. Although the strength of those fugitives is strong, they aren't a real threat to you. But in the Sky Valley point battle, you are going to compete with the geniuses of the other 11 dynasties. None of them are weaker than you. Instead, many of them are stronger than you. Here is the ranking. You'd better review it carefully. Shi gave Jian Wushuang the rankings that he attained at the banquet. Jian Wushuang immediately accepted it and opened it. The other 5 moved close to him. The ranking of those geniuses from the 12 dynasties, according to the points they obtained during the 5-day hunt. Jian Wushuang read it at first glance. First place on the rankings is the Meng Wutian of the Angel Empire, with 6,877 points. Second place is the Ling Shueyu of the Cosmos Empire, with 5,900 points. Third place is Gu Yin of the Cosmos Empire, with 1,944 points. Fourth place on the rankings, Angel Empire. Fifth place, Angel Empire. Sixth place, Cosmos Empire. At first glance, the geniuses from the 1st to 6th place on the ranking were, expectedly, all from the Cosmos Empire and the Angel Empire. It was normal for the 2 big dynasties to occupy the top 6 on the rankings, with each dynasty occupying 3 spots on average. Furthermore, the most important part was that the points they obtained were extremely high. First place, Meng Wutian, got 6,877 points? Unbelievable. Seeing the points, even Jian Wushuang was shocked, let alone Bailey Chun and the others. Among the 6 of them, Jian Wushuang was the best, but he only obtained 1,388 points. For the others, Bailey Chun had the most, with only 349 points. However, Meng Wutian collected 6,877 points in the short 5-day hunt. So what does this show? He should have killed at least 6 fugitives who were at the level of Blood Jade, and also should have killed many fugitives that are at the level of Purple Gold, Jian Wushuang muttered in shock. He did his best and finally killed a Blood Jade warrior. However, Meng Wutian was much stronger. Not just Meng Wutian. It was also true for Ling Shueyu, who was in 2nd place. Their points were much higher than the rest. After all, Gu Yin, who ranked 3rd, only had 1,944 points. How did these 2 people kill so many Blood Jade killers in just 5 days? Said Jian Wushuang while frowning tightly. Blood Jade fugitives are at least at the peak profound Yin Void realm. In a fierce battle, even Jian Wushuang was not sure he would be able to kill them. After all, they wouldn't be stupid enough to just stand there and wait for Jian Wushuang to kill. Once something happened, the opposite side would immediately flee, and all the Void experts were able to void walk. Once they began void walking, there would be no way to stop them. It was only because of good luck that Jin Wushuang killed that Blood Jade fugitive last time. The opposite side was too conceited. But not all of the Blood Jade fugitives were conceited. Since it was not because of luck, there should be another reason. The reason was Ming Wutian and Ling Shuiyu. They were so powerful that the peak profound Void Realm experts never had a chance to void walk. They were instantly killed. Right now, even Jin Wushuang didn't have such strength. Frightening. I thought that Jin Wushuang and Shui Yun were the strongest. It is obvious that the exceptional geniuses from two large empires are much stronger than them. 6,877 points. My God. How did he do that? Bailey Chun and Feng Yutian stared at the rankings with incredible expressions. Especially Feng Yutian. He had made a big progress just now, so he already had much more confidence in the Sky Valley point battle. But now, he lost some of his confidence. Next to them, Mu Yingying, Yang Zishuan, and Su Rou also had grave expressions. Hey, Jin Wushuang, what is your rank? Bailey Chen added. Jin Wushuang immediately looked at the list and found his rank. Jin Wushuang, from the Tianzong dynasty, 9th place with 1,388 points. 9th place? Bailey Chun was astonished and then looked at Jin Wushuang and said, "You are so powerful. How come you are only ranked 9th? Jin Wushuang smiled briefly, but his heart was filled with astonishment. It really was astonishing. Among the Gold Core Realm warriors in Tianzong dynasty, there was no doubt that he was the strongest. However, the Tianzong dynasty was only a small empire. Undoubtedly, the world outside Tianzong dynasty was vast. It was not only the 12 northwestern dynasties that had countless geniuses. Some of them were not any weaker than him, and some of them were even stronger than him. How do you feel after reading this list? Dishi asked. I am feeling a lot of pressure, Bailey Chen answered directly. After I made my breakthrough to half-step yin-yang, my strength had soared, so I expected to rank in the top 10 among the geniuses of 12 dynasties. But, in reality, I'm not even in the top 20. Bailey Chun noticed that he was ranked 26th on the list. Jin Wushuang, how do you feel? Dishi asked and looked at Jin Wushuang. It is only the ranking for the hunt, which means nothing, Jin Wushuang said seriously. Yes, that's right, Dishi smiled slightly and continued. This ranking is just to show you the strength of the geniuses from the different dynasties. It doesn't have any other use. Chapter 193, The Final Battle Begins. Chapter 193, The Final Battle Begins. Dishi continued and said, even if you compete for a better ranking in the second stage, it will not matter much. After all, the experts from the old sects don't care about your current strength, only your potential. You just need to show your talent and potential in Sky Valley. It doesn't matter if you enter the top 10 of the ranking. As long as your talent and potential are high, the experts from those old sects will naturally come to you. After hearing this, the eyes of Jin Wushuang and the others brightened. Indeed, they did not have to compete for the top 10 ranks in the point battle. After all, they attached more importance to the old sects rather than the rankings. As long as those old sects paid attention to them and accepted them as disciples, that was enough. Tomorrow, there will be a lot of old sects that come to watch the battle. There will also be a top sect called the Wilderness Sword Sect, said Dishi with a smile. Then he looked at Jin Wushuang. Wilderness Sword Sect? Jin Wushuang asked and raised his eyebrows. He was a warrior that focused on sword principle. He was naturally eager to join a sect that excelled in sword principle. Obviously, the Wilderness Sword Sect was most suitable for him. Jin Wushuang, with your talent, as long as you perform well in the point battle, you will attract the experts from the Wilderness Sword Sect, Dishi said. I see. Jin Wushuang nodded seriously, and a glimmer of desire emerged in his eyes. By the way, there is one more thing, Dishi said as he looked around again. The point battle will be launched among teams of warriors from the same dynasty. The 12 dynasties should have 12 teams, but the two large empires have more geniuses participating in the point battle since their overall strength is better. Therefore, they will be separated into 4 teams. Altogether, there should be 14 teams competing in the point battle. You 6 are naturally a team, but since you are a team, you need a leader. The team leader must be chosen by you. I think it should be based on strength. Jin Wushuang's strength is the best among us, so the leader should him, Feng Yutian said without hesitation. I agree. Bailey Chun raised his brows. I agree too. Mu Yingying nodded. Naturally, Yang Zishuan and Su Rou also agreed. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang touched his nose and gave a faint smile. In that case, it has been determined, she also smiled and said, Jian Wushuang, the next 2 weeks are up to you. I'll warn you again. When you leave tomorrow, you will each be given a token. If you find yourself at your limit, you must immediately crumple the token. This is equivalent to giving up the battle. Someone will come and take you away from Sky Valley. In any case, staying alive is more important. Yes. Jin Wushuang and the others nodded. From here on, you can only rely on yourselves. I wish you all good luck, Shi said, and then he immediately left. Jin Wushuang and the others looked towards the huge valley in front of them with great enthusiasm. Tomorrow, in that valley, they would finally meet with the geniuses from the other 11 dynasties. In the morning, as dawn was just breaking, as the sun began rising above the vast plains with the first red rays, gusts of battle intent were also rising. At the 12 entrances to Sky Valley, numerous talented geniuses from the 12 dynasties had already begun gearing up. They were waiting to enter the valley and begin their most intense battles. At one of the entrances to Sky Valley, the remaining 6 geniuses of the Tianzong dynasty were waiting together. This is the token representing your identity. Each of you has only 1 token. After entering Sky Valley, you must always wear this token on a conspicuous place of your body, so that the geniuses of the other dynasties can recognize you, that purple-robed elder said. What? Jin Wushuang and others felt it was quite strange, but did not ask more. Soon after, a huge bell sounded and the whole Sky Valley suddenly became turbulent. It's time. Enter, the purple-robed elder said and waved. There was a hint of excitement in the 6 people's eyes as they moved directly along the entrance to the dense valley. At the same time, the geniuses of the other dynasties were also entering Sky Valley. The easternmost hunt was held every 10 years, and its climax was the point battle in Sky Valley. Now the game had begun. While the geniuses of the 12 dynasties rushed into Sky Valley, there was something in the air above the highest point in Sky Valley. Rumbled figures radiating an oppressive atmosphere were standing there. Some of their auras were hot, some were cold, some were violent, and some were easygoing. The monarchs of the 12 dynasties were all here, with guards separating them from the experts. In addition, the most noticeable experts were from the old sections. The experts from the old sects had arrived early this morning. At a glance, there were no fewer than 10 old sects, and the most striking sect was definitely the Wilderness Sword sect. A total of 3 people came from the Wilderness Sword sect. The leader of the 3 people was a middle-aged man with bird eyes. He was carrying a long sword and sitting on a suspended seat with a towering aura. His entire body gave off the impression of a sword. This middle-aged man was followed by 2 other people. They were also carrying long swords and their auras were cold. Both of them had obviously entered the Yang Void Realm. Warriors of Yang Void Realm were naturally the most supreme experts in the Tianzong dynasty. However, in the old sects on the Nanyang continent, there were many warriors in the Yang Void Realm. Mr. Ling Tian, I never expected you to come in person this time. Mr. Ling Tian, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Haha, Brother Ling Tian, I did not realize that the Wilderness Sword sect was also interested in the easternmost hunt. Many of the surrounding experts and monarchs had greeted the middle-aged man with bird eyes. This middle-aged man, named Imo Ling Tian, was a law enforcement elder in the Wilderness Sword sect. He had an extremely high status in the Wilderness Sword sect, so it was normal for so many people to attempt to flatter him. However, Imo Lingtian seemed very cold and indifferent to these people. To the people who called out to him, he just casually responded with a word. At the bottom of his heart, Imo Lingtian was full of disdain towards these people, including the two monarchs of the large empires. He never cared for them at all. Just a small northwest district that can be neglected in the entire Nanyang continent. What kind of geniuses can be born in such a small place? What was the sect master thinking when he made me come here? Imo Lingtian was very reluctant. He did not want to come here. He was only following the sect master's order. As for the 12 dynasties in the northwest, he looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. The so-called geniuses of the 12 dynasties in the northwest were negligible at best. Coming here was only a pretense. He did not plan to bring any disciples with him to the wilderness sword sect. Chapter 194, Encounter. Chapter 194, Encounter. Haha, here we go. As a monarch spoke, all the experts in the air looked down. They stood high above the area, so they could see the entire valley down below. Inside Sky Valley, the 6-warrior team of Tianzong Dynasty slowly walked forward. We will meet the geniuses from other dynasties. Which dynasty will we run into first? Bailey Chun said with excitement. Even though we are from a small empire, our overall strength is far better than before. We don't need to be afraid of the other dynasties, except the 2 large empires, Jian Wushuang said seriously. Even if we meet the 2 large empires, the 2 large empires are too strong, and half of the top 30 warriors in the ranking belong to them. Moreover, a lot of their warriors met the point requirement in the first stage. They have so many strong warriors that if they take action together, it will be too unfair for the teams from other empires. They will also have problems distributing the points if they act in a large group, so they will definitely divide into smaller groups. A large empire will be divided into 2 teams or more. With our battle strength, we have a chance to win against one of their smaller teams. The 5 people beside Jian Wushuang all nodded to agree with his words. Indeed, the geniuses of Tianzong Dynasty this time were much stronger than those of previous years, which could be seen from the rankings. The 2 large empires possess half of the geniuses who rank the top 30 in the standings, and the rest places were carved up by the big contingent of middle-sized empires and small empires. In average, even those middle-sized empires got only 1 or 2 geniuses that could be included in the top 30. As for the small empires, none of the other 3 small empires had a genius that ranked in the top 30. While Tianzong Dynasty, 2 geniuses out of 6 were in the top 30, and Jian Wushuang was 9th place in the rankings. On top of that, Feng Yutian's strength had soared since he broke through to the half-step Yinyang realm after the hunt, so he should have the strength to be ranked in the top 30 now. In other words, 3 out of the 6 had a battle strength that could rank in the top 30. That was even more powerful than those middle-sized empires. Although our overall battle strength is very good, the geniuses from other dynasties will still treat us like a normal small empire. Jian Wushuang smiled and said, If they dare to look down on us, then we will make them pay dearly for their arrogance. Hee, I am already looking forward to our first battle. The 6 geniuses were talking and laughing, dispersing the tension that surrounded them before. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang lifted his head and looked forward. Here comes our first opponent. The other 5 also looked forward. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures abruptly appeared on the tree branches not far away. Jian Wushuang and the other 5 also halted their steps. With a distance of about 10 meters, the 2 teams faced each other. It's them. The Drift Cloud Empire. It's a middle-sized empire. Jian Wushuang and his teammates stared at the adversaries in front of them. There were 8 of them, 2 more than their 6-warrior team. Because the warriors all wore their identity tokens on an easily seen place, there was no problem recognizing them. The 8 geniuses from the Drift Cloud Empire were looking at Jian Wushuang and his team as well. It's the Tianzong Dynasty, one of the 4 small empires. Haha, seems like we are lucky. The first team we met is from a small empire. A small empire. They are sending points to us, aren't they? The 8 geniuses from the Driftcloud Empire were looking forward with sparkling eyes. There was a wide gap between middle-sized empires and small empires. Generally, the difference between geniuses was also huge. Only one of them is difficult to handle, Jin Wushuang, who ranked 9th, said the indigo-robed man who led the team from the Driftcloud Empire. He looked over at the 6-man team and eventually fixed his sight on Jin Wushuang. That is Jin Wushuang. The 9th place in the rankings. His ranking is high, but there were too many accidents in the first stage. Even though he has more than me, it doesn't mean that he is stronger than me. The indigo-robed man's eyes were cold. The man's name was Lin Nan, and he was 16th in the rankings. His rank was lower than Jin Wushuang, but he didn't consider himself to be weaker than those who ranked in the top 10. Come on. A cold radiance flickered in the indigo-robed man's eyes, then his figure darted toward Jin Wushuang and his team like a phantom, followed by the other geniuses from Driftcloud Empire. The first battle in Sky Valley. There was a hint of excitement in the 6 warriors' eyes. Go get them, Jin Wushuang shouted. In an instant, the 6 warriors pounced forward like eagles. The geniuses from the 2 teams collided. Go to hell. The indigo-robed man, Lin Nan, dashed towards Jin Wushuang first, silently thrusting a jet-black long stick toward him. The stick contained a high comprehension of earth and raging fire essences which were perfectly combined together. He was also in the half-step yin-yang realm, making the power that radiated from the stick seem horrifying. This man's battle strength is more powerful than Bailey Chun. Jin Wushuang frowned and thrust out his triple-kill sword. Clang! The stick shadow clashed with the triple-kill sword, causing the sword to tremble slightly. Then, Jin Wushuang instantly retreated, but Lin Nan followed after him. Boy, go to hell. Lin Nan looked ferocious, using his full power to demonstrate his stick skills. Streaks of stick shadows rushed out in succession, one by one, as if they were stacked together. In this short moment, Lin Nan had thrust out with no less than a dozen stick attacks that used his full power. While Jin Wushuang struggled to ward off the stick with his triple-kill sword, he kept retreating backwards and was quickly repulsed by the attacks. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang returned to the giant tree where he was before the fight started, away from Lin Nan. Bailey Chun and the others also appeared beside him, one after another. In the past moment, they all had encounters with their adversaries. How was it? Jin Wushuang looked at the other 5. Hee, just SOSO. The one who fought against me is in the half-step yin-yang realm, but his comprehension is low. I was able to match him without using my full strength just now. I can definitely kill him once I get serious, Bailey Chun smiled and said. Although I fought with 2 of them, they both have weak comprehension and they haven't reached half-step yin-yang realm yet. So I'm fairly sure that I can win, Feng Yutian also said. I can remain undefeated against 2 of them. Yang Zishuan's voice was cold and indifferent. If I fight against one, I can gain the upper hand, said Mu Yingying. I can also compete against one of them, said Su Ro with a timid tone. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang could not help smiling. In the short fight just now, the 6 warriors didn't really exert all their strength. It was just a tentative test. After the test, they'd learned about the strengths of the 8 geniuses from the Driftcloud Empire. Chapter 195, Frontal Defeat. Chapter 195, Frontal Defeat. This is our first battle in Sky Valley. Jin Wushuang looked around at the other 5 warriors and said, we must beat them smoothly and quickly to impress the experts from those old sections. Let's get them. Go and hit them. Haha, kill them. The 6 warriors immediately moved, and in the next moment, the battle between the 2 teams started again. But this time, Jin Wushuang and his team showed their true strength. What? Lin Nan, who was fighting Jin Wushuang, was the first one to shout out in astonishment. Lin Nan had been looking down on Jin Wushuang's strength, thinking that it was not bad for 9th place. But now, after Jin Wushuang demonstrated his true strength, a sword swept out, which contained 3 torrential sword essences, gale, raging fire, and water drop. When it clashed with Lin Nan's long stick, he was instantly blown backwards. Half-step yin-yang realm, and he's combined two essences. His battle strength is only a little bit better than Ouyang Haoyan, whom I killed, but he is still much weaker than Shui Yun. Jin Wushuang's eyes were cold as a sword light blazed forward in the next moment. Selfless sword technique, idealistic form. The sword light pierced the air like a flood dragon and appeared in front of Lin Nan in the blink of an eye. Lin Nan swung his long stick, struggling to withstand the coming attack, but the sword light stormed toward him and knocked his long stick back. Then a hint of killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Formless sword art. The ninth move was displayed in an instant. Shua. The sword swept through Lin Nan's throat at an amazing speed. Lin Nan's eyes were wide open as he died. He couldn't imagine how Jian Wushuang, who should be weaker than him, could attack with such amazing battle strength. 3 sword moves. It took Jian Wushuang only 3 sword moves to defeat him this time. The first sword move knocked him backward, the second one blew away the long stick in his hand, and the last one killed him mercilessly. Smoothly and quickly, the situations in the other battlefields around him were also one-sided. Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Yang Zishuan's strengths completely erupted. Bailey Chun was already 26th in the rankings. But Feng Yutian and Yang Zishuan had displayed a battle strength that could almost compare with Bailey Chen's. How is this possible? Their battle strength increased? They didn't improve. They just deliberately hid their strength. Oh no! As a sudden cry sounded out, the geniuses from the Drift Cloud Empire looked toward the voice. They happened to see the scene where Lin Nan was killed by Jian Wushuang. These geniuses' faces drastically changed in an instant. Withdraw. Escape now. Is Tianzong Dynasty really a small empire? These geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire were incomparably frightened as they fled in disorder, not daring to stay any longer. But since the battle already started, it was hard to escape. Go to hell. Haha, stay here. Bailey Chun and the other warriors immediately chased after them. Meanwhile, Jin Wushuang, who had just killed Lin Nan, started to take action as well. In the end, only 2 of the 8 geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire were lucky enough to escape, while the rest of the 6 geniuses were ruthlessly killed by the 6-warrior team. Jin Wushuang and the others stood in the battlefield, looking at the dead bodies of the geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire around them. Smiles emerged on their faces. This was their first battle in Sky Valley. Their adversary was Drift Cloud Empire, one of the 6 middle-sized empires. Yet, they defeated this team perfectly. Only 2 of the 8 geniuses from Drift Cloud Empire escaped by luck, while the other 6 warriors, including 2 geniuses who were in the half-step yin-yang realm, were killed. As for the 2 escaped geniuses, they should have no choice but to crumble their tokens and give up. That was to say, Drift Cloud Empire's geniuses were wiped out because of this battle. Up in the air, above the area. Haha, well down, so well down. She pounded the table and stood up, with a dense glow sparkling in his eyes and a surprised smile on his face. On the contrary, the monarch of Drift Cloud Empire's face turned rather livid, while the monarchs of the other dynasties were also wearing a strange expression. How could a small empire defeat a middle-sized empire face-to-face? Are the geniuses of Drift Cloud Empire really so disappointing? It's not that they are disappointing. It's because those geniuses from the Tianzong dynasty this time are unusually extraordinary. Indeed, we all saw the battle just now. Among the 6 geniuses from Tianzong dynasty, 4 of them have enough battle strength to be placed in the top 30 of the rankings. Not only that, Jin Wushuang is 9th place in the rankings. With a strength like this, it is stupid for those geniuses from other dynasties to still think of them as a team from an ordinary small dynasty. Those monarchs were all sighing. The Sky Valley Point battle had just begun, and Drift Cloud Empire was the first dynasty that was defeated. So to speak, the battle was a disgrace to the Drift Cloud Empire. In contrast, Tianzong dynasty was shining this time. Even the experts from those old sects, who were gathered together in the air, noticed Jian Wushuang and his team. Bring me the information of those little guys. Attendants immediately gave the information of Jian Wushuang and his team to the experts from the old sections. The attendants who were qualified to appear here were all envoyed warriors. The experts from the old sects read the information with interest. Tianzong Dynasty, although just it is a small empire, has some pretty outstanding geniuses this time. Yes, especially the leading one called Jian Wushuang. He is only in the profound gold core realm, but his strength is already so incredible. In addition, he is very young, under 20 years old. Wow, combining gale, raging fire, and water drop sword essences together at such a young age is very impressive. These experts were laughing and talking, but they still looked calm. Sir, here is the information on the geniuses from the Tianzong Dynasty. An attendant submitted the information to Imo Lingtian. Put it here, Imo Lingtian said casually, but didn't even bother to look at it. Mr. Lingtian, the little guy named Jian Wushuang is quite good, and luckily for him, he is a warrior cultivating sword principle. Aren't you interested in him? Another expert from an old sect asked him. Jian Wushuang? Imo Lingtian looked down at the ground, sneered, and said, combining 3 sword essences, so what? The 3 essences he comprehended are just normal essences. He hasn't even mastered a special essence. The Wilderness Sword Sect won't accept such trash. If any of you are interested in that little guy, you are welcome to take him in as a disciple. Chapter 196, The Cosmos Empire. Chapter 196, The Cosmos Empire. Hearing Imo Lingtian's words, the surrounding warriors frowned slightly, but they did not say anything. As for accepting Jian Wushuang as a disciple, these experts had no such intention for the moment. The old sects had very high standards. Also, the battle in the Sky Valley had just started. In Sky Valley, the battles had just begun. The Driftcloud Empire was the first to be defeated. With the talented warriors of the major dynasties encountering in the Sky Valley, war broke out. Genius warriors from the various dynasties died one after the other, with some dynasties quickly followed in the footsteps of the Driftcloud Empire. In a flash, the battle in Sky Valley had lasted for 5 days. In a mountain forest, Jian Wushuang and 5 others stood on a treetop, with serious expressions on their faces. They have encountered 3 teams in total these last 5 days. The first team they encountered was from the Driftcloud Empire, and they defeated this team easily. The second one they encountered belonged to a small empire whose overall strength was weaker than that of the Driftcloud Empire, so they naturally defeated this team easily as well. However, the third team, the team they just met, was from the Z Dynasty, one of the 6 middle-sized empires. Although the Z Dynasty was only a middle-sized empire, its overall battle strength was much stronger than that of the Driftcloud Empire. Among the top 30 warriors in the rankings, 3 of them were from the Z Dynasty, including the one who ranked 7th. His rank was higher than Jian Wushuang's. As soon as they encountered the team from Z Dynasty, a fierce battle immediately broke out. This battle was extremely fierce, and the battle strengths of 2 sides were very close. As a result, the 2 sides were evenly matched. Because neither side could defeat the other or even gain an advantage, the 2 teams decided to retreat and leave. It has been 5 days, Jian Wushuang looked around and said in a low voice. During the first 5 days of the battle in Sky Valley, due to the large number of teams, it was very easy to encounter teams of warriors from the other 12 dynasties, so the battles were the craziest. However, the weaker teams have almost been defeated during these 5 days. The number of teams left is small, but the teams that can survive in these 5 days all have great battle strength. The 5 people beside Jian Wushuang all nodded in agreement with his words. After 5 days of fierce battle, the weaker teams had all been defeated or knocked out. Only the stronger teams remained. And their team of geniuses from the Tianzong Dynasty was one of those teams. We need to be more cautious in the next few days. The number of teams is small, and chances of meeting with other teams is not as high as the previous 5 days. However, Once we run into them, it will be a bloody battle, said Jian Wushuang. In the air above the area, the monarchs were gathered together. Most of them looked a little bit unsightly, and only a few monarchs had smiles on their faces. In these 5 days, many teams from the dynasties had already been eliminated. Now there were only 7 teams in Sky Valley that were still relatively complete, with sufficient battle strength. Among the 7 teams, the 2 large empires had 2 teams respectively, so they had 4 teams in total. One of the other 3 teams came from the Zi dynasty. The Zi dynasty normally ranked at the top among the 6 middle-sized empires. In the previous easternmost hunts, its geniuses always performed well, so no one was surprised that they managed to hold on this long. Another team belonged to the East Hill Empire, which was also a middle-sized empire. As the level of its disciples was relatively high this time, all the monarchs could understand why this team could stick it out till now as well. But the last team, a team from the Tianzong dynasty. After all, the Tianzong dynasty was only a small empire. Warriors from a small empire being able to hold on this far made many of the surrounding monarchs embarrassed and unhappy. But Dishi was pretty excited. He was very surprised that the team from his Tianzong dynasty could persist till today in this easternmost hunt. He could hold his head high in front of other dynasties. He was extremely satisfied with the performance of Jian Wushuang's team. And, if any of the experts from the old sects was impressed by one of the 6 members in Jian Wushuang's team, it would be perfect. Look, a monarch suddenly cried out. All monarchs immediately looked down, and then their expressions turned weird. Many monarchs gloated towards Dishi at this moment. Ho ho, Dishi, the young guys of your Tianzong dynasty performed really well in the easternmost hunt, but it seems that they will have to stop here, said a monarch next to Dishi while laughing. Dishi became serious, and he also looked down. He noticed that a small team was slowly approaching the place where Jian Wushuang's team stood, and the 2 teams would meet in no time. And this small team was one of the Cosmos Empire's teams. In the thick jungle, Jian Wushuang and the others were resting in the treetop when a sudden gust of wind blew through. All 6 members of Jian Wushuang's team immediately raised their heads and saw many figures standing in front of them. Seeing these figures, especially the tokens that they wore to represent their identities, all the 6 members in Jian Wushuang's team turned serious. The Cosmos Empire. Finally, we have encountered a team from a large empire. Luckily, it is only one of the Cosmos Empire's teams. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, while Bailey Chun and the others beside him all stood up. After all, the Cosmos Empire was a large empire, so the level of its geniuses was much higher than that of the middle-sized empires. This Cosmos Empire's team had 7 people, and 4 of them were in the top 30 of the rankings. The most prominent one was a burly figure with a giant axe on his back. This burly man's aura was the strongest among the 7 people from the Cosmos Empire. All the members, including Jian Wushuang, recognized him as soon as they saw this burly man. Gu Yin. He was 3rd on the rankings. He ranked 3rd, only behind those 2 monsters, Meng Wuyin and Ling Xueyu. Oh, the Tianzong dynasty. Gu Yan's eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang and the others. A strange smile rose from his mouth. Such a small empire actually held on to this point. That's not bad. But now, since you have encountered us, you will have to stop here. Their team only has 6 people, so how do you want to divide them? How will we divide them? According to our speed, whoever is too slow to find an opponent can only blame themselves. All right, Gu Yin said while lowering his voice. Enough talk, just do it. Chapter 197, A Fierce Fight. Chapter 197, A Fierce Fight. While the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire looked towards Jian Wushuang and his comrades, Jian Wushuang and his comrades were also staring back at them. It's just a small squad from the Cosmos Empire, with 4 geniuses who ranked in the top 30. Among them, Gu Yin is the strongest, but our strength is enough to confront them, said Jian Wushuang, with an icy look in his eyes. I will deal with Gu Yin. Zishuan, you take one of the remaining 3 who ranked in top 30th. Jian Wushuang looked at Yang Zishuan and said. Okay, Yang Zishuan nodded and replied coldly, I can't guarantee that I can defeat him, but I definitely won't be easy to defeat. Su Rou, you should have no problem dealing with one of them with your strength, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes, no problem. Su Rou nodded slightly and said, I can definitely confine him for a while. All right. Bailey Chun, you shall deal with the remaining one. Jian Wushuang looked at Bailey Chun and continued. Haha, no problem. Bailey Chun laughed and replied. As for the remaining 3 who aren't in the top 30, they will be handled by you two, Feng Yutian and Mu Yingying. You two can do it if you work together, Jian Wushuang continued. No problem, Feng Yutian and Mu Yingying replied confidently. Okay then, it's settled. Let's do it. With a roar, Jian Wushuang immediately rushed forward fiercely, like a flowing light. The people from a small empire actually have the gall to initiate a fight with us. Unbelievable. Haha, then we shall kill them. Jian Wushuang is my prey. You guys deal with the rest, Gu Yin shouted. Soon after, the warriors from the 2 squads engaged in a fierce fight. Jian Wushuang led the charge, wasting no time before starting the fight with Gu Yin. Yang Zishuan and the others moved toward their enemies as well. Shua. A sword light suddenly appeared, cutting through the air as it flew forward at a fast pace. Jian Wushuang used his full strength with this first move, the second movement of the selfless sword technique, solipsistic form. As soon as he rushed forward, his power radiated out and filled the area. It was a monstrous power that even caused the air to vibrate. By then, Gu Yin was holding the giant axe that had been on his back. He immediately waved the giant axe, causing an overlapping axe shadow to appear. Separate the sky from the earth. Gu Yin roared, and then he violently slashed the giant axe towards Jian Wushuang's sword light. The slash was so powerful that it seemed like it could cut through mountains. Bang! The 2 forces violently collided together, releasing 2 terrifying bursts of power. Several blast waves immediately formed and swept over the area. Facing this surge of power, the upper portions of the surrounding trees were shattered. At this point, Jian Wushuang also felt a vast force that he couldn't resist, forcing him to retreat several steps. I already used my full strength with the solipsistic form. Why can't I beat him? Jian Wushuang muttered in surprise. Thunderbolt. Yes, his giant axe contains Thunderbolt essence. He should have comprehended both Thunderbolt and Raging Fire essences simultaneously. The combined essences made his power extremely violent and terrifying, Jian Wushuang muttered. Thunderbolt essence was fierce and violent. Same was Raging Fire essence. With these 2 essences combined, how could Gu Yan's attack not be violent? He is even stronger than Shui Yun. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. Having experienced the first round, Jian Wushuang already had an idea how strong Gu Yin was. Gu Yin combined 2 essences, one regular essence and one irregular essence, the same as Shui Yun. But the difference was that Shui Yun had only reached the exceptional gold core realm, while Gu Yin was at the half-step yin-yang realm. So Gu Yin was naturally more powerful than Shui Yun in overall strength. Luckily, Jian Wushuang had greatly improved his strength in the past 2 months, so he was not really scared. I'm not his match if I fight with brute strength, so I'll entangle him using speed and flexibility. Having thought of this, Jian Wushuang instantly disappeared like a ghost and landed next to Gu Yin. Then he waved his triple-kill swords and quietly slashed towards Gu Yin. Gu Yin flipped his hand and easily parried Jian Wushuang's slash. However, Jian Wushuang gripped his long sword and disappeared again, reappearing on the other side of Gu Yin. Jian Wushuang fiercely waved his sword, releasing a continuous string of wild attacks against Gu Yin. Clang, 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 clang. In a single moment, Jian Wushuang had already attacked 10 times in succession, without giving Gu Yin a chance to breathe. Every slash was extremely tricky, so Gu Yin had to shift his giant axe to ward off the sword shadows. This fellow is flexible. Gu Yin darkened his face. Gu Yin specialized in strength and head-to-head battles. However, Jian Wushuang was fighting him with speed and flexibility. He couldn't do anything about it. In the short fight so far, he did not have an advantage. Instead, he was constantly defending. How could he beat or even kill Jian Wushuang? Gu Yin immediately realized he was unable to overcome Jian Wushuang alone. Thinking of this, he involuntarily looked around. Only one glance was enough to make him even more depressed. The situation of the other fights was also the same. Both Yang Zixuan and Bailey Chun were fighting with a genius from the Cosmos Empire who ranked in the top 30, and neither one was in a passive position. Su Ro's opponent was a lady, who ranked 21st. However, Su Ro's movements were extremely tricky, and her body was soft like cotton. No matter how the lady attacked, she was easily warded off by Su Ro. Every time the lady tried to stop fighting Su Ro and attack the others, Su Ro immediately interfered. Although Su Ro's attack was not formidable, it was strong enough to prevent the lady from supporting her comrades. Feng Yutian and Mu Yingying were in the same situation. They were working together, fighting against 3 warriors from the Cosmos Empire. It was an evenly matched fight as well. Looking at the whole situation, it seemed the geniuses in both empires were well matched. Seeing this, Gu Yin lightly sighed, and then he waved his hand, retreat. Then the other geniuses in the Cosmos Empire retreated without hesitation. Without wasting time, they quickly left together with Gu Yin. Jian Wushuang and his comrades were still standing on the battlefield. Seeing the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire retreat, they all felt relieved. Soon after, they all threw a smile on their faces. They retreated. We defeated a squad from the Cosmos Empire. Ha, even a squad from the Cosmos Empire couldn't defeat us. Bailey Chun and Feng Yutian were excited. Don't be careless, Jian Wushuang shook his head and said, it was just one of the squads from the Cosmos Empire. It should have been the weaker one, so the other one should be stronger. Ling Xueyu, who was second place in the rankings, is a member of the Cosmos Empire. However, we did not see him just now, so he should be in the other squad. Hearing what Jian Wushuang said, the 5 next to him agreed and nodded. They indeed defeated a squad from the Cosmos Empire, but it was not a big deal. Huh. Jian Wushuang suddenly looked at Yang Zixuan in surprise. Su Ro, Bailey Chun, Mu Yingying, and Feng Yutian looked towards Yang Zixuan as well. Looking at the state of Yang Zixuan, everybody had a strange look on their face. Chapter 198, First on the Bounty List, Yang Tian. Chapter 198, First on the Bounty List, Yang Tian. Yang Zixuan half closed his eyes as an astonishing aura began radiating from his body. The aura was gathering, and in no time it reached a level that was far beyond the scope of the Gold Core realm. But soon after, the aura was suppressed. The aura quickly calmed down, but Yang Zixuan's aura was obviously much stronger than before. Half-step yin-yang. Haha, he achieved another breakthrough. Second bro, congratulations. Jian Wushuang and his comrades all looked at Yang Zixuan with happy smiles. They knew that Yang Zixuan had achieved the half-step yin-yang realm. Counting Bailey Chun and Feng Yutian, their group now had 3 geniuses in the half-step yin-yang realm. What's more, Yang Zixuan possessed a fierce battle strength. Before he reached the half-step yin-yang realm, his battle strength was already powerful enough to reach the top 30 in the rankings. Now his battle strength should have increased a lot. Second bro, your strength should be as good as mine now, Jian Wushuang said, then touched his nose and stared at Yang Zixuan with a weird look. My strength is still weaker than yours, but I should be powerful enough to put up a fight, Yang Zixuan said while throwing a slight smile on his cold face. Second bro, your breakthrough enhances our overall battle strength, and that's what matters, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Bailey Chun and several other comrades all nodded excitedly. What Jian Wushuang said was correct. The point battle in Sky Valley was a contest of overall strength. Now that Yang Zixuan had a sharp increase in strength, there was no doubt that it greatly enhanced the overall battle strength of their group. If they fought with the group from the Cosmos Empire now, it would be much easier for them. Jian Wushuang and his comrades were still immersing themselves in the joy and celebration for Yang Zishuan's breakthrough. However, the 7 warriors from the Cosmos Empire group, who just had a fight with Jian Wushuang's group, were now slowly moving ahead toward a nearby hill. How shameful! We are the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire. How could a group, formed by such geniuses, be defeated by a group from a small empire? Gu Yan's face was turned livid with rage. The faces of his comrades darkened as well. Among them, there was a green-robed man. He was one of those in the top 30 places of the rankings, and had just fought with Yang Zishuan a while ago. That guy just now, the green-robed man was muttering while walking, and his eyebrows were bent. What happened, Chu Dong? Gu Yan looked at him and asked. Nothing. I just feel like the guy I fought with looks familiar, as if I have seen him before, the green-robed man replied. Oh! Gu Yan was stunned. Once a warrior formed a gold core, he would possess an extraordinary memory. Normally, as long as they met someone once, or they had an impression of someone, it would be hard to elude them. Since Chu Dong felt Yang Zishuan looked familiar, they should have met each other somewhere before. You are from the Cosmos Empire, but that guy was from Tianzong Dynasty. The 2 dynasties are so far away from each other, and the disparity between the 2 dynasties in strength is so big. How could that happen? Gu Yan said questioningly. Chu Dong patted himself on the head and began rummaging through his memories. Suddenly he widened his eyes and said, I got it. I got it. It's him. This is beyond my expectations. Chu Dong shouted horrifyingly. Who is he? Gu Yan immediately asked. Chu Dong took a deep breath and then said seriously, he is Yang Tian. He ranks first on the bounty list in our Cosmos Empire. What? What Chu Dong said shocked Gu Yan and several of the other geniuses standing beside him. Cosmos Empire contained vast territory, with a big population and numerous warriors. Needless to say, such a big dynasty would have plenty of problems. So there was a bounty list in the Cosmos Empire. The bounty list was personally created by the Imperial House of the Cosmos Empire. The people who appeared on the list were all important criminals who the Imperial House wanted. They attached a lot of importance to them. Yang Tian, the son of King Yang, ranked first on the bounty list. The Imperial House of Cosmos Empire offered rewards for the capture of Yang Tian, and that already showed. Anyone who was able to kill Yang Tian and bring back his body, along with his interspatial right, to Imperial House, would be offered the position of first-class duke. He would also receive 3 fiefs, 500,000 silvers, and 10,000 elixirs. On top of that, he could choose a treasure from the Imperial Treasury. If he was able to capture Yang Tian alive and hand him over to the Imperial House, then he would be given the position of first-class commandery prince. He would also receive 8 fiefs, 5 million silvers, and 100,000 elixirs. He could even choose 3 treasures from the Imperial Treasury. The status of first-class commandery prince was an unparalleled position in the Cosmos Empire. Their status was right next to members of the Imperial House. 8 fiefs were equal to a province in terms of territory. Silvers and elixirs were only a secondary concern. Choosing 3 treasures from the Imperial Treasury was also a fatal attraction to any warrior in the Cosmos Empire. After all, the Imperial Treasury was countless times more valuable than the secret pavilion in Tianzong Dynasty's Dragon Palace. Needless to say, the treasures in the Treasure Pavilion were extremely valuable. Picking any 3, how great would that be? When the reward offered was announced several years ago, all warriors in the Cosmos Empire were shocked. Many warriors were eager to find the Yang Tian mentioned in the rewards. However, Yang Tian had simply disappeared, and nobody knew where he went. But now, Yang Tian had reappeared. What's more, he reappeared in the easternmost hunt held by the 12 northwestern dynasties. Chu Dong, are you sure your eyes did not deceive you? Did you really just fight with Yang Tian? Gu Yan asked. He was a little bit excited. Finding Yang Tian meant that they were one step closer to obtaining the rewards. Who wouldn't be excited? Even for the geniuses in the Cosmos Empire, Killing Yang Tian was much more important than displaying their strength in front of the old sections. First-class commandery prince. That was the same as being an overlord in the Cosmos Empire. Even if they were unable to capture Yang Tian alive, they could still kill him. That way, they could at least get the position of first-class duke and be a local despot. I met Yang Tian once a few years ago, so I'm sure I don't have the wrong person, Chu Dong said and nodded solemnly. With Chu Dong's confirmation, the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire got excited. Yang Tian, who ranks the first on the bounty list. Kill him. We have to kill him no matter what. He must die. The eyes of those geniuses were sparkling with excitement. Yang Tian must be killed, Gu Yin said coldly, but he is currently in the group from the Tianzong dynasty. It will not be easy for us to kill him. Chapter 199, Attacked Again. Chapter 199, Attacked Again. They had already fought with the team from the Tianzong dynasty once. The team was strong enough to battle them to a standstill. If we only depend on our team, it will be impossible to kill Yang Tian. Xiao, contact another team and ask them to join us, Gu Yin said and looked at a black-robed woman. Although her was the weakest in their team, her status was very high. Okay, the black-robed woman nodded. A flying insect rushed out from her sleeve as she waved her hand and flew into the surrounding jungle. Gu Yin and the others stayed where they were. After about half a day passed, another team from the Cosmos Empire rushed there, guided by the flying insect. Gu Yin, what do you want us to do? Asked a brown-haired man. The team also had 7 people, and the brown-haired man was the leader, who was 6th on the rankings, Zhang Kong. Where is Ling Shuiyu? Gu Yin muffled his voice. That guy likes doing everything by himself, so we separated 3 days ago, Zhang Kong said. That's great. He won't be able to claim this lucky opportunity, Gu Yin said and smiled coldly. An opportunity? Zhang Kong asked while looking at him in surprise. The truth is, Gu Yin began to narrate. After a few moments of time had passed. What? Yang Tian? Zhang Kong was surprised after hearing what Gu Yin said. Yeah, it's Yang Tian. It's a great opportunity, Gu Yin said with a smile. The team from the Tianzong dynasty is very powerful. We can't beat them by ourselves, so we wanted to work together and kill Yang Tian. Okay, Zhang Kong nodded without hesitance and his eyes were filled with frenzied light. Xiao, can you track the location of that team from the Tianzong dynasty? Gu Yin asked. Yes, I left a tracking scent on them when we were battling, said the black-robed woman as she nodded and raised her eyebrows. Then, the previous flying insect flew out again. Follow it and kill them. Gu Yin smiled coldly. Subsequently, the 14 warriors from the 2 teams all rushed to where Jin Wushuang and his team members were staying. Shortly after, they caught up with Jin Wushuang and his 5 teammates. Jin Wushuang and the others were trudging through the dense jungle. Suddenly, a violent wind-breaking noise sounded out. They turned to look and found a swarm of warriors rushing towards them. Shit! Jin Wushuang's face changed. The Cosmos Empire. So many people. It's 2 teams working together. The expressions on the faces of Bailey Chun, Yang Zixuan, and the others immediately changed. After all, the Cosmos Empire was a large empire. If there was only one team, they could fight back. However, if the 2 teams worked together, there was no chance of them putting up a fight. Up in the air, the monarchs from those dynasties and the experts from the old sects all sighed while watching this take place. The team from Tianzong dynasty is finished. It's extraordinary for a team from a small empire to persist this long, but they've reached their limit. The 2 teams from the Cosmos Empire actually had to work together to fight with 6 people from the Tianzong dynasty. Shi frowned keenly this time. In the dense forest. Hurry and escape. As the leader, Jin Wushuang immediately ordered them to retreat. Because of the huge difference in strength, their only chance was to escape. Do you think you can escape? Gu Yin roared with a lower voice. Gu Yin, Which of them is Yang Tian? Zhang Kong asked with a low voice. He is, Gu Yin said, while his eyes focused on Yang Zixuan, who was quickly escaping. It's him. Zhang Kong's eyes flashed a cold light. Kill him. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A cascade of figures simultaneously rushed forward at a high speed. 11 out of the 14 warriors from the Cosmos Empire teams were rushing toward Yang Zixuan. What? Jin Wushuang was surprised. So many people want to kill second brother? Without any hesitance, Jin Wushuang turned around and appeared beside Yang Zixuan. Get out of my way! Jin Wushuang roared, as the triple-kill sword embedded with 3 combined sword essences radiated a towering aura. A streak of sword shadow chopped out, as if separating the sky from the earth. The third move of the selfless sword technique, Sky Isolating Form. This move he just comprehended was Jin Wushuang's strongest killing move. Only by yourself? Gu Yin sneered and glanced at Jin Wushuang, striking out like a thunderbolt with his giant axe. Bang! They collided, and then Jin Wushuang and Gu Yin were both pushed back at the same time. And? Gu Yin was shocked. Last time, he could overpower Jin Wushuang in pure strength, but now, their strengths were almost equal. Although Gu Yin was blocked by Jin Wushuang, the other 10 warriors appeared in front of Yang Zixuan at this time. A profusion of attacks began. Second bro, watch out! Jin Wushuang shouted suddenly. At that moment, Yang Zixuan had a very serious expression. Seeing a barrage of attacks rushing towards him, his eyes also flashed with a frenzied light. Boom! A horrifying aura suddenly began radiating from Yang Zixuan. The power of this aura was greater than anyone present. At the same time, a gust of fierce golden spiritual power flooded the area. The golden spiritual power covered Yang Zixuan's whole body, making him look like a god from heaven at the moment. Subsequently, Yang Zixuan roared and brandished his saber. He swung his saber 3 continuous times, chopping through the air and causing the whole area to be filled with rippling waves. Rumble. Another fierce roar sounded, and the heaven and the earth seemed to be overshadowed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures were forced to rush away, appearing in the treetops. After regaining their stances, they all looked toward the figure covered in the golden spiritual power. That figure was Yang Zixuan. Jin Wushuang, Su Rou, and the others were all looking at Yang Zixuan with surprise plastered all over their faces. Because, at this moment, the aura radiating from Yang Zixuan was too strong, much stronger than Jin Wushuang, and the layer of golden spiritual power that covered his body was also formidable. High Heaven Technique. Gu Yan's pupil shrank as he said, Yang Tian, it's you. Yang Zixuan snorted, and looked over at Jin Wushuang and the others behind him. They are after me. Third bro, you should take them run. Leave you here and run away? What are you saying? Jin Wushuang did not move, and his gazes grew cold. No one can leave, Gu Yin roared, and the warriors from the Cosmos Empire rushed forward again. Kill them! Jin Wushuang roared and was the first to rush forward. He fiercely fought with Gu Yin, who was the strongest among them. Bailey Chen, Su Rou, and the others also moved. War broke out again. Chapter 200, Escape. Chapter 200, Escape. Humph. Covered by a layer of golden spiritual power and holding a saber like Satan, Yang Zixuan fought with 6 talents from Cosmos Empire by himself at the same time. Zhang Kong, who was 6th in the rankings, was among the 6 geniuses. However, while incessantly brandishing the saber, Yang Zixuan's moves became more domineering. 1 person and 1 saber, fighting against 6 geniuses at the same time. What an amazing little guy. Easily fighting with 6 people? That layer of the golden spiritual power seems to be heavenly chi. Yes, it's heavenly chi from the High Heaven Technique, which is the highest level technique of the Cosmos Empire. Apparently, He concealed his strength because he didn't want to display his cultivation method. It seems that he has an outstanding background. Many of the monarchs and experts up in the air were secretly sighing, and they could not help glancing at the monarch from the Cosmos Empire. The monarch was a weathered elder, wearing an emperor robe. At this time, the weathered elder looked down. When he saw the golden spiritual power covering Yang Zishuan, his face immediately became gloomy. It's him, Yang Tian. The traitor. The weathered elder clenched his hands as his eyes filled with killing intent. The battlefield beneath them was a mess. The sound of violent collisions could be heard as an incredible aura filled the air. Although Yang Zishuan's strength increased enough to fight head-on with 6 of the warriors from the Cosmos Empire, they were fighting against 2 teams with a combined force of 14 people. Even though Yang Zishuan was holding back 6 people, there was still 8 more that were not being restrained. One of those was Gu Yin, who could overpower Su Rou, Bailey Chen, and the others. Damn it! Jian Wushuang noticed that Bailey Chen, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying were retreating as they fought with the warriors from the Cosmos Empire. His expression became gloomy. It's time to execute the soul-devouring secret skill. Jian Wushuang squinted. The soul-devouring secret skill was his final trump card. He would not use it unless he was faced with an urgent situation. After all, the soul-devouring secret skill placed a heavy burden on Jian Wushuang. Upon executing it, he would be weakened for several days. In a battlefield like Sky Valley, losing strength meant you would be eliminated or killed. But in this situation, Jian Wushuang decided to use the soul-devouring secret skill. But at this moment, a terrifying aura began radiating from among the crowd. What? Everyone immediately looked at the source of that terrifying aura. It's her. That woman. The geniuses from the Cosmos Empire looked at her in astonishment. It was Su Rou. At this moment, Su Rou's sleeves and hair were fluttering as the terrifying aura continued to rise sharply and violently. In only a moment, it had reached an unbelievable level. Subsequently, Su Rou's eyes grew cold and she waved her hand. Vast aquamarine spiritual power surged out and formed a huge torrent. The power of the torrent was amazing. It swept out and covered the entire space in only a moment. The endless aquamarine power formed many sharp spikes and darted towards the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire. What is this? The geniuses from the Cosmos Empire were very surprised. With their strength, it was not hard to defend against those spikes. However, there were so many spikes, and they filled the area, thrusting toward them from everywhere in quick succession. Everyone from the Cosmos Empire had to try their best to parry those spikes, which gave Jian Wushuang and the others a slight reprieve. Escape quickly, Su Rou roared with a low and anxious voice. Fourth sister. Jian Wushuang looked at Su Rou and left without hesitance. Go! Immediately, Jian Wushuang, Yang Zishuan, Bailey Chen, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying left the battlefield and rushed into the dense forest. Su Rou also managed to leave, following Jian Wushuang and the others. The power of the aquamarine torrent didn't slow in the least until Su Rou left, at which point those spikes also halted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone from the Cosmos Empire appeared on the treetops and watched the figures of Jian Wushuang and the rest disappear. Their faces stiffened. They're escaping. Gu Yin muffled his voice. It was beyond our expectations. Even though they are from a small empire, they are very strong. We knew it would be hard to fight with Jian Wushuang and Yang Zishuan, but we didn't expect them to have such a terrifying woman, said Zhang Kong as he squinted. What Su Rou did had deeply shocked them. Although Su Rou was only one person, she restrained all 14 of them. They only escaped temporarily, Gu Yin groaned and said, Xiao Xiao, how are things going over there? The black-robed woman frowned and said with a low voice, that woman's attack was terrifying. I had no choice but to focus on defending myself, and the blood armor bug was killed by a spike. I need 2 hours to hatch another one. Only 2 hours? They can't run far. We can just wait here for 2 hours, Gu Yin said. Okay. Zhang Kong also nodded. Now that they knew Yang Zishuan was actually Yang Tian, these geniuses from the Cosmos Empire were specifically targeting the team from Tianzong Dynasty. They would not give up until they killed Yang Zishuan. But at that moment, is everyone here? A light laughter suddenly sounded, and then a bloody-robed figure appeared on the treetop next to those talents from the Cosmos Empire. It was a young man with a serious look, carrying a blood sword on his back and wearing an evil smile. He looked at those talents from the Cosmos Empire with interest. Seeing him, those talents from the Cosmos Empire all changed their expressions. Ling Xueyu, blood sword. Ling Xueyu, acknowledged as the strongest genius in the Cosmos Empire, second place in the rankings. Ling Xueyu and Meng Wuyin, who ranked first, were publicly known as the two monsters in this easternmost hunt. Even though he was also from the Cosmos Empire, Ling Xueyu was so strong that he could explore Sky Valley by himself. Although he was one person, he had vanquished a team from a middle-sized empire. Gu Yin and Zhang Kong's expressions became unnatural when they saw Ling Xueyu. They knew that Yang Zishuan was an opportunity for them, but it would not belong to them if Ling Xueyu participated. Chapter 201. Be My Protector. Chapter 201. Be My Protector. Gu Yin, Zhang Kong, you two have been in discord for a long time, and this time, in the Sky Valley battle, you two also led two different teams and took separate actions. But now, you've gathered together. Something must have happened. Just tell me. Ling Xueyu walked towards them with a slight smile. Gu Yin and Zhang Kong looked at each other and smiled with resignation. Then they briefly told him the identity of Yang Zishuan. Yang Tian? You mean Yang Tian, who ranks first in the bounty list? Ling Xueyu was also astonished at first, but then he smiled. No wonder you chose to join together. But it seems that you didn't get much from the team of the Tianzong Dynasty? Both of Gu Yin and Zhang Kong countenances turned serious. It is quite a shame that the combination of the two teams from our Cosmos Empire could do nothing to a team from a small empire. Ling Xueyu sneered. But that's okay. It provides me with a chance to perform. Above the void, the monarchs from the 12 dynasties and the experts from the old sects were discussing the previous battle. The breath that woman burst out. Is she from that place? It seems she is. Only people from that place can use such a special skill. What's more, from the strength of her breath, she has a high position there. Why did she, someone from that place, take part in the easternmost hunting of our 12 northwestern dynasties? Who knows? Knowing Su Ro's background, the experts were all surprised. This time, Tianzong Dynasty's disciples are at a rather high level. One owns the high heaven technique and can drive heavenly qi, and another one comes from that place. Both of them can be considered true, peerless geniuses. Compared to them, their leader, Jin Wushuang, performed quite ordinarily in the Sky Valley battle. Yes, the battle had lasted for so long, but Jin Wushuang showed no improvement in his strength. I used to be optimistic about him as he's still very young, but now, compared with those two geniuses, he's much weaker. Mr. Ling Tian, you are so visionary. Yes, Mr. Ling Tian looked down on Jin Wushuang since the beginning. Some experts from the old sects were flattering Mo Ling Tian. Glancing down at Jin Wushuang, Mo Ling Tian sat on the chair and sneered coldly. Other geniuses mostly gained a few improvements as the battle went on. In his team, all the members except him gained improvements in both essence realm and cultivation after the continuing slaughter. However, his strength remained the same. He made no progress after the continuing slaughter. Is it really that he's a genius? Ridiculous. In our wilderness sword sect, even a disciple whose job is to sweep the floor is much more talented than him. Mo Ling Tian kept being dismissive of Jin Wushuang all along. During the whole battle, the only one he appreciated was Ling Xueyu. He's not bad. Mo Ling Tian looked down at Ling Xueyu. He was able to comprehend 3 sword essences at the same time, and what's more, one of them was the sword essence of brightness, which is very rare. It's quite good for him to combine the 3 sword essences at this age. In our sect, he can be considered barely qualified to be a core disciple. At first, Mo Ling Tian didn't intend to choose any disciples for the Wilderness Sword Sect, but recently, after watching Ling Shueyu's performance in the Sky Valley, he slightly changed his mind. In Sky Valley, after fighting with the experts of the Cosmos Empire, all members of Jian Wushuang's team sat down on the ground to restore their spiritual power. "Little sister," Jian Wushuang looked at Su Ro and said, "Thanks a lot. If it weren't you, we would have had no hope in surviving under the siege of the 2 teams from the Cosmos Empire." Yang Zixuan, Bailey Chun, and the other members also looked at Su Ro with gratitude. Just now, Su Ro did save them. "It's not a big deal." Su Ro looked pale. It was apparent that it also consumed a lot of her energy just now. "Third brother, if I were not there, you would also still have let us out of that mess." Su Ro looked at Jian Wushuang without any suspicion. Jian Wushuang smiled, and then he looked around. "Everybody," Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. "These days, it is our cooperation that has led us here. As a leader, actually, I didn't lead you that much. Though I am ashamed, I have a presumptuous request." Hearing this, the 5 members around Jian Wushuang were all surprised as they looked at him. "I request all of you to be my protectors," Jian Wushuang said directly. "Protector?" Yang Zixuan and other members were all amazed. "Third brother, are you going to make a breakthrough?" Su Ro looked at Jian Wushuang surprisingly. "I fought with Gu Yin just now and gained a few insights. It seems that I'm going to make a breakthrough." Jian Wushuang smiled with gratification. Finally, he was going to make a breakthrough. It was known that he had waited for this day for a long time. Since combining 3 sword essences in the selection battle, he had met a huge bottleneck in improving his strength. Although he tried many times to break through the bottleneck, he failed. From the beginning of Easternmost hunting to now, with the continuing battles and slaughter, the geniuses from other dynasties and even the geniuses in his team all made a breakthrough in their strength. People like Yang Zixuan and Feng Yutian had made even greater improvements in their strength. How about Jian Wushuang? From the beginning to now, he had made no progress. It was not because Jian Wushuang was not talented enough, but rather because the bottleneck interfering with him was too huge. The bottleneck stopped him from making any progress. Once he broke through the bottleneck, his strength would reach a new and prominent level. Now, the breakthrough he longed was coming. "That's so great." "Haha, Jian Wushuang, are you going to make a breakthrough?" "Finally, you are going to make a breakthrough." Yang Zixuan, Su Ro, Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying were all surprised. They knew Jian Wushuang's strength well, and they all knew how amazingly talented he was. Before the breakthrough, Jian Wushuang's battle strength was far beyond theirs, and he also ranked top among the geniuses of the 12 dynasties. Once he made the breakthrough, his strength would reach new and prominent heights. "Everybody, I promise," Jian Wushuang said confidently, while looking at his team members. "I request you to be my protectors, and after the breakthrough, I will lead you to sweep over the 12 northwestern dynasties and create a brand new legend." Chapter 202, Fight to the Death. Chapter 202, Fight to the Death. What Jian Wushuang said completely exhilarated his present comrades. Sweeping over the 12 northwestern dynasties and creating a new legend. But what was a legend? A small dynasty making its way upstream and destroying the middle-sized empires, or even the 2 large empires. This was supposed to be a legend. Now Jian Wushuang said that he wanted to lead them to create a new legend. How confident of him to say that. "I believe you." Su Ro solemnly looked at Jian Wushuang without any doubts in her eyes. Yang Zixuan looked at Jian Wushuang as a smile slowly grew on his cold face. Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying smiled as well after they glanced at each other. Their smiles were full of expectations. After a while, Jian Wushuang sat down on the field with his legs crossed. He closed his eyes and then engaged himself in the breakthrough. Yang Zixuan, Su Ro, and the other 3 comrades stationed themselves around him quietly. They had to ensure that nobody disturbed Jian Wushuang until he completed the breakthrough. By then, geniuses of the Cosmos Empire were quietly waiting in the jungle, which was not far from Jian Wushuang and his comrades. Among them, there was a black-robed woman trying her utmost to hatch an insect. Soon after, the hatching was complete and a winged insect emerged in people's visions. "Done!" The black-robed woman held her head up and said. "Is it finally done?" Ling Shuiyu smiled coldly and said, "Then lead the way." The black-robed woman nodded, and then everybody followed behind the insect and walked directly toward where Jian Wushuang and his comrades were. This was seen by the monarchs of the 12 dynasties and the experts of the old sects who were levitating above the void. Blood armor bug? It seems that the Cosmos Empire have targeted the young men of the Tianzong dynasty. It's unbelievable that they raised a blood armor bug. To raise a bug like that, they need to feed it their own blood since its birth. The geniuses in the Cosmos Empire seem a motley crew. With the blood armor bug leading the way, the group from the Cosmos Empire can find the group from the Tianzong dynasty soon. This fight may leave Tianzong dynasty with no chance to even struggle. Exactly. After all, Ling Shuiyue is in the group. Even if a genius of the Tianzong dynasty was from the same place, he would only be able to barely survive when confronting Ling Shuiyu, even when trying their utmost. Ling Shuiyu is an exceptional genius who is ranked 2nd place on the standings. He is a monster. Meng Wuqian, who is ranked 1st on the standings, is also a monster. Their strengths are far more powerful than those of other geniuses. Those top geniuses were casually talking. All of them believed that the Tianzong dynasty had no chance to win this time. Even Di Shi was now worried as he frowned. He was unwilling to retreat, but he knew that their group might have no way to resist the enemies, because the group from the Cosmos Empire gathered their top geniuses, and even Ling Shuiyu was with them as well. The outcome, then, would be Jian Wushuang's group being killed. Look at the young man called Jian Wushuang. He is sitting on the field while the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire are approaching. It seems he is comprehending something. An expert from an old sect suddenly said. "Oh." The other experts looked toward Jian Wushuang as well. "Haha, he is. He has not achieved comprehension until now. It's too late. The geniuses from the Cosmos Empire will confront them in a while. At this point, even if he has a breakthrough in his strength, the result won't change." The experts from the old sects were talking and laughing. In the first day of the grabbing battle, Jian Wushuang attracted the eyes of the experts from the old sections. This was mostly because he was young, as well as the fact that he had incredible strength. However, as a few days passed, Jian Wushuang made no progress, which made them completely lose interest in him. Even though it seemed that Jian Wushuang had been comprehending something, how much he could improve himself now. The experts from the Cosmos Empire would arrive soon and, by then, they would outclass Jian Wushuang and his companions. A good-for-nothing from a small empire. Mo Lingtian totally ignored Jian Wushuang. The only person he was interested in was Ling Shuiyu. In the blank field center of a lush jungle in Sky Valley, Yang Zishuan, Su Rou, and the other comrades were maintaining sharp vigilance, but they were disrupted by successive whoosh sounds. With the sounds of a few sharp winds, several figures with violent breath instantly appeared in front of them. "Everybody from the Tianzong dynasty, here we meet again," Gu Yin said with a smile. Seeing that the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire appeared in front of them again, Yang Zishuan's and his comrades' faces instantly darkened. By then, they already noticed the young man who was standing ahead and carrying a blood sword on his back. He looked icy, and his glance was fixed on Jian Wushuang and his comrades. "Ling Shuiyu. It's him." The monster ranked 2nd place on the rankings. Yang Zishuan's and the other 4 comrades' faces darkened further. It should be known that the alliance between the 2 groups of Gu Yin and Zhang Kong had left them with no chance to stand against them. Worse still, the 2 groups arrived simultaneously, together with the well-known monster Ling Shuiyu. How was it possible for them to resist? What we should do? Should we just escape? Mu Yingying couldn't help but ask. "No, we shouldn't," Su Rou directly shook her head and said, "It's the crucial moment for Wushuang to complete his breakthrough. We can't let anybody disturb him. Otherwise, he won't be able to break through. What's worse is that he will turn berserk. We can't escape. Then we have to fight to the death," Bailey Chun said coldly. "There's no other choice except to fight," Yang Zishuan said flatly. Not soon after he had spoken, golden spiritual power surged from his body. A horrible breath suddenly burst out. "Ha, high heaven technique." Seeing the golden spiritual power surging around Yang Zishuan's body, Ling Shuiyu looked excited. He instantly bounded up and directly levitated towards Yang Zishuan. "I will take care of Yang Tian. You guys handle the rest." Hearing what Ling Shuiyu said, Gu Yin and Zhang Kong frowned. However, they did not dare to violate Ling Shuiyu's instruction. So each led a group and then directly glided towards Su Rou and her comrades. "Go to hell." Gu Yin fiercely hacked his giant axe, which seemed to be able to split through the sky and earth. Zhang Kong held a long spear in his hand. The long spear was dark and violently pierced through the void like an awl. By then, the remaining geniuses from the Cosmos Empire each aimed at an enemy as well. Everybody was trying their utmost. "Stop them from moving close to Wushuang," Su Rou snarled. A vast breath could be seen instantly raising up from her body, followed by the aquamarine torrent surging out. The torrent was even stronger than before. The aquamarine torrent filled the entire sky and earth, covering all geniuses from the Cosmos Empire. Subsequently, several aquamarine long spears appeared in the aquamarine torrent. "Here we are again. This lady is really hard to deal with. Be careful. The power from these spears is more powerful than the sharp barbs from before." Chapter 203. Chapter 203. Breakthrough. 4 sword essences were combined. Exceptional gold core realm. Facing the fierce attacks from the long spear, the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire were hastily trying to stop and resist it, including Gu Yin and Zhang Kong. At the same time, Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying directly glided out, with a slightly frenzied glistening in their eyes. Boom! The terrible thundering sounds were suddenly heard in the void. Yang Zishuan had already engaged himself in a confrontation with Ling Shuiyu. Rumble. The energy waves were violently rolling. However, when the waves were about close in on Jian Wushuang, they were stopped by an aquamarine torrent. The confrontation between the geniuses from the Tianzong dynasty and the Cosmos Empire was extremely fierce as soon as it began. Yang Zishuan directly engaged himself in the slaughter with Ling Shuiyu. Ling Shuiyu was called a monster. Sure enough, his strength was stronger than the geniuses from other dynasties. Even Gu Yin, who was ranked 3rd place on the standings, was not his match. However, having broken through to the half-step Yin-Yang realm, Yang Zishuan greatly enhanced his strength. In addition, he cultivated the high heaven technique. Once he fully displayed this technique, the heavenly qi would transform his strength to be extremely overwhelming. Thus, Yang Zishuan was absolutely powerful enough to engage in a fierce fight with Ling Shuiyu. As for the other geniuses of the Cosmos Empire, they already engaged themselves in the fight with Su Rou and her other 3 comrades. With the monstrous aura, Su Rou displayed Aquamarine Torrent one more time. Additionally, Bailey Chun and the other 2 comrades were around supporting her. As a result, they successfully resisted the attack from the Cosmos Empire geniuses in a short time. It seemed that the situation in the battlefield remained a stalemate, for nobody was willing to give up. But the truth was that the geniuses of the Tianzong dynasty could not maintain this for a long time. Everybody was aware of this fact. Even though Yang Zishuan could confront Ling Shuiyu, he was barely making it. Ling Zuyuhad had yet to display his full power, yet he already held the advantage. Eventually, Yang Zishuan would be defeated. Su Rou was in the same situation. It was not easy for her to display Aquamarine Torrent, so she could not maintain herself for a long time either. But Jian Wushuang knew nothing about it. At this moment, His eyes were closed, and he completely engaged himself in his breakthrough. For sword essences could be seen slowly rising up around his body. Yang Zishuan and his other comrades were clear that Jian Wushuang had almost broken through. They thought the breakthrough was just in cultivation of spiritual power, which was simply from the profound gold core realm to the exceptional gold core realm. But in fact, the breakthrough Jian Wushuang was experiencing was not what they had thought. It was a breakthrough in sword essence. By now, Jian Wushuang activated the 4 sword essences that he already comprehended. Among the 4 sword essences, 3 were combined long ago, which were the sword essence of Gale, sword essence of Raging Fire, and sword essence of the Water Drop. The only one that he could not combine was the sword essence of Earth. The sword essence of Earth was the earliest and the finest one that Jian Wushuang comprehended among the 4 sword essences. However, Jian Wushuang was unable to combine it with the other 3 sword essences ever since he had comprehended it. But he received a chance to break through during the fight between him and Gu Yin a while ago. The chance could make the sword essence of Earth combine with the other 3 sword essences. At this moment, the sword essence of Earth and the other 3 sword essences converged. Within seconds, the 4 sword essences had completely merged. Thereafter, Jian Wushuang had fully merged and comprehended the 4 sword essences. The sword essence of Earth, the sword essence of Raging Fire, the sword essence of the Water Drop, and the sword essence of Gale. The 4 sword essences were perfectly combined. A combination of 4 sword essences. At the right moment when the 4 sword essences combined together, a shock echoed throughout Jian Wushuang's body. In the past several months, his cultivation of spiritual power was not activated at all, neither had it been enhanced. But now, the power was suddenly and fiercely activated as Jian Wushuang completed his breakthrough. Originally, he was at the peak of the profound gold core realm, but now he directly achieved the exceptional gold core realm. The whole process happened naturally. Once the sword essence broke through, the cultivation of spiritual power broke through as well. After the breakthrough was over, Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, burning with rage. On the battlefield, the geniuses were still fiercely fighting. Su Ro's face had turned pale and wan already, but she did not give up. She was exerting her utmost strength to manipulate Aquamarine Torrent and block Gu Yin and his comrades. Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying were the same. They had already suffered terrible injuries, but they were still risking their lives in resistance. Ha! The power of the torrent has been greatly weakened. This lady is about to surrender. Let's defeat the torrent together. Gu Yin laughed as he violently hacked the giant axe towards Su Ro. The giant axe could activate a huge thunderbolt, and now the strength landed directly on Aquamarine Torrent. In no time, the torrent retreated. Having spurted blood from her mouth, Su Ro's consciousness began to waver and her vision became blurry. However, she did not forget her mission. I can't let anybody get close to the third brother. Nobody is allowed to, she muttered. Wah! Su Ro spurted blood one more time. By then, her breath was barely perceptible. At the same time, the power for Aquamarine Torrent was greatly weakened. Su Ro struggled to hold up her head. She wanted to fight again, but the slight patting on her shoulders stopped her. She was shocked and naturally turned around. What she saw was Jian Wushuang, who was standing behind her with a grateful smile on his face. Seeing this, Su Ro was happy, and then she smiled as well. Wushuang, you finally achieved a breakthrough. Su Ro's voice was extremely weak. Soon after she uttered those words, she closed her eyes and her limp body fell to the side. Jian Wushuang was stunned, and then he immediately stepped forward and held Su Ro in his arms. At the same time, he took out several healing elixirs and helped Su Ro swallow them down. Having swallowed the elixirs down, Su Ro's breathing became more stable. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. Soon after, Jian Wushuang looked around. His eyes were sweeping over the battlefields and the geniuses on them. He first fixed his eyes on Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying. The 3 just engaged in a fierce fight, and now all were grievously injured. Their breathing was weak, but they did not pass out like Su Ro. They still had slight consciousness. Having noticed Jian Wushuang's eyes, the three struggled to hold their heads up and looked at him. Their eyes were filled with mixed emotions. Seeing the three, Jian Wushuang half closed his eyes, and then he gave Yang Zishuan a glance. The glance was enough for him to be stunned. There, flashing into Jian Wushuang's eyes, was Yang Zishuan lying in a giant hole in the field center, with blood spewing out of his mouth. On his side, there was an arm. That was a severed arm. A severed arm that was just cut off by someone. One glance was enough for Jian Wushuang to recognize that the severed arm was Yang Zishuan's. One of my second brother's arms was cut off. Seeing the broken arm, Jian Wushuang's body was shaking, rumbling. His mind was wild with rage, as if there were hundreds of millions of thunderbolt roaring. Jian Wushuang's eyes were coldly fixed on the experts from the Cosmos Empire in the front. Moments later, a monstrous, murderous intent fiercely burst out from his body. The murderous intent formed a sturdy roar, and in no time it flew to the ninth heaven. All of you have to die. Chapter 204. All of you have to die. Chapter 204. All of you have to die. All of you have to die. The roar was so loud that it resounded throughout the entire Sky Valley, causing the faces of the top experts from the Cosmos Empire to suddenly change. After gently putting Su Ro down on the ground, Jian Wushuang got up. With the sound of Chu, the triple-kill sword was already in his hand, and then he walked toward the geniuses of the Cosmos Empire in front of him, step by step. Third brother, Yang Zishuan called. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked at Yang Zishuan. A smile appeared on Yang Zishuan's face, but it was rather miserable, and then he said, "Next, we will all rely on you." Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded slowly, and then he continued to walk forward. Every step he took was very slow. After stepping on the ground, he stepped into the void. Huh. The geniuses of the Cosmos Empire were shocked by his movement. Void walk? Yin-Yang Void Realm? No, he hasn't reached the Yin-Yang Void Realm yet. He is just in the exceptional Gold Core Realm. Should a man of the primordial Gold Core Realm be able to have a void walk? The geniuses of the Cosmos Empire were astonished. However, Jian Wushuang raised his eyes and looked at these geniuses. The first person his eyes locked onto was Ling Xueyu. "Is it you that chopped off my second brother's arm?" Jian Wushuang said in a cold voice devoid of emotion. "Yes, it was me. What do you want to do?" Ling Xueyu raised his mouth slightly as though he did not care about Jian Wushuang at all. He was proud and arrogant. Among the 12 dynasties participating in the easternmost hunting, only Meng Wuqian from the Angel Empire had the qualifications for Ling Xueyu to care about him. As for others, he did not pay any attention to them. "Okay, it's you," Jian Wushuang said indifferently before he then stepped forward. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's figure suddenly appeared beside Ling Xueyu, within just a few moments. "You chopped off one of my second brother's arms, so it isn't too much to chop off your 2 arms to avenge him." Jian Wushuang's chilly voice sounded around Ling Xueyu's ears. At this moment, Ling Xueyu, who just had an evil smile on his face and was previously acting supercilious, suddenly widened his eyes. Lowering his head with difficulty, he discovered that a cold sword shadow had flashed through him, yet he had no idea when this happened. This sword shadow was extremely sharp, so as soon as it passed through him from both sides, his 2 arms were chopped off simultaneously. How could this be possible? Ling Xueyu was momentarily dumbstruck. He could not believe what happened. Who was he? He was Ling Xueyu. He was one of the 2 exceptional genius acknowledged by the public in this easternmost hunting, but both of his arms were chopped off by a nobody from a small empire. Too fast. This sword shadow was too fast. It was so fast that before he could react, his 2 arms had already been chopped off. Jian Wushuang then clenched his left fist and directly punched forward. Bang! This fist struck heavily at Ling Xueyu's stomach. The power was so terrifying that it directly obliterated his dantian into powder. Puff! Lots of blood spilled from Ling Shueyu's mouth, and his face instantly turned pale. My dantian, Ling Shueyu roared in a low voice with great pain, while fresh blood constantly spilled from his mouth. However, Jin Wushuang's hand stretched out to Ling Shueyu again. As his arms were chopped off and his dantian was destroyed by Jin Wushuang, he had no ability to offer any resistance or even struggle. Thus Jin Wushuang picked him up by his throat. Then Jin Wushuang swung his arm and Ling Shueyu, just like a dead dog, was vigorously thrown onto the open space near Yang Zishuan. Ling Shueyu's body fell onto the ground in front of Yang Zishuan, which caused the earth to shake upon impact. Second brother, it's up to you whether this guy should be cut into pieces or be dismembered. Jin Wushuang's cold voice sounded. At this moment, the whole battlefield was silent. Looking at Ling Shueyu, who was thrown on the ground like a dead dog without any battle strength, Yang Zishuan took a deep breath and nodded at Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang no longer paid any attention to Ling Shueyu, and his eyes turned to the 14 other geniuses of the Cosmos Empire. These 14 geniuses included Gu Yin and Zhang Kong, 2 of the top 10 peak experts on the standings. But at this moment, these 14 geniuses looked at Jin Wushuang as though they were staring at a demon they had never seen before. In their eyes, Ling Shueyu was at the level of monsters. However, he was easily destroyed by this guy in front of them in no time. How powerful was his strength? The Cosmos Empire is one of the 2 large empires among the 12 northwestern dynasties. Jin Wushuang looked at the 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire coldly. I wonder what kind of scene that would be if the geniuses of your Cosmos Empire who participated in this easternmost hunting were all to die in Sky Valley. Jin Wushuang smiled coldly and began to wave the triple kill sword in his hand. Idealistic form, the first move of the selfless sword technique. Although it was the same idealistic form, after Jin Wushuang combined the 4 sword essences with this move, its power was much stronger. Chu. A cold and bright sword light directly swept out momentarily. Where this sword light traveled, there was silence. It seemed as though the time of the universe stopped at this moment. The moment these 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire saw the sword light, their faces changed greatly, and they tried to escape from the sweeping of this sword move, but before long they found their speed was too slow. Compared with the cold and shining sword move, they were vastly slower. They were directly pierced through by the sword light before they had the chance to lift up the weapons to resist. Chi, 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 chi. The sound of the sword piercing into bodies rang one by one, and altogether there were 14. The 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire still stood there, but they were at a loss, with eyes full of horror and despair. Then, pong, 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 pong. 14 bodies simultaneously fell onto the ground powerlessly. 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire, who could be regarded as the top talents by the public, had been killed with one sword move. Quiet. The silence was akin to death in the earth and heavens. Even Jin Wushuang's teammates, including Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying, who still had consciousness, were greatly shocked by what had happened in front of them. As for Yang Zishuan, his expression was still extremely indifferent. After Jin Wushuang killed all 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire, he did not stop his actions, and his cold eyes turned to a forest not far from him. After watching us for such a long time, it's time to reveal yourselves. As soon as he finished uttering those words, Jin Wushuang lifted his arm and hacked his sword toward the forest. With the flash of the sword light, tens of huge trees fell forthwith onto the ground, and then figures appeared one by one. With a scarlet-robed youth as their head, these figures' breaths were uncommon. However, no matter whether it was the scarlet-robed youth or the others, they all looked at Jin Wushuang with great fear. Immortals killing Empire? Seeing these figures, Jin Wushuang smiled coldly. The geniuses of the Cosmos Empire have all died, and I don't mind erasing your immortals, killing Empire from this battle for points. Chapter 205, Invincibility. Chapter 205, Invincibility. Jin Wushuang said in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, the group of geniuses from the Immortals Killing Empire, who had hidden in the dark, became awfully frightened. His words struck terror and shock into their hearts. They had never thought that they would be afraid of a genius from a small empire to such an extent. However, they had reasons to be terrified. After all, having arrived here early and then hiding in the dark, they had witnessed what just happened. They saw Jin Wushuang cut off Ling Xueyu's 2 arms with a single stroke. They also witnessed Jin Wushuang strike a blow that killed 14 top geniuses of the Cosmos Empire without giving his opponents the opportunity to fight back. The geniuses of the Cosmos Empire were as strong as those of the Immortals Killing Empire. Since he could kill the former with only 1 stroke, Jin Wushuang could definitely kill the latter. They now regretted passing by this place. You, the scarlet-robed youth, who led the other geniuses of the Immortals Killing Empire, suddenly spoke. The youth carried a blood-red saber on his back, with a faint killing intent between his eyebrows and a roaring aura around his body. The youth was called Ming Wuyan. He and Ling Xueyu were known as the 2 exceptional geniuses in the easternmost hunting. Being ranked number 1 in the standings, he was stronger than Ling Xueyu. We're just passing through here. There's no conflict between our Immortals Killing Empire and your team, so you don't have to kill all of us, right? Meng Wutian stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, staring at Jin Wushuang. He put nothing in his eyes. He was number 1 on the standings of easternmost hunting. None of the geniuses was his match in the 12 northwestern dynasties. At this moment, Jin Wushuang, who was standing in front of him, did not even move, yet he made him feel an unprecedented pressure with his cold stare. The pressure was even greater than what Meng Wutian had felt when facing an expert at the peak of the Yin Void Realm. Jin Wushuang squinted at Meng Wutian but immediately nodded. You're right. I don't have to kill all of you. So, all of you give me your armlets, and I'll let you go. Give our armlets? The expressions of the geniuses of the Immortals Killing Empire suddenly changed. Armlets represented points. The aim of this battle in Sky Valley was to earn points. Now all of them would give their points to Jin Wushuang. The geniuses of the Immortals Killing Empire were somewhat reluctant, but they acquiesced with a tight smile when thinking about how Jin Wushuang had killed 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire with 1 stroke. Jin Wushuang. Meng Wutian looked serious. He had seen the standings before, so he knew Jin Wushuang. I admit that you're very strong, at least much stronger than me, Meng Wutian said in a low voice. But it's not my style to give away my points without a fight. Anyway, I will be convinced as long as you fight with me and defeat me. Meng Wutian then ignored the surprised expressions of the onlookers from the Immortals Killing Empire. He drew out his blood-red saber, and a powerful aura gushed out from his body. Let's fight. With a loud cry, Meng Wutian directly lifted up his saber mixed with raging fire, gale, and destruction essence realm. The last realm seemed to be able to destroy everything. Meng Wutian's spiritual power reached its peak at this moment. He launched an attack with his saber. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the air ahead of him was cleft in 2. The heaven and the earth shook and everything shivered. A huge flash of the saber's shadow instantly swept out. The stroke seemed to tear heaven and earth. The onlookers of the Immortals Killing Empire looked frightened when seeing the saber shadow. Meanwhile, they felt fortunate that they were not the target. Otherwise, they would have died under the streak of the blade light. However, faced with the terrifying and dazzling blade light, Jin Wushuang was still calm. While slowly raising his head and staring at the streak of light coming toward him, Jin Wushuang casually struck a blow with his sword. The casual stroke did not display any swordsmanship, but there was a streak of sword light coming out. The streak of sword light was a perfect combination of 4 kinds of sword essence: earth, raging fire, water drop, and gale. Shwa! With a sudden faint sound, in the brilliant streak of blade light appeared a crack. It was a cold streak of the sword shadow. The streak of the sword shadow completely penetrated the blade light as soon as the two of them collided. Then the sword shadow continued to move forward. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at Meng Wujian. Choo! The cold sword shadow was suspended half of a centimeter away from Meng Wujian. Jian Wushuang lifted the long sword up and pressed the sword shadow against Meng Wujian. Once he used more strength, the sword edge could easily pierce through Meng Wujian's throat. Grunt. Meng Wujian swallowed his saliva with a blank look. The other geniuses of the Immortals' killing empire sucked in a breath of cold air momentarily. With a stroke, Jian Wushuang had cut off Ling Xueyu's 2 arms and killed 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire. Now, it was also another single stroke, an ordinary stroke that Meng Wujian had executed his strongest unique move to fight against with full power. The stroke obviously displayed no swordsmanship. But still, he was outclassed and defeated by Jian Wushuang with that stroke. There was a huge gap between them. You lost. Jian Wushuang coldly stared at Meng Wujian. He did not want to kill Meng Wujian directly because he thought Meng Wujian had a good character. Meng Wujian seemed to be somewhat arrogant, but he hid his conceit and was not as supercilious as Ling Xueyu. I lost, Meng Wujian said with a rueful smile. Then he gave an interspatial ring to Jian Wushuang. All the armlets I've got are in this interspatial ring, Meng Wujian spoke. After he accepted it, Jian Wushuang glanced at the other geniuses of the Immortals' killing empire. All of them were scared and took out all their armlets without hesitation. Here are all of our armlets. Here you are. These geniuses were still quite frightened. Jian Wushuang nodded and said, leave all your armlets and then you can go. All the geniuses of the Immortals' killing empire, including Meng Wujian, had to leave helplessly despite their reluctance. Chapter 206, Real Exceptional Genius. Chapter 206, Real Exceptional Genius. In the void over Sky Valley, the monarchs of the 12 dynasties, as well as experts of old sects, kept an eye on what happened below. When they saw the geniuses of the Cosmos Empire engage in a fierce fight with the team of the Tianzong dynasty, they could not help but sigh. The Tianzong dynasty is over. All of them thought it would happen. But just a moment later, everyone above the void became as silent as the grave. It was hard for them to believe what they had seen. Just now, they saw Jian Wushuang suddenly erupt with great power, cut off Ling Xueyu's 2 arms, and immediately launch another attack with a brilliant strike. 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire were killed by that strike. Shock. Everybody was shocked. How could it be possible? Why is Jian Wushuang so strong? Oh God, he killed 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire with only 1 strike? The monarchs from the 12 dynasties could not help but widen their eyes. The monarch of the Cosmos Empire, a weathered elder, had just shown a smiling face, but now it flushed red with anger. Bang! The elder stood up while patting the chair into dust. He looked extremely angry as killing intent roared around his body. The other monarchs were a little surprised, but they could understand him. The Cosmos Empire was one of the 2 large empires, but now all the geniuses from it had been killed by the same person in this point grab battle. It was impossible for their monarch not to be furious. The experts of old sects gathered with a complex look, especially Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian had thought highly of Ling Xueyu and judged that he was qualified to be a disciple of his wilderness sword sect. As for Jian Wushuang, Mo Lingtian had not put him in his eyes. However, Mo Lingtian was stunned at this moment. It's impossible. Even Mo Lingtian could hardly believe that what happened below was real. The kid has surpassed himself, but even if he broke through, how could he improve his strength to such an extent? Unimaginable. Mo Lingtian could not understand. As for his previous strength, Jian Wushuang could only reach top 10 in the standings, but now his strength had improved to such an inconceivable level where he could kill 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire with only 1 strike. This kid, How did he achieve it? Mo Lingtian roared in mind. He was oblivious to Jian Wushuang's true strength. Jian Wushuang had improved his strength from the peak of the profound cold core realm to the exceptional gold core realm. It looked like an ordinary breakthrough, but Jian Wushuang had been cultivating heavenly creation skill, the heaven-defying cultivation method. It was a supreme gold core that he had. He had been at the peak of the profound cold core realm. As a result, his eruption of power could only be considered close to half-step yin-yang, even if it was a supreme gold core that triggered the outburst. But now, he had reached the exceptional gold core realm, thus his power could exceed the gold core realm and reach the initial yin void realm with the help of the supreme gold core. He could outclass any genius of the 12 dynasties with the strength. More importantly, he made a major breakthrough in the enlightenment of his sword essence. 4 kinds of sword essence combined. The more closely 4 kinds of sword essence combined, the greater his strength would improve. When he had combined 2 kinds of sword essence, Jian Wushuang improved his complete strength to a normal degree. After he had combined 3 kinds of sword essence, his complete strength was at least 5 times greater than before. Now, after combining 4 kinds of sword essence, Jian Wushuang was quite clear that his complete strength was at least 10 times greater than before. Moreover, the combination of them not only helped to improve his swordsmanship, but also brought him a kind of new power. With all of them coupled together, Jian Wushuang became extremely strong after the breakthrough. Subsequently, he could cut off Ling Xueyu's 2 arms and could kill 14 geniuses of the Cosmos Empire with 1 strike. I thought Meng Wutian and Ling Xueyu were exceptional geniuses and didn't expect that Jian Wushuang was much stronger than the 2 of them. They're not on the same level. Such a peerless genius. Experts of old sects stared at Jian Wushuang with a feverish look. They were different from Mo Lingtian, who followed his sect master's order to come here and just pretended that he would choose several disciples for the Wilderness Sword sect. The experts of the other old sects came for these geniuses. If they were satisfied with someone, they would offer them an opportunity to join their old sections. Now they knew that Jian Wushuang was the most outstanding genius in this easternmost hunting, as he had proved himself through his strength and talent. He was a much more terrifying monster than Meng Wutian or Ling Xueyu. The experts of old sects naturally wanted him. Mr. Ling Tian, I remember that you said that you were not interested in Jian Wushuang and that we could accept him as a disciple if we wanted him, an expert of an old sect said while looking toward Mo Ling Tian. Haha, Mr. Ling Tian comes from the Wilderness Sword sect, one of top 8 sects in Nanyang. He is demanding. How could he be satisfied with such a kid? Right, Mr. Ling Tian might not be satisfied with him, but we don't mind accepting Jian Wushuang as our disciple. Mr. Ling Tian, you will keep your promise, right? The experts of the other old sects watched them with interest. All of them eagerly wanted Jian Wushuang to be their disciple. Therefore, their biggest competitor was the Wilderness Sword sect. The Wilderness Sword sect was one of the top 8 sects, so it was more powerful than the other sections. Moreover, the Wilderness Sword sect was famous for sword principle, and Jian Wushuang was also a warrior of sword principle. Therefore, the conditions which the Wilderness Sword sect could offer were much better than that of the other old sections. If they gave Jian Wushuang an option, he might choose the Wilderness Sword sect without hesitation. The experts of the other old sects reminded Mo Lingtian of what he said because they wanted him to give up on Jian Wushuang. Mo Lingtian understood their intentions and immediately snorted. Himph, I'll keep my promise. Jian Wushuang might be slightly talented, but our Wilderness Sword sect is full of geniuses who are more excellent than him. It's fine without him. Since you want him, I'll quit. It's not a big deal. Mo Lingtian seemed unconcerned, but he was somewhat upset about it. After all, Jian Wushuang showed his talent. What an exceptional genius he was. Chapter 207, Catastrophe. Chapter 207, Catastrophe. The experts of the other old sects smiled after hearing Mo Lingtian's words. They now needed to consider what price they would pay to attract Jian Wushuang. Except for the Wilderness Sword sect, which would not step in, the other old sects must be unwilling to give up. There was no doubt that the one who offered the best condition could get Jian Wushuang. The experts of the other old sects started to ponder. Another event was occurring in Sky Valley. Jian Wushuang bumped into the geniuses of the Immortals Killing Empire after killing the geniuses of the Cosmos Empire. It caused the monarch of the Immortals Killing Empire to become a bit anxious. He finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Jian Wushuang did not kill Ling Xueyu. Then all of the monarch's face turned somewhat stiff because of what happened next. All the geniuses of the Immortals Killing Empire handed over their armlets and left. From now on, the team from Tianzong Dynasty possessed the armlets of all the geniuses of the two large empires. It's interesting now. The small team of the Tianzong Dynasty has all the armlets of the two large empires. Armlets represent points, thus that team has most of the points for now. If there's no accident, those from the Tianzong Dynasty will rank from number 1 to 6th in the new standings after this battle is over. A small empire will take top 6 in the standings. All the monarchs were overwhelmed. The Tianzong Dynasty is really a small empire? This time the small team of the Tianzong Dynasty performed incredibly well. As for the previous easternmost hunting, the top 10 normally came from the two large empires in the revised rankings after the point grab battle. Even some powerful middle-sized empires, like the Z Dynasty, could hardly reach top 10 in the standings, let alone those small empires. However, this time all of those in the top 6 would come from the Tianzong Dynasty. What did it mean? A miracle. As a small empire, the Tianzong Dynasty had really created a miracle in this easternmost hunting. It was a miracle that no other small empires had ever achieved before. Di Shi, the monarch of the Tianzong Dynasty, momentarily had a dazzling smile on his face. Good. Very good. Good boy. I'm proud of you. As a monarch, Di Shi laughed hysterically like a fool. His laughter aroused the other monarchs' attention. They enviously looked at Di Shi. What's that? A monarch suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the other monarchs looked down and their expressions suddenly changed. What happened? Who are they? All the monarchs of the 12 dynasties became furious. Di Shi felt shocked when he saw several black figures rush toward where Jian Wushuang stood at an amazing speed in Sky Valley. The black robe, purple mask, blood feather tower. Boom! Di Shi immediately stood up as a terrifying aura gushed out of him. As the first one of Tianzong Dynasty to be on the Heavenly Dragon list, Di Shi himself was very strong. Bastard! How dare you mess up the easternmost hunting? How did they get in? The experts guarding Sky Valley haven't blocked them? Every monarch's expression turned cold. It was unexpected that a group of experts directly intruded into Sky Valley when the point grab battle had not ended yet. Boom! With a terrifying aura rising up, the experts of the 12 dynasties were ready to kill the intruders in black. However, at this moment, whoosh! A figure showed up like a ghost and immediately stood in front of them. The experts held their stances and looked at the figure. The man wore a gray robe. The 12 dynasties, and the experts from old sects, nice to meet you all. I'm Greyrobe from Blood Feather Tower, the man said kindly. Blood Feather Tower? All the monarchs of the 12 dynasties frowned slightly. Some of them had heard about Blood Feather Tower, but most of them knew nothing about it. Blood Feather Tower was just a small force in the Tianzong Dynasty. It did not deserve to be mentioned in the 12 northwestern dynasties. Therefore, the experts of old sects had never heard about it. You ordered them to intrude into Sky Valley? The monarch of the Immortals Killing Empire, a frivolous young man, stared at Greyrobe as if he was watching a small ant. Yes. Greyrobe nodded. Greyrobe, your Blood Feather Tower must have some guts. In order to kill Jian Wushuang, you dare to mess up the easternmost hunting? Di Shi spoke with a cold look. Our Blood Feather Tower always has the guts. Greyrobe smiled and then looked around. Everyone, please wait here until we finish our task. Then easternmost hunting can continue. Hee hee, you should be clear about who you're talking to before you talk. The monarch of the Immortals Killing Empire slowly stood up, with his killing intent fixed on Greyrobe. Greyrobe immediately felt a shiver. You must be the monarch of the Immortals Killing Empire. You are really powerful. Greyrobe glanced at the monarch of Immortals Killing Empire in terror, and then he smiled again. Our Blood Feather Tower is bold indeed, but we're not impetuous. Without any special reason, how dare we come to kill people in the easternmost hunting? Then Greyrobe turned over his hand and took out a light golden token. A character, holy, on the token attracted their attention. As soon as they saw the token, the monarchs of the 12 dynasties, as well as experts of old sects, were terribly shocked. Obviously, they recognized the token and knew what it represented. Now, you should understand why I dare say this, Greyrobe said with a faint smile. Then he put it away and looked at the monarch of the Immortals Killing Empire. With cold eyes, the monarch of the Immortals Killing Empire gradually calmed his roaring killing intent. After giving Greyrobe a meaningful glance, he finally sat down again. The other monarchs looked at each other and then sat down one after another. The experts of the old sects were clearer about the token than the monarchs of the 12 dynasties. They knew that the token represented a kind of extremely horrific power. They could only shake their heads with resignation. Chapter 208, Purple Fire Body Shaping Elixir. Chapter 208, Purple Fire Body Shaping Elixir. Not long ago, these old sect powerhouses were very interested in the extraordinary exceptional genius, Jian Wushuang. Even experts of several old sects had pondered over what they could offer to attract him. But now, after seeing Greyrobe and especially the token, they all gave up. They knew what his token implied. The people being preyed on by this horror force seldom escaped from the entire Nanyang continent. That guy can be proud of it. He should have the qualification to be preyed on by the horror force. Mo Lingtian sneered at this moment. Experts of the 12 dynasties and other old sects thereupon felt pity for Jian Wushuang and his adversity right now, but only Mo Lingtian was taking pleasure in his misfortune. Nearby people shook their heads with resignation. At this moment, all of them were sympathetically looking at Jian Wushuang, who stood in the limelight. Greyrobe saw all of the experts' expressions, as was expected. He sneered, and then looked at Di Shi. Your Majesty, what do you think? If you want the Tianzong dynasty to be history, you can set about rescuing that guy. Hearing that, Di Shi was temperamental. In his eyes, there was a little craziness and also a little rationality, but the rationality prevailed in the end. Di Shi clenched his hands tightly, letting out a sigh, and then he collapsed onto the chair and closed his eyes without saying anything. It's great you know your place. Greyrobe sneered at Di Shi and then traveled down to Sky Valley. Everyone was staring at Sky Valley. They had noticed that those purple-masked killers from Blood Feather Tower were nearing closer and closer to Jian Wushuang. In Sky Valley, everything had calmed down. Only the corpses of the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire were messily lying around. As for Ling Shueyu, whose arms were cut off and Dantian was destroyed, Yang Zishuan did not torture him any longer but directly killed him. Although the Tianzong dynasty made a clean sweep in this fierce battle, they also suffered great losses. Except for Jian Wushuang, Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying, who were mortally wounded. Their faces were currently as pale as death. Su Ro was more severely wounded. Even if she took several high-grade healing elixirs, she would only be able to recover consciousness. What they received were just physical wounds. Though these were severe, they could recover. While Yang Zishuan, second brother, Jian Wushuang stood in front of Yang Zishuan, looking at his broken arm with self-accusation and guilt in his eyes. If I could have completed the breakthrough earlier, Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Only the left arm was cut off. I'll be fine. Yang Zishuan took a look at Jian Wushuang and comforted him. However, Jian Wushuang was silent. The broken arm is not beyond recovery. Mu Yingying's voice sounded. Jian Wushuang and Yang Zixuan looked at Mu Yingying immediately. Mu Yingying said, "You know that I come from Mu clan, which is very good at alchemy. Once, I had heard from one of the clan's elders that there is a kind of organogenesis elixir named Purple Fire Body Shaping Elixir." Purple Fire Body Shaping Elixir. Jian Wushuang was surprised. He didn't know much about elixirs, so he had never heard of the Purple Fire Body Shaping Elixir. This kind of elixir can regenerate broken limbs, thus it also can absolutely recover Yang Zixuan's broken arm. But the level of Purple Fire Body Shaping Elixir is quite high. Even people in the Mu clan merely hear about it, but no one can refine it, Mu Yingying said. Purple Fire Body Shaping Elixir. I've heard of it as well. A soft voice sounded. It was from the nearby Su Ro, who was still lying on the ground weakly. As long as the elixir is obtained, it would be able to recover Lao Heir's arm. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to refine this kind of elixir. Few people can refine it on the whole Nanyang continent, so it is hard to obtain it. It is hard to obtain, but that's provided it does exist, Jian Wushuang said. Yang Zixuan also forced a smile. All right, let's just move on. All the geniuses of the Cosmos Empire are killed, and the armlets from the geniuses of the Immortals Killing Empire have been taken by me. Let us 6 divide these armlets equally, Jian Wushuang said suddenly. Hearing that, the 5 people nearby all smiled. Ha, all the armlets from the geniuses of 2 large empires. How many points will this be? There's a plethora of points. If we divide them equally, without exception, we will take up the top 6 on the new standings after point grab battle. This time, our Tianzong dynasty will be famous in the 12 northwestern dynasties. Yang Zixuan, Su Ro, Bailey Chun, Feng Yutian, and Mu Yingying were all surprised. Then the 5 people's eyes simultaneously focused on Jian Wushuang. They all knew that it was because of Jian Wushuang that they could reach this step. Because of his world-shaking strength after he broke through. That opportunely verified what Jian Wushuang said before he had broken through. After the breakthrough, I will lead you to sweep over the northwestern dynasties and create a new legend. A smile appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. Sweep over the northwestern dynasties. Create a new legend. He did it. However, at this point, Jian Wushuang suddenly felt alarmed, and the hairs on his skin erected. This feeling. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrunk slightly. It was not the first time that he had experienced this feeling. Blood Feather Tower. Jian Wushuang yelled, and then a killing intent immediately erupted from him. Chew! A shadow and cold blood-red blade appeared behind Jian Wushuang. The blood-red blade directly stabbed at Jian Wushuang in such an unusual and odd way. It instantly pierced Jian Wushuang. But no blood flowed out after his body was pierced, and there wasn't even the sound of a blade piercing him. Residual shadow? The fighting purple-masked killer felt frightened, and soon he saw Jian Wushuang appear beside him. Chew! Jian Wushuang was filled with such murderous intent that he directly stabbed at that purple-masked killer with rage. The purple-masked killer raised his blood-red blade in order to fend off the attack. Bang! The purple-masked killer was knocked back immediately because of a fierce explosion and then powerfully struck a tree, causing it to become seriously cracked. At the moment when this purple-masked killer was repulsed, whoosh, 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 several ghostly figures appeared around Jian Wushuang in succession, with innumerable eyes filled with killing intent gazing at him. Glancing around, Jian Wushuang saw that there should be 11 people as well as the person beaten back by him earlier, thus it totaled to 12 killers. What's more, all of these killers wore purple masks with powerful auras exuding from them. Chapter 209. A Battle Rose Again. Chapter 209. A Battle Rose Again. Glancing at these 12 purple-masked killers surrounding him, Jian Wushuang's face was cold. The breaths of the 12 purple-masked killers were extremely violent. Among them, 8 had reached the exceptional Yin Void Realm, and the other 4 had reached the peak of the Void realm. 8 in the exceptional Void realm, and 4 at the peak of the Void realm. Bloodfeather Tower really thinks highly of me. Jian Wushuang smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang, I didn't expect that your strength would improve again in such a short period. The purple-masked killer, who had been beaten back and struck a tree, currently walked again towards Jian Wushuang and stared at him with cold eyes. Your Ghost Tiger? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned cold. He once met Ghost Tiger in the Nine Emperors sect and knew that it was him who destroyed his father's Dantian. He said at that time that he must kill him if he saw him again. Now it was that time. How dare Bloodfeather Tower send killers to Sky Valley to kill me? Jian Wushuang was a little bit astonished and looked up to the vast upper void. Not surprisingly, many experts from the 12 dynasties must have gathered in the upper void and kept watch over Sky Valley. Therefore, they should stop the intruding killers of Bloodfeather Tower. However, they easily approached him and had already gone through a round of slaughter, yet the 12 dynasties didn't react at all. It made Jian Wushuang feel astonished. Are you wondering why no one has come to help you? Ghost Tiger sensed what Jian Wushuang was thinking and smiled coldly. Stop thinking. We were fully prepared in order to kill you during the easternmost hunting. This time, you must die and no one can help you. Kill me? You? Jian Wushuang looked indifferent. Haha, isn't it enough? Ghost Tiger laughed. Then he winked at the purple-masked killer beside him. Action! Ghost Tiger took the lead and the reopening 11 purple-masked killers also burst forward and rushed toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was stony-faced. Having glanced at Yang Zishuan and the other 4 people, he took out his triple-kill sword and said, "Take care of yourselves." Having said that, Jian Wushuang directly met the killers head-on. Third brother. Yang Zishuan, Su Rou, and Bailey Chun looked at Jian Wushuang with concern, but they were helpless to do anything. After all, they had just gone through a fierce fight and had been seriously wounded. They had little battle strength now, and thus they were of little help to him. Go to hell. Ghost Tiger and the purple-masked killer at the peak of the Void realm besides him took the lead, rushing toward Jian Wushuang. 2 dazzling black lights burst out simultaneously. One rushed directly to Jian Wushuang's throat and another one went to his heart. Get out of my way. Jian Wushuang thundered, and his triple-kill sword burst out suddenly. With 4 sword essences combined together, he precisely played idealistic form of the selfless sword technique. A cold, flowing light swept over overwhelmingly and, in the turn of a hand, the flowing light crashed with those 2 black lights. Once its terrible power exploded, those 2 black lights dimmed. Even Ghost Tiger and the purple-masked killer of Void Champion were fought off instantly. One movement simultaneously forced back 2 at the peak of the Void realm. The attack of the left 10 purple-masked killers fell at the same time. Jian Wushuang's face changed a little, but the next moment, his figure turned into a phantom and he brandished the triple-kill sword as quickly as ghosts. Clang, 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 clang. 10 running crashes sounded. Jian Wushuang's body shook heavily, and the ground under his feet cracked. He took several steps back with each step falling on the ground heavily and loudly. Coming to a stop, Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked at the purple-masked killers with a grin. You're too slow. The purple-masked killers narrowed their eyes. This guy is strong in offense, and he forced back 2 at the peak of the Void realm with 1 movement. Unexpectedly, he's also strong in defense as he managed to reflect back that attack of ours. He might be able to resist 1 attack, but maybe not the second one. Come on, kill him. The purple-masked killers unhesitantly took action again. However, Jian Wushuang smiled coldly and brandished his triple-kill sword freely. Bang, bang, bang. The running crashes rose again. The 12 purple-masked killers had tried their best and each one played their trump card. However, what about Jian Wushuang? His overall strength had improved a lot after he combined 4 sword essences, and his cultivation of spiritual power had reached the exceptional gold core realm. Now, His battle strength was much higher than a normal expert at the peak of the Een Void realm. More importantly, he had comprehended 4 sword essences, which were the earth, raging fire, water drop, and gale. It made Jian Wushuang be skillful in every aspect, no matter in attacking or defending or a battle of attrition. He was good at all these. It could be said that he had no weakness. The 12 purple-masked killers circled him, but he moved freely among them like a fish. With his skillful swordsmanship, he defended against all of their attacks easily. Even he didn't show any panic. Seeing what happened under the void, the experts of the 12 dynasties and the old sects were shocked and their expressions were humorous. 8 in the exceptional Een Void realm and 4 at the peak of the Een Void realm. Such a powerful team jointly attacked him, but could do nothing. How could he be this strong? The guy is really in the primordial gold core realm? How could one in the primordial gold core realm be so strong? All of them were perplexed. The gap between the primordial gold core realm and Een Yang Void realm was huge. Some super geniuses might kill normal warriors in the initial Een Void realm or profound Een Void realm easily, which could be considered normal. It's nothing to rank skip and challenge someone if one was a super genius with a high comprehension of sword essence. But to skip this much was incredibly unusual. If a genius of the initial Een Void realm killed one in the initial or profound Een Void realm, they could understand it. If he could kill one in the exceptional Een Void realm, then that would be amazing. Such a genius was rare in Nanyang continent, let alone in the 12 northwestern dynasties. But now, Jian Wushuang, one in the primordial gold core realm, could fight against 8 in the exceptional Een Void realm and 4 at the peak of the Een Void realm simultaneously and had even kept fighting until now. What did that mean? It's impossible, an expert from one old sect couldn't help but say. At the same time, when the experts were talking about it, Greyrobe's face fell. "What are you doing, you idiots?" Greyrobe cursed and snorted. His snorting sound resounded throughout the whole Sky Valley. Chapter 210. What an extraordinary surprise. Chapter 210. What an extraordinary surprise. Hurry up. Kill him. Greyrobe's shouting was loud and reverberated throughout Sky Valley. The 12 purple-masked killers who were fighting with Jian Wushuang heard it. Quit dawdling and attack in full force. Also, swallow the purple coagulation elixir immediately if you have one, Ghost Tiger shouted lowly. Then he turned over his hand and promptly swallowed a purple elixir. Among the other 11 killers, there were 7 who momentarily swallowed their elixirs. 8 people swallowed elixirs in total, and their strength rapidly increased. Jian Wushuang was stunned at this scene. Purple coagulation elixir. Jian Wushuang knew the purple coagulation elixir. It was usually used by experts of the Een Void realm, and it could improve one's strength in seconds with almost no side effect, for the improvement was limited. Once these 8 people swallowed the purple coagulation elixirs, their strength improved a lot. It seems that I should go all out, Jian Wushuang thought with the corners of his mouth quirked up. All right, I don't want it to last long. After I combined 4 sword essences, my strength was greatly improved. What's more, I gained a special power. I had never known this special power before. But now, let me test it with these purple-masked killers of Blood Feather Tower. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and at this moment he just glided out. Kill. All the 12 purple-masked killers moved again. The swallowed purple coagulation elixir generated for them a great enhancement in their breath. Ghost Tiger stabbed his blood-colored red blade toward Jian Wushuang. At the same time, Jian Wushuang also waved his long sword. The third move of Selfless Sword Technique, Sky Isolating Form. This was the same Sky Isolating Form, but its power was totally different because of the combination of 4 sword essences. A golden flowing light crossed the sky like a shooting star. In a second, it appeared in front of Ghost Tiger. The golden, flowing light with great strength was immersed with a special power, and instantly its light became much more dazzling. It crashed with the blood-red blade bang. The blood-red blade in Ghost Tiger's hands became crooked and the bones of his one arm, which was holding the blood-red blade, were cracked. How? Ghost Tiger's eyes were full of astonishment, but the golden flowing light turned slightly and then pierced through his head. Puff! After the golden flowing light shoot through Ghost Tiger's head, the power didn't weaken but rushed directly to another purple-masked killer at the peak of the Void realm. What's the hell? The purple-masked killer had no time to react but rashly resisted it with his blood-red blade. Clang! Puff! The strong and attacking golden flowing light struck the blood-red blade away overwhelmingly, then shot through the purple-masked killer's head. Jesus! It's so strong! The other purple-masked killers who rushed to Jian Wushuang from around were shocked and their faces changed a lot. One movement killed 2 purple-masked killers in succession. Moreover, they were at the peak of the Void realm and had swallowed purple coagulation elixirs. Before they recovered from their shock, Jian Wushuang appeared in front of 3 purple-masked killers with a simple turn. The dazzling and golden flowing light flew out again. The 3 purple-masked killers opened their eyes and tried to stop it desperately, but chi. The golden, flowing light swept over their necks and instantly cut off their heads. Jian Wushuang then moved again. Run! The purple-masked killers of Blood Feather Tower tried to flee away at once. They feared so much. The strength displayed by Jian Wushuang was so horrible, and they couldn't help but feel frightened. They had already forgotten to kill Jian Wushuang. Instead, they were hoping not to be killed by him. Though they fled to the east and the west, Jian Wushuang wouldn't let them off. All of the people belonging to Blood Feather Tower have to die. The killing intent in Jian Wushuang's eyes was strong, and after killing 5 purple-masked killers in succession, he moved again along with the golden, flowing light. Chi. One by one. These purple-masked killers, who approached Jian Wushuang quite directly just now, had no time to flee away from his long sword in such a short time because they were so close to him. Just in an instant, the 12 purple-masked killers were all killed. No one was escaped. After killing them, Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked toward the upper void. For Greyrobe's voice coming from the upper void, he heard it. Therefore, he rose in the air and flew directly to the upper void. The upper void was in dead silence at this moment, though there were a great number of experts gathered there. All of them were shocked by what happened under the void. The special power contained in his swordsmanship, is it the origin? The words exploded in the upper void. Origin. Swordway source. Source energy. He comprehended the swordway source? Unbelievable. How is it possible? All the people who were sitting in their chairs stood up. All of their eyes were full of astonishment. The monarchs of the 12 dynasties and experts of the old sects were stunned. Even Imo Lingtian, who had always looked down upon Jian Wushuang before, was shocked as well. Origin? It was Origin. Imo Lingtian was also totally shocked. Origin. Above the essence realm of heaven and earth. For a warrior, when he cultivated, improving the spiritual power was only one aspect. The most important aspect was the comprehension of the essence of heaven and earth cultivation. The comprehension was firstly reflected in essence realm. After thoroughly understanding, they would combine them together. That was the end of comprehension of essence realm, but not the comprehension of the heaven and earth. Above the essence realm was the origin. Those powerful original sword techniques, such as formless swordsmanship. It was recognized as the most outstanding, finest swordsmanship in the Tianzong dynasty because it was an original sword technique that required comprehension of the origin. The selfless sword technique was also an original sword technique which required comprehension of the origin. The origin was much more powerful than the essence realm. It was because it was so strong that it was abstruse and difficult to comprehend. It was easy for warriors to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth. In general, warriors of primordial gold core realm could try to comprehend essence realm, and some geniuses' comprehension of essence realm of heaven and earth would reach a high level when they were in level of transforming sea. But the origin, a warrior in the Yin Yang void realm, Even at the peak of Yang Void Realm, who could comprehend it was rare. Chapter 211. Give me an explanation. Chapter 211. Give me an explanation. The origin is very enigmatic. There were many powerhouses within Yang Void Realm at the present, including a lot of powerhouses who reached the top of Yang Void Realm. But none of them comprehended the origin. Now, Jin Wushuang, a guy just in the primordial golden pill realm, comprehended the origin. The people stared at the figure below with fear who was slowly flying towards them. Despite seeing Jin Wushuang walking on air, they didn't feel surprised. After all, Jin Wushuang was able to comprehend the origin. Even though he was on the level of golden pill, it is believable for him to be able to fly due to it. The next moment, he had already appeared in front of the top experts. Jin Wushuang, with an indifferent expression, floated on the void, staring at the experts from the 12 Northwestern dynasties and the old sections. Your Excellencies of 12 Northwestern dynasties, I demand an explanation, Jin Wushuang said in an extremely cold voice with fierce fire burning in his eyes. The easternmost hunting was held in Sky Valley by the 12 Northwestern dynasties, so Jin Wushuang knew that experts of the 12 Northwestern dynasties must watch it in the void nearby. At this time, killers of the Blood Feather Tower intruded on the battlefield of the easternmost hunting to assassinate him, yet the experts of the 12 Northwestern dynasties did not react to this intrusion. How could Jin Wushuang not be angry? The 12 Northwestern dynasties held the easternmost hunting in this way? They really could not protect the geniuses attending the easternmost hunting and let them be killed by others freely? After hearing what Jin Wushuang said, the monarchs of the 12 Northwestern dynasties looked embarrassed. They even didn't dare to look straight at Jin Wushuang, because they clearly knew that they should be responsible for it. They should give Jin Wushuang an explanation indeed. Jin Wushuang. A mighty voice sounded. It was the monarch of the Immortals killing empire, the frivolous man. However, he was not as arrogant as before, looking toward Jiang Wushuang apologetically at this moment. For what happened today, we, the 12 Northwestern dynasties, apologize wholeheartedly, but we must explain that we had nothing that we could have done to prevent this. We can't give you an explanation that would satisfy you. What I can tell you is, the force that wanted to kill you is far beyond our endurance range. The 12 Northwestern dynasties are like ants in front of that force. It can make us perish without a sweat. The force wanted to kill you, and we weren't capable to stop it. After saying that, the flippant man let out his breath and directly closed his eyes. Hearing this, Jin Wushuang could not help but squint. He understood something from what the monarch of the Immortals killing empire said. It was not only the Blood Feather Tower who wanted to kill him, but now another force, a much more dangerous one, had the same goal. The force was so horrible that the 12 Northwestern dynasties were extremely frightened by it. Therefore, even though the Blood Feather Tower intruded on the field of the easternmost hunting to assassinate him, they did not dare to stop the event. There really is a more horrible force behind Blood Feather Tower, Jin Wushuang muttered to himself. He had guessed that Blood Feather Tower was not as simple as it had appeared. His guess was now finally confirmed. However, what Jin Wushuang didn't expect was that the force behind Blood Feather Tower was so powerful. Even the Wilderness Sword Sect, one of the 8 top sects in Nanyan, could not frighten the 12's Northwestern so much that they were incapable to retaliate. After thinking about that, Jin Wushuang understood why the 12 Northwestern dynasties didn't help him. He turned his sight towards Dishi. Dishi still sat on the seat, looking at Jin Wushuang. His eyes were full of apologies and embarrassment. Jin Wushuang nodded at Dishi slightly. He knew that Dishi was forced not to help him. Apparently, there are so many people in the world wanting to kill me, Jin Wushuang sneered and said. Did you realize that only now? A cold voice came from the void beside him. It was Greyrobe who was speaking. Jin Wushuang looked over at the man in a gray robe, narrowing his eyes and said, "If I didn't guess wrong, you are Sir Greyrobe of Blood Feather Tower?" Greyrobe said coldly, "You flatter me. Jin Wushuang, it was out of my expectation that your strength had advanced to such a high extent. Even though we had sent all the elite killers, they collapsed at the first blows. If I have known that you would reach such a level, I wouldn't have underestimated you and killed you personally. Well, it's too late to be regretful now, Jin Wushuang said. Not too late. I can get rid of you right now. When Greyrobe said that, a blood-red blade appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, a blast of aura of the Yang Void Realm burst out strongly. The soaring aura spread out. The Yang Void Realm was much stronger than the Yin Void Realm. Jin Wushuang perceived the blast of aura, the battle intent rising in his cold eyes. Good. I want to see how strong an expert in the Yang Void Realm is. After finishing his words, Jin Wushuang stepped forward fiercely. He had combined 4 kinds of sword essence and simultaneously comprehended swordway source. Therefore, he emanated the roaring sword essence at this moment. The fearful sword essence formed a huge storm between the sky and ground, not scattering for a long time. While the fighting in the battlefield of the easternmost hunting had only started raging on, dozens of purple-robed figures spared no efforts to rush from the void of the easternmost plain to the Sky Valley. At the center of these purple-robed figures, a man sat on a purple cloud condor. It was Wang Yuan. Wretch, the force behind Blood Feather Tower is so powerful. I should have known that they won't easily let off the third younger brother. Indeed, Blood Feather Tower has taken action and chose to kill him in the easternmost hunting. But it's lucky that the killers are from Blood Feather Tower, and experts of that force haven't stepped in this battle. The third younger brother has a chance to survive. I hope the third younger brother can hold on. Wang Yuan looked worried. He originally stayed comfortably in Dragon Palace, but suddenly received a message that a large number of experts set out for the easternmost plain. Wang Yuan immediately presumed that Blood Feather Tower was aiming at Jin Wushuang. Therefore, he brought his experts over here at once. I don't know why Holy Emperor Palace wants to kill the third younger brother. The third brother is just a warrior in the primordial gold core realm now. What's more, his ancestors were born in the mansion of Sword Marquis in the Tianzong dynasty. How did he offend Holy Emperor Palace? Wang Yuan murmured confusingly to himself. He clearly knew that the horrible force behind Blood Feather Tower was Holy Emperor Palace. Even he and his sect were exceedingly fearful of Holy Emperor Palace. How could such a horrible overlord want to kill Jin Wushuang, a man just of the primordial gold core realm? It's unreasonable. No matter how confused Wang Yuan was, that was what Holy Emperor Palace did. Chapter 212, Fighting Against Greyrobe. Chapter 212, Fighting Against Greyrobe. Rumble. A terrible breath of Yang Void Realm burst from Greyrobe, while an overwhelming sword essence exuded from Jin Wushuang. They stared at each other. The moment their aura reached the peak, they disappeared at the same time. When they appeared in the void, the two scary attacks were colliding on head. The movement Jin Wushuang displayed was idealistic form, the first move of the selfless sword technique. Combining 4 sword essences, and most important, containing a stream of origin, the strike was powerful. On the other side, the blood-red blade Greyrobe struck was perfectly combined with drip sword essence and dark sword essence. When it came to the comprehension of sword essence, Jin Wushuang, who grasped the origin, was much better than Greyrobe. But Greyrobe, an expert of the Yang Void Realm, was much stronger than Jin Wushuang in cultivation of spiritual power. Bang! After the crash, Jin Wushuang shivered and his right hand, holding the long sword, became numb. Go to hell. With a sudden shout, Greyrobe turned his blood-red blade into a blood shadow of a ghost, appearing in front of Jin Wushuang soundlessly. Hua, 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 hua. He consistently hacked 4 times, and each time, the blood-red blade was as fast as lightning striking down the earth. Jin Wushuang fended against them successfully, but his body was beaten back. Star-destroying, Greyrobe shouted. With just a shout, the whole vicinity started to rumble. With a sudden outburst, a horrible breath gathered in Greyrobe, and then the blood-red blade slashed in Jian Wushuang's direction. A blood shadow flew across the void. Even the air was split without mercy. As far as eyes could see, a giant blood shadow like a crescent blood moon which carried unparalleled power suddenly showed up over Jian Wushuang's head. Jian Wushuang made a slight pupil constriction, and he could only raise his triple-kill sword to withstand the attack. Bang! Whoosh! After a thud, Jian Wushuang was absolutely hit and fell down on the plains of the Sky Valley beneath. Like a meteorite falling, Jian Wushuang slammed into the ground, which immediately shook the earth. All at once, a giant hole turned up. Even when it came to this point, the battle wasn't over at all. Greyrobe showed up above the giant hole. Go to hell. With the roaring, killing intent in his eyes, Greyrobe waved his blood-red blade and stabbed along the void. There were ripples floating in the void, and they eventually turned into a crazy, rotating, bloody rainbow, which, like an electric drill, struck toward Jian Wushuang, who was in the hole. Rumble. The whole earth was frantically quivering. A mass of gravel and dust scattered everywhere, forming an awful storm. However, a giant spiral cave appeared on the ground when everything dissipated. A cave around dozens of meters deep. But there was nothing at the bottom of the cave, even not a hint of any existence of a human being. How could he avoid this? Greyrobe looked aghast. By consistent attacks, he wanted to make sure not to give Jian Wushuang any chance to endure it and recover. But Jian Wushuang somehow avoided his attack, making his plan fall apart. Is this the real strength of an expert of the Yang Void realm? Standing in the void, Jian Wushuang stared at the giant cave with his cold eyes and said, "It is true that you are much stronger than the experts at the peak of the Yang Void realm just by strength alone." However, Jian Wushuang raised his head and looked straight at Greyrobe. His cold voice echoed between the heaven and the earth. "Merely using strength to get rid of me, how could you have even thought that would be enough to kill me? You are not qualified." As soon as Jian Wushuang got his last word out, he made a flash move and then appeared in front of Greyrobe. He moved so fast that it seemed like teleportation. Then Jian Wushuang raised his sword, a strike lashing out. The first move of the selfless sword technique, idealistic form. As the sword shadow swept through it, the power of the origin reached the apex instantaneously. Wearing a sullen look, the Greyrobe snorted and waved his blade, whose power had also reached an overpowering amount. But when they had a head-on collision this time, Greyrobe was startled that he could not gain the upper hand at all. Then Jian Wushuang started to perform his swordsmanship again. But this time it was the second move of the selfless sword technique, solipsistic form. As an original sword technique, the selfless sword technique had the most horrible power if the origin was applied to it. In addition, the latter one was naturally much more powerful than the former in the upper six moves. Solipsistic form was more powerful than idealistic form. Confronted with this strike, Greyrobe hurried to block it at once. Just a moment later, he felt a great force passing through his arms, which made him feel a sharp pain in the arms, and he could not help but stagger and step back. Right after that, Jian Wushuang continued to display Sky Isolating Form, the third move of the selfless sword technique. This move was the strongest that he had at present. Due to the quality of his preparation of the move, he was able to efficiently show the extent of his strength. A stunning glowing golden light lashed out with great power, eventually hitting the blood-red blade of Greyrobe violently. Even the universe was shocked by it. Then people could see the blood-red blade in the Greyrobe's hand drastically shaking and even starting to curve. That horrible power passed into the Greyrobe's body from the arms down. Greyrobe lost hope. His body could not help but retreat. "Excuse me, you said you wanted to kill me?" Holding his triple-kill sword, Jian Wushuang stood in the void with a cold look on his face. There was an overwhelming sword essence around him, and his cold words echoed between the heaven and earth, which made him seem like a matchless blade master. Greyrobe fell into total astonishment. In the void, The experts from the 12 dynasties and the old sects could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. As an expert such as Yang Void Realm, he was repelled by Jian Wushuang with merely 3 moves. Although he was only repelled instead of being defeated or killed, it still proved that Jian Wushuang was no worse than the Greyrobe, or even better than him according to their real strength. How could one of the primordial gold core realm repel an expert of the Yang Void Realm? Everyone was dumbstruck. Greyrobe's look at present was extremely sullen. He had never thought that Jian Wushuang, who was in the primordial gold core realm, could have so much battle strength to rival him. Origin. It must be the origin. The legendary origin was so horrible. The Greyrobe could not help thinking of it. The experts of the 12 dynasties and the old sects also supposed that Jian Wushuang was so strong because of the origin. But in fact, only Jian Wushuang himself knew that powerful as the origin could be, it couldn't make one of primordial gold core realm fight against an expert of the Yang Void Realm. Despite the benefit of the origin, the victory against Greyrobe can be more attributed to the heavenly creation skill, a cultivation method which defied the natural order. Indeed, he was in the exceptional gold core realm, but when his spiritual power erupted with the help of supreme gold core, he was not weaker than experts in the initialine void realm. As a result, they should not regard him as a normal expert of the exceptional gold core realm. Instead, he should be treated as an expert of the initial void realm. Chapter 213, Shameless. Chapter 213, Shameless. An expert of the primordial golden pill realm able to contend with an expert of the Yang Void realm was indeed unbelievable. If Jian Wushuang was an expert of the initialine void realm, it would be acceptable that he could fight against the experts of Yin Void realm. Jian Wushuang was an ostensible expert of the primordial gold core realm already, but his strength was not weaker than that of the expert of the initial Yin Void realm on every aspect. At that moment, the Greyrobe's face was totally distorted. He definitely hadn't thought that despite the fact that he spared no effort to attack Jian Wushuang, he failed to achieve anything, that the end result made him end up on the losing side. What should I do next? Greyrobe's eyes became bleak. He led a great number of elites from Bloodfeather Tower to attack Jian Wushuang, but those elite purple-masked killers were all killed by Jian Wushuang. Such a huge loss. If Jian Wushuang was not killed now, it should be known that he had already tried assassinating Jian Wushuang twice, but both of those times failed. A third failure was always not allowed in Bloodfeather Tower. Therefore, he had to kill Jian in the third assassination. If it failed, as the leader, he surely would be killed according to the Bloodfeather Tower's rules. But he didn't want to die. This guy now is strong enough to fight with me openly. I can't kill him alone, unless... Greyrobe slightly squinted his eyes, and then looked toward the experts of the 12 dynasties as well as the old sections. Gentlemen, is there anyone who would like to help me kill him? Bloodfeather Tower promises to repay the favor, Greyrobe said in a resonant voice, sounding around the whole void. Hearing this, every expert above the void showed strange expressions. Oh, since he is incapable of killing Jian Wushuang, should he expect us to help him? Greyrobe is cunning. I'm not willing to deal with the little guy since we don't have any hatred between us. Jian Wushuang has marvelous talent, which makes me admire him even more so. For that, I won't attack him. The experts from the 12 dynasties and the old sects didn't take action as Greyrobe had hoped. Meanwhile, those experts all looked at Greyrobe with sarcastic eyes. Who was Jian Wushuang? He was the peerless genius joining the Eastermost hunting. In the Eastermost hunting, what Jian Wushuang performed was very stunning. It shocked everyone. When Bloodfeather Tower directly tried to assassinate Jian Wushuang in the Eastermost hunting, all 12 dynasties felt guilty for that they couldn't help Jian Wushuang because they feared the force behind Bloodfeather Tower. At that moment, how should Greyrobe expect them to kill Jian Wushuang? The face is as important to a man as the bark is to a tree. Those experts from the 12 dynasties were all monarchs, and how could they have no sense of shame? Jian Wushuang, the monarch of the Cosmos Empire. That weathered elder said it in a low voice at this moment. Monarchs from other dynasties all looked over at the weathered elder. Among those 12 dynasties, he was the only one that had a reason to deal with Jian Wushuang. At that time, the weathered elder slightly raised up his head and solemnly looked at Jian Wushuang, firmly saying, "Although, in the easternmost hunting, this guy has killed many talents from my empire, which humiliates me greatly. But the easternmost hunting is originally a fierce competition between talents from the 12 dynasties. Talents from my Cosmos Empire are only to blame themselves for their death because of their weak abilities. So, I have to bear their fault alone. But now, there is a chance to fight with this guy. Why not have a try?" The weathered elder glimpsed Greyrobe with disdain. None of the monarchs from the 12 dynasties were willing to take any action, and neither did the experts from the old sections. All of them disregarded what Greyrobe said. The Greyrobe's face turned pale and yelled immediately, "Gentlemen, you should know that it is that force that wants Jian Wushuang to be dead, not the Blood Feather Tower. Who helps me kill him will be repaid by that force. It is the best chance to get in touch with that force. Don't you want to get their favor?" Now, what he said did intrigue the experts present that they would perhaps even consider the offer. However, the 12 dynasties and the experts from the old sects still kept calm. The only one who was considerably swayed at the moment was Imo Lingtian, who came from the Wilderness Sword sect. Imo Lingtian originally disliked Jian Wushuang. Seeing Jian Wushuang being at the center of an assassination even brought him pleasure. But now, what Greyrobe said indeed motivated him. It should be known that the force was Holy Emperor Palace. He clearly knew that Holy Emperor Palace's power should never be underestimated. In recent years, the integral status of our Wilderness Sword sect has been in a decline. There are less talented disciples and experts in the sect. They gradually fell in rank and now are the last in the top 8 sects, and some smaller sects even want to remove us from their current position. If I can have something connected with Holy Emperor Palace, the Wilderness Sword sect would undoubtedly have a much higher status due to the influence that Holy Emperor Palace wields. And personally, I would have made an immeasurable contribution to the sect. The contribution would be immeasurably unique and influential, making me, the law-enforcing elder, one of the top leaders of the sect. In decades, perhaps my name also will appear on the election of a new sect master. When Imo Lingtian thought about it, his eyes became soldering hot, gleaming with the future he had envisioned. Whereafter, he rushed towards Greyrobe. "Haha, Mr. Greyrobe, right? I'm Imo Lingtian from the Wilderness Sword sect. I'm willing to help you." Chipper laughter spread. Then Imo Lingtian appeared beside Greyrobe. Seeing Imo Lingtian, Jian Wushuang's face changed. On the nearby void, 12 dynasties and those experts from the old sects couldn't help being stunned and angry. "Mr. Lingtian, don't you think this is overdoing it to deal with a guy in the golden core level? Mr. Lingtian, please behave yourself. Imo Lingtian, you are the law-enforcing elder of the Wilderness Sword sect, one of the 8 sects of Nanyang. Should you do such dishonor to yourself and your sect, bullying someone lesser than you?" Many experts stood up to rebuke him. Although they called him Mr. Lingtian to show a hint of respect to him, they actually despised him from the bottom. Shameless. Too shameless. She couldn't help scolding him angrily. Chapter 2:14. Elevate Strength Again? Chapter 2:14. Elevate Strength Again? Shameless. Indeed shameless. The experts from the 12 dynasties and the old sects were all glaring at Imo Lingtian. "Those idiots," Imo Lingtian didn't care those gazes and sneered in mind. "In the presence of huge interests, I prefer to be brazen. That's a little cost as long as I could connect our sect with Holy Emperor Palace." Jian Wushuang also looked at the abruptly emerging Imo Lingtian. Wilderness Sword Sect? A solemn look appeared on Jian Wushuang's face. Before the point grab battle in the Sky Valley, He heard that although there were lots of experts from the old sects, the most flamboyant sect was the Wilderness Sword sect, and it was one of the top sects. The sect was one of the most suitable sects for Jian Wushuang due to it focused on the sword principle. Therefore, Jian Wushuang originally was full of expectation for the Wilderness Sword sect. But now, Jian Wushuang rejoiced at not joining the Wilderness Sword sect. Are you Imo Lingtian from the Wilderness Sword sect? Jian Wushuang looked at Imo Lingtian. Yes, Imo Lingtian nodded and said, Little guy, you should call me Master Lingtian. So unmannered. Is that what your parents teach you? Heh, my parents didn't teach me how to be a shameless man like you. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold. I originally wanted to join the Wilderness Sword sect, but now I will pass. The Wilderness Sword sect seems to cultivate shameless experts. Ridiculous. Compared with numerous geniuses in our Wilderness Sword sect, you are nothing. Imo Lingtian sneered. Mr. Lingtian, it's not imperative to tell him so much. Kill him right now, the gray-robed man shouted. Take it easy. He will die beyond any doubts. Imo Lingtian was confident. After all, his confidence was based on the fact that he was a real expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Compared with Greyrobe, who was merely at the initial Yang Void Realm, Imo Lingtian was 3 levels stronger. Imo Lingtian began to have a gait, and his aura was emanated. The aura was stronger than before when he took another step. The terrific aura overwhelmed Jian Wushuang and made him harder to breathe. Peak of the Yang Void Realm. Jian Wushuang's face fell. Then he raised his head and roared. Imo Lingtian. Imo Lingtian looked up at Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang's eyes were imbued with terrific killing intent. You have chosen who to side with, and your decision is set in stone in my eyes. Today, it may be impossible for me to hurt you, but there will be a day when you will be laying down on the ground motionless. In the future? I think you should focus on surviving right now. Imo Lingtian was laughing and didn't care what Jian Wushuang said. Imo Lingtian's figure burst out. During the burst, the terrific aura was condensed to an extreme amount, and the surrounding air was solidified completely because of it. When Jian Wushuang saw Imo Lingtian dashing towards him, he shrank his eyes and turned around to run away. Escape? Imo Lingtian smiled coldly and continued chasing Jian Wushuang. As an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm, his speed was faster than Jian Wushuang's. It would not take him much time to catch up with Jian Wushuang. However, he did not know that Jian Wushuang chose to run in the opposite direction not because he wanted to escape, but because he was executing a secret kill. A secret skill that takes one's soul. A glimpse of madness flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the soul-taking secret skill was executed. Executing the soul-taking secret skill needed some time. Therefore, he had no choice but to get some distance. In the process of escaping, he executed the secret skill. With executing the soul-taking secret skill, a horrible engulfing power burst out from Jian Wushuang immediately and began to engulf the surrounding area, taking anything that was alive. Jian Wushuang escaped inside the jungle in the Sky Valley. The effect that the skill had on the environment was horrifying. The surrounding trees, which he passed by, began to dry up instantly and then become dead wood. The below ground also turned yellow and became dried as if a drought has been in place for decades. Abundant living qi flowed into Jian Wushuang's body, and it made Jian Wushuang's aura surge up immediately. Initially, his aura was at the level of the exceptional Gold Core realm, but in a short time span, the aura was at the peak of the Gold Core realm. Subsequently, it was still surging up to break through the Gold Core realm and reach the initial Yin Void realm. After reaching the initial Yin Void realm, the surging aura had ceased. Just the initial Yin Void realm? Jian Wushuang frowned. He had reached the exceptional Gold Core realm, but now he merely reached the initial Yin Void realm after executing the soul-taking secret skill. He was not gratified with the improvement of only one level. Only the first volume of the soul-taking secret skill is less useful than before for me, Jian Wushuang said secretly. The soul-taking secret skill was divided into 3 volumes. He only had the first volume. The first volume was useful for him previously because his battle strength could be improved several levels after executing it. However, with the improvement of his realm, it was apparent that merely having the first volume was limiting him. Despite only going up by one level, it's better than nothing. The killing intent flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Detecting the sound of wind behind him, he knew that Imo Lingtian had caught up to him. Without hesitance, Jian Wushuang turned around, and his triple-kill sword was trembling in his hand. With a lugubrious echo of the sword, the long sword burst out directly. Selfless sword technique, sky isolating form. A combination of 4 sword essences. Swordway source. The cultivation of spiritual power was comparable to the initial Een Void Realm after executing the heavenly creation skill, plus the 100-fold strength because of the surging Supreme Gold Core Realm. Complete activation. Boom! A streak of shining golden flowing light appeared in this world. The golden flowing light caught everyone's eyes instantly. The golden flowing light was brutal, overbearing, and irresistible. Go to hell. At that moment, Imo Lingtian waved a long sword and chopped casually. Although the swordsmanship was normal, the cultivation of spiritual power at the peak of the Yang Void Realm burst out. Thud! A huge roar resounded through the sky. When the two horrible attacks interacted, the void formed a blast wave, which even naked eyes could see, creating ripples throughout the exchange of attacks. Hua hua! Many surrounding trees were immediately cracked from their trunks, and in a short time, more than 100 trees had collapsed. After the confrontation, Jian Wushuang moved back, but so did Imo Lingtian retreated 3 steps. What? After standing firm, Imo Lingtian looked at Jian Wushuang anew, and his complexion was filled with aghastness. This move didn't kill him? Imo Lingtian was surprised because he was an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm. Logically speaking, an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm could outclass a man at the initial Yang Void Realm easily. However, Jian Wushuang did not die, and he even was able to withstand the attack. His battle strength improved. Even Imo Lingtian felt sincerely astonished. Chapter 215. You Must Die. Chapter 215. You Must Die. Boom! Jian Wushuang hit 3 trees successively like shells. The trees collapsed, and then his body came to a halt. An expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm is powerful indeed. Jian Wushuang's eyes were slightly cold, and he was imbued with helplessness. An expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm was much stronger than Grerobe in the initial Yang Void Realm. Although his strength surged after executing the soul-taking secret skill, it still was lacking in power to fight Imo Lingtian. Imo Lingtian's casual move, which didn't require that much effort apparently, could still outclass him easily. I cannot defeat him. Just in a single encounter, Jian Wushuang realized how far apart are his and Imo Lingtian's capabilities. There was no choice but to escape. But before leaving, whoosh! Suddenly, Jian Wushuang turned around and dashed out. Little guy, do you still want to escape? Imo Lingtian was roaring with anger, and he didn't want to let Jian Wushuang slip away at all. But Jian Wushuang only took a few steps before he changed direction. What? Imo Lingtian was stunned for a second, and then he realized that the direction Jian Wushuang was dashing towards was where Grerobe was located. Does he want to kill Grerobe? Oh no! Realizing that, Imo Lingtian became much more serious and dashed towards the same direction. Above the void, Grerobe gave a treacherous smile, thinking that Jian Wushuang would be killed by Imo Lingtian. Suddenly, he saw Jian Wushuang dashing toward him. Huh! A flicker of fear appeared in Grerobe's eyes. He saw the entire process that Jian Wushuang fought with Imo Lingtian. Although Jian Wushuang was outclassed, Jian Wushuang's outbreaking strength was stronger than his. Now, Jian Wushuang was dashing toward him with pure killing intent. Grerobe felt a slight tremble of fear within his heart, but quickly enough he calmed himself down. After all, he was only at the level of the primordial gold core. I don't think he will make it. Greyrobe was roaring, and his blood-red blade flashed a chilly light in his hand. Then he started levitating. Jian Wushuang was filled with killing intent as he stared at Greyrobe. Other than you, everyone present can leave unharmed. The killing intent was roaring. The triple kill sword lashed out, and the golden flowing light swept again in a short time. Insect, go to hell. Greyrobe was roaring, and his blood-red blade stabbed towards Jian Wushuang. Slam! With a loud voice, the terrific power was sweeping around crazily. Greyrobe's pupils dilated at this time. He lowered his head and saw a bowl-like gaping hole in his chest. The gaping hole went through his body and punctured his heart. Greyrobe's eyes still revealed a gleam of disbelief. However, his breath began to dissipate, and his body shortly thereafter fell down on the ground. He was too arrogant. He had never thought that a warrior at the primordial gold core realm could kill him. However, even before performing the soul-taking secret skill, Jian Wushuang was on equal grounds with the Greyrobe in terms of power. Greyrobe did not expect that Jian Wushuang became much stronger than him with the help of the soul-devouring secret skill. Had the Greyrobe turned around to escape when he saw Jian Wushuang dash towards him instead of confronting him, he might have had a chance to live. His arrogance had cost his life. Damn it! Seeing Greyrobe's death, Emo Lingtian gave a solemn look. He wanted to connect to Holy Emperor Palace via Greyrobe, but now, Greyrobe was killed by Jian Wushuang. Little guy, you should die without mercy. The aura from Emo Lingtian had surged to a shocking level. After killing Greyrobe, Jian Wushuang immediately continued to run, but he was much slower compared to Emo Lingtian. There is no obstacles above the void. It's easy for him to chase me at this speed unhindered, but as long as I run into the jungle, I may escape successfully. Jian Wushuang thought secretly. Even in this time, he could still keep level-headed and search for a way to escape. However, at this point, whoosh! A purple-robed figure appeared behind him without any notice. Huh! Jian Wushuang was surprised by this as he did not expect anybody other than Emo Lingtian to follow him. But it was obvious that the purple-robed person did not want to fight with him because he was blocking Emo Lingtian. This person, Emo Lingtian also saw the person and was confused by the sudden appearance. But the purple-robed person had said nothing since his appearance. The individual was only standing in between Emo Lingtian and Jian Wushuang. Soon enough the person clenched his right palm into a fist and then began to attack Emo Lingtian. What? Emo Lingtian was not only surprised but confused as well. The moment the purple-robed person gave the first punch, Emo Lingtian felt a terrific power instantly. Although he did not have this power, he was familiar with it. Origin. After letting out a scream of terror, Emo Lingtian's long sword was taken out without any indiscretion. This time, he performed the strongest move in his life. A streak of the sword shadow drew a special ring, just like a thunderbolt, and then burst out swiftly and violently at the unknown individual. The sword shadow appeared in front of the purple-robed person directly. Instantly, the punch the purple-robed person gave became more powerful. Bang! With a loud noise, the void seemed to be distorted. Many streaks of intangible ripples were waving. In the beginning, it was very quiet, but then, the ripples formed into a terrific salvo of a power storm. The power storm was sweeping above the void without any obstruction. Likewise, above the void, the experts from the 12 dynasties and the old sects all became the storm's target indiscriminately. All of them could not help but close their eyes. The two terrifying power were crashing into each other. However, suddenly, hearing the fracture of his bone, Emo Lingtian widened his eyes and only felt that the enormous power was transmitted through his right hand. In an instant, all the bone in his right arm fractured. Then he started to feel blood in his throat, making him vomit a mouthful of blood before violently retreating. One punch. Emo Lingtian, who was the expert at the peak of the Yang Void realm, suffered serious injuries due to a single punch. Above the void, everything became still and silent. The experts from the 12 dynasties and the old sects were all staring at the purple-robed person with pure shock. They all found that not only the purple-robed person reached the peak of the Yang Void realm, but also comprehended the origin. Such experts stood at the top of the pyramid in the Nanyang continent. They were only weaker than the legendary experts who were divine transcendents. Now, such an expert appeared before them. Chapter 216. Wang Yuan's Identity. Chapter 216. Wang Yuan's Identity. You are? Jin Wushuang stopped in his tracks and gave a look of surprise at the purple-robed figure. At once, several purple-robed figures appeared in the void. Amidst the purple-robed figures was a purple cloud condor in the middle and a man sitting on it. Third brother. Wang Yuan looked over at Jin Wushuang. Eldest brother. Jin Wushuang could not help but smile as he realized who the purple-robed person was. Donning a purple robe, it was certain that he was one of Wang Yuan's people. As soon as Wang Yuan got news that a number of killers from Blood Feather Tower had gone to the easternmost plain, he hurriedly came over, arriving just in time. I'm not late, am I? Wang Yuan said with a smile. No, right on time. Jin Wushuang grinned and instantly stopped his soul-taking secret skill. The soul-taking secret skill would be of too much harm to Jin Wushuang's body. The longer he used it, the weaker he would get. He felt a sharp pain as if his body was about to collapse. Come on to the condor, Wang Yuan said. Jin Wushuang leaped onto the back of the purple cloud condor and sat down. Those killers of the Blood Feather Tower were targeting you. Where are they now? Wang Yuan asked curiously. I killed them all, Jin Wushuang said coldly. The only one left alive is from the Wilderness Sword Sect. The Wilderness Sword Sect? Wang Yuan glanced over at Imo Lingtian. Imo Lingtian's breathing weakened drastically. He was badly wounded after the run-in with the purple-robed person. Seeing the purple-robed figures, Imo Lingtian's eyes darkened. He said coldly, I am the law-enforcing elder of the Wilderness Sword Sect. Who are you? How dare you hurt me? How dare you? Hurt you? Wang Yuan sneered and said, Not only can I hurt you, I can also kill you. Danny, kill him, Wang Yuan ordered. Yes, the purple-robed person who had fought with Imo Lingtian replied. He then raised his head and locked his eyes with Imo Lingtian. Imo Lingtian suddenly felt great panic. I'm the law-enforcing elder of the Wilderness Sword Sect. How dare you kill me? Kill me, and none of you can get away. Imo Lingtian exclaimed wildly. But Wang Yuan was unfazed by his threat. The Wilderness Sword Sect was only a small fry to him. Eldest brother, Jin Wushuang suddenly called. What is it? Wang Yuan looked over at him questioningly. I want to kill him, said Jin Wushuang. You? Are you able to do it this instant? Wang Yuan looked at Jin Wushuang, surprised. Judging from Jin Wushuang's appearance, Wang Yuan knew he was in a bad state now. Even if he were all right, he would be no match for Imo Lingtian. Of course I'm not in the best state to kill him now, but I will do it eventually. Jin Wushuang smiled. He did not want to use others to kill his enemies. Wang Yuan was his brother, and unless necessary, he hoped that he could kill all the enemies by himself. Are you sure? Wang Yuan said with a deep look in his eyes. Yes. Jin Wushuang nodded seriously. Fine, I will keep him alive for now. But even if he's not killed just yet, he should still be taught a lesson. Wang Yuan turned his eyes coldly. Danny. After a shout from Wang Yuan, Danny got the hint and immediately moved to Imo Lingtian. What followed was a slap on Imo Lingtian's face. Too fast. Though both of them were at the peak of the Yang Void realm, Danny was much stronger because he understood the origin. Without giving Imo Lingtian a chance to react, Danny slapped him across the face. Puff! Imo Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood and rolled dozens of meters away. When he finally stood up, a red palm was seen on his face. Feeling the fiery pain on his cheek, Mo Lingtian felt ashamed and resentful. An expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm was slapped in front of so many people. How could he not feel ashamed? You. Mo Lingtian stared at Dan Yi, Wang Yuan, and the others. What did we do? Danny glanced at him coldly. Mo Lingtian was stunned and did not dare say another word. Danny had 2 shots, and with successive blow, he inflicted greater fear. You said none of us could get away if you killed us? Danny stared at Mo Lingtian with cold eyes. Humph, I'm afraid your sect master would dare not admit that you, a law-enforcing elder, even if our young master of the alchemy school killed you. So what? The Wilderness Sword sect dare not express any dissatisfaction. Hearing that, Mo Lingtian was shocked and he began to shudder. Alchemy school. Mo Lingtian looked at Dan Yi with fearful eyes and turned to look at Wang Yuan, who was sitting on a purple cloud condor. For a moment, his head was a blank. The experts of the 12 dynasties and the old sects around also gave a gasp of shock at this moment. Alchemy school. Could they be from the alchemy school? The alchemy school, a force that can stand up against the Holy Emperor Palace as an equal. Mo Lingtian should provoke the alchemy school. Many experts present were knowledgeable. They knew what a horrible force Holy Emperor Palace was. Naturally, they knew that the alchemy school was also a powerful force that could be a match for the Holy Emperor Palace. That was why they were shocked. Meanwhile, they all turned to Wang Yuan sitting on the purple cloud condor. He is young master of the alchemy school. At once, their expressions showed respect. Wang Yuan, seated on the purple cloud condor, seemed like a normal fat man with weak spiritual power of the initial gold core realm. His identity shocked them all. The young master of the alchemy school, standing in front of such a noble person, what could the law-enforcing elder of Wilderness Sword sect do? As Danny had said, nothing would happen even if he killed Mo Lingtian. The Wilderness Sword sect would not dare to complain. It seemed that the Wilderness Sword sect would not seek revenge for him, but had to calm the young master's anger. Mo Lingtian. Jin Wushuang's voice called out suddenly, and people around looked over in an instant. I, Jin Wushuang, have always given kindness for kindness and hatred for hatred. Today, although the experts of the 12 dynasties and the old sects have treated me unfairly, I know they have their difficulties. I am understanding and do not hate them. But you are different. I say it again, there will be a time for that. From now on, we are at deep enmity with each other. Chapter 217. Things have come to a close. Chapter 217. Things have come to a close. Eldest brother, let's go, Jin Wushuang said. Okay. Wang Yuan nodded. Let's take second brother and fourth sister first. After he spoke, Wang Yuan patted his purple cloud condor and went to the Sky Valley. Upon taking them along, they all left Sky Valley. Above the void, experts from the 12 dynasties and the old sects were gloatingly looking at Mo Lingtian. Mo Lingtian's face had turned pale. Alchemy school, Mo Lingtian murmured as if in a trance-like state. By the way, the grab battle, what should we do? A monarch suddenly asked. What else can we do? This can't go on any longer. It needs to be stopped. The other monarchs agreed. Let's end it. The monarch of the Cosmos Empire said, this year's easternmost hunting is ended and the standings will be ranked according to their current points. All right. I agree. Let's run with that. Supported by most of the monarchs, the easternmost hunting was stopped at once. Those geniuses who were still in Sky Valley were called back and a new list was made according to their current points. The rankings were as follows. In first place, Tianzong Dynasty, Jin Wushuang. In second place, Tianzong Dynasty, Yang Zishuan. In third place, Tianzong Dynasty, Su Rou. Coming in fourth, Tianzong Dynasty, Bailey Chun. Coming in fifth, Tianzong Dynasty, Feng Yutian. Coming in sixth, Tianzong Dynasty, Mu Yingying. In 7th Z dynasty, amongst the standings, the top 6 were all from the Tianzong dynasty. This was of no doubt. The following positions were filled by the Z dynasty and the East Hill Empire. The Cosmos Empire and the Immortals Killing Empire, the two largest empires in the 12 dynasties, had no one who ranked in the top 15. This was because the geniuses from the Cosmos Empire were all killed by Jian Wushuang, and the points of the geniuses from the Immortals Killing Empire were all grabbed by him. It could be said that both largest empires were defeated by Jian Wushuang in the Eastermost Hunting. With the new standings were published, this year's Eastermost Hunting came to the close. Near a lake in the vast easternmost plain, Jian Wushuang and the others stopped. Eldest brother, the elixir you gave me was quite effective. Jian Wushuang smiled, feeling that the pain in his body had been eased significantly. The elixir which Wang Yuan gave him on the way was really effective. Of course, don't you know who I am? How could the elixir I offer just be ordinary? Wang Yuan smiled, patting his chest. It's a pity that both you and fourth sister were severely injured, otherwise you might have been back in shape within a half day after taking them. But now, you should be fully recovered in 2 or 3 days. Jian Wushuang looked at Su Rou, who was beside him, beaming. Su Rou's face turned ruddy and restored some breath. Though she was still weak, she was much better than before. This was owed to the elixir that Wang Yuan had given her. As for second brother, Wang Yuan looked at Yang Zishuan. Though he was not so badly injured, his left arm was cut off, which was much worse than Jian Wushuang and Su Rou. It's a pity I couldn't refine the purple fire body-shaping elixir to help grow back limbs, otherwise I would have given you one, Wang Yuan said with a faint smile. But you can be rest assured that though I can't give you one now, I will try to ask my father for one after I go back to elixir school. Yang Zishuan's expression changed a little after hearing that. The purple fire body-shaping elixir was a high-level elixir. Few alchemists in the Nanyang continent could refine it, but it seemed that it may not be so hard to get one according to what Wang Yuan said. Right, second brother. Between you and the Cosmos Empire, what's going on? Why did those from the Cosmos Empire crazily try and kill you? Jian Wushuang asked. He had wanted to ask him when they were in Sky Valley, but since they were in battle, he had no chance to ask. Yang Zishuan's face fell slightly. Second brother, if you are not willing to say, I will explain for you. I know it, Wang Yuan said. Yang Zishuan nodded gently, and Wang Yuan continued. Second brother comes from the Cosmos Empire and his identity is special. He is the son of King Yang, the younger brother of the Cosmos Empire's current monarch. Years ago, King Yang and the monarch of Cosmos Empire fought for the succession to the throne. Finally, King Yang was defeated and killed by the monarch. Since then, second brother is a wanted man, number 1 on the wanted list. This time, those geniuses from the Cosmos Empire came to him in the easternmost hunting because they wanted a handsome reward. After speaking, Wang Yuan fell silent. Get it? Jian Wushuang's face changed slightly, and he looked over at Yang Zishuan. Yang Zishuan frowned, but did not say a word. Being born into a royal family, it's hard to get away from things like this. To be wanted is something he cannot control. The monarch of the Cosmos Empire is pretty kind to have made second brother a wanted man only in the Cosmos Empire rather than in all the 12 dynasties, Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang let out a heavy sigh and shook his head slightly. He did not understand it, for he was not born in a royal family. What second brother faced was not so troublesome. The one who got into real trouble was you, third brother. Wang Yuan suddenly turned to him. You are in great danger now, for you are targeted by that place. What place? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Then he turned over his hand and took out a light golden token with the word holy carved on it. He received a token from Greyrobe's interspatial ring after killing him. Eldest brother, the place you referred to is the owner of the token, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Right. Wang Yuan nodded. It is one of the overlords in the Nanyang continent, Holy Emperor Palace. The Holy Emperor Palace? Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes and kept it in his deep heart. Third brother, you were born in a small empire, and I'm afraid that you have never left it. You know little about the Nanyang continent. I will tell you more in detail, Wang Yuan said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly and listened carefully. Chapter 218, Lord of Nanyang, Holy Emperor Palace. Chapter 218, Lord of Nanyang, Holy Emperor Palace. The Nanyang continent covers a vast, boundless land. There are thousands of dynasties in the huge territory, but the most powerful forces come from the old sections. There are different old sections. Some are strong, some are weak. Quite a few sects joined the easternmost hunting. Most of them are very strong enough for an empire, but they still don't deserve a mention in the Nanyang continent. The Wilderness Sword sect might be the only sect worth mentioning, Wang Yuan said with a smile. On hearing this, Jian Wushuang gave a strange look. Many of the geniuses from the 12 dynasties, who attended the easternmost hunting, desired to join the old sections. In Jian Wushuang's eyes, the old sects were attractive, but now, Wang Yuan gave him a different perspective. Except for the Wilderness Sword sect, did the old sects deserve a mention? Jian Wushuang could not help but sigh. He felt his status was far from Wang Yuan's. He had limited experience because he was born in the Tianzong dynasty and never even stepped out of it. However, as the young master of the elixir school, Wang Yuan held a different vision. Wang Yuan continued, "Third younger brother, let me tell you the whole makeup of the Nanyang continent. The whole thing can be summarized in one sentence. 1 palace, 1 school, 3 valleys and 4 temples, 8 sects, as well as thousands of dynasties. Needless to say, thousands of dynasties refer to those dynasties in the Nanyang continent. Speaking of 3 valleys and 4 temples and 8 sects, the 8 sects refer to the 8 top sections. The Wilderness Sword sect is one of them, but in recent years, the Wilderness Sword sect has not made any progress and their experts become less and less. It won't take long before it will be replaced with other sections. As for 3 valleys and 4 temples, the 7 forces were stronger than the 8 sects, but 3 valleys were much more powerful. Our 4th younger sister is from one of them, the Ice Nether Valley." Oh! Jian Wushuang looked towards Su Rou in surprise. He had been curious about Su Rou's origin. Now he finally knew where she was from. It turned out that she came from the Ice Nether Valley, which was quite powerful and much stronger than the Wilderness Sword sect. As for 1 palace and 1 school, Wang Yuan had not yet finished what he was saying. "Holy Emperor Palace and Elixir School?" Jian Wushuang asked, facing Wang Yuan. "Right." Wang Yuan nodded. Holy Emperor Palace and Elixir School are the 2 most powerful overlords in the Nanyang continent. They control countless dynasties and various sects, and rule the endless territory. Now you're targeted by Holy Emperor Palace, one of the 2 overlords. Jian Wushuang's face fell. In the Sky Valley, he had realized the force he faced was extremely powerful. So much so, the 12 dynasties, as well as the old sects, became frightened. He had not expected that he was targeted by Holy Emperor Palace, which was known as the Overlord in Nanyang. Since it was one of the most powerful forces, Jian Wushuang could not figure out why he could be its main target. "Why would I attract such attention?" Wang Yuan continued, "Third younger brother, since you were chased by experts of the Blood Feather Tower and had to jump into the abyss, I became furious and wanted to exterminate Blood Feather Tower to avenge you. It was going smoothly for 2 months, but my father suddenly ordered me to stop seeking revenge against the Blood Feather Tower. I felt strange at that time. I finally realized that Holy Emperor Palace turned out to be the backer for the Blood Feather Tower. It is Holy Emperor Palace that has been trying to kill you." I was petrified, Wang Yuan sighed. "Third younger brother, are you so strong that you're the target of the Holy Emperor Palace? I haven't figured out why Holy Emperor Palace wants to kill you. I've checked your record and know your life experience. I've also checked information about your parents, but I haven't found any evidence that you or your father have provoked Holy Emperor Palace. Your father has been targeted by Holy Emperor Palace. In order to catch him, It dispatched some experts to slaughter G-Clan with the help of the Blood Feather Tower. There must be a major reason why they eagerly want to kill you both. Wang Yuan turned to Jian Wushuang expectantly for his reply. Yang Zishuan and Su Rou also turned towards Jian Wushuang. Said Jian Wushuang, frowning. It's fine if you're unwilling to tell us, Wang Yuan said casually. It's not like that. In fact, I'm not quite clear about it myself. Jian Wushuang shook his head, looking upset. What he said was the truth. Though he had been hunted down by the Blood Feather Tower and the Holy Emperor Palace, he could not quite put a finger on why they were after him. He could only suspect that it might be related to the awakening of Sword Soul as well as Ancestors' Land. However, when it came to the exact reasons why, he did not know. He had thought hard about it, but it was never certain. You don't even know why you became the Holy Emperor Palace's target either? Wang Yuan asked in astonishment. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders with resignation. While the four of them were chatting, a figure suddenly showed up above the void nearby. It was a white-haired elder who was standing with his hands crossed. He looked downwards, his robe fluttering in the wind. Strangely, the white-haired elder came from nowhere, without any aura emitted. These group of purple-robed people stood beside Wang Yuan. Dan Yi, who was an expert at the peak of the Yang Void Realm and understood the origin, was usually vigilant. Yet they did not notice when the white-haired elder showed up. One of the purple-robed people finally noticed the white-haired elder when he happened to look towards the void. Who is that? Finally realizing the white-haired elder's presence gave the purple-robed person a shock. The other purple-robed people all looked toward the elder. Danny instantly shifted his feet and stood in front of the white-haired elder. Taking a closer look at the white-haired elder, Danny was in shock. Although the white-haired elder looked ordinary with no aura emitted, Danny knew that only a top expert could control his spiritual power to such an extent. The white-haired elder quietly stood there, but Danny felt an unprecedented pressure. Dan immediately recognized the white-haired elder. Divine Transcendence. Chapter 219, The Wine Master. Chapter 219, The Wine Master. Jian Wushuang and the three others immediately noticed the white-haired elder. This man, Jian Wushuang looked at the white-haired elder in astonishment. He felt as if the white-haired elder merged into nothingness, because he could not sense the elder's existence if he closed his eyes. It was the first time that he had encountered such a strange feeling. The elder's identity was soon confirmed. The Divine Transcendence. This is the legendary master? Jian Wushuang had a serious look on his face. The Divine Transcendence was known to be a legend. This legendary expert was a rare sight even amidst the Nanyang continent. But there was one now, right before their eyes. The white-haired elder above the void smiled and slowly took a step forward. With only one stride, he had covered hundreds of feet across the void. He landed on the ground, standing before the four of them. Danny and the group of purple-robed people immediately stood beside Wang Yuan, lest the white-haired elder hurt Wang Yuan. Old guy, who exactly are you? Wang Yuan spoke with a hint of caution. Only Wang Yuan, of prominent status, dared to call the legendary master old guy. I am the wine master, the white-haired elder answered. Wine master? You are Elder Wine Master? Wang Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Danny was also shocked. You have heard about me? Wine Master looked at Wang Yuan with a faint smile. I've heard my father mention Elder Wine Master several times. He said that you were a close friend of his. You had even asked my father to help you refine elixirs. Wang Yuan changed his tone of voice and said the last point rather respectfully. That's true, the wine master said with a smile. I travel around the world and have a few friends, including your father. Why do you come here, Elder Wine Master? Wang Yuan asked. The others let out a sigh of relief. They thought that the wine master would not hurt Wang Yuan, since he was their sect master's good friend of many years. I came here not for you, but for him, Wine Master replied, while pointing his finger at Yang Zishuan. Me? Yang Zishuan said, slightly taken aback. He had never met the Wine Master. Moreover, there was a huge gap between their ranks, so it was impossible that he would have anything to do with Wine Master. He could not figure out what Wine Master would want with him. Young man, what's your name? Wine Master looked at Yang Zishuan and asked. I'm Yang Zishuan, Yang Zishuan answered. Yang Zishuan? Wine Master repeated in a quiet voice and continued. I'm carefree and live without being tied down anywhere. I always travel around the world alone with my wine pot and my saber. I passed by Sky Valley and saw you. You have good talent and your bladesmanship is the same as mine. I want you to be my personal disciple. Would you like to accept it? Oh. Yang Zishuan stared at the Wine Master. Jin Wushuang and Su Rou also looked at Yang Zishuan in astonishment. The super expert comes here to call for a disciple. He will take on Yang Zishuan as his personal disciple. If news that a legendary master of divine transcendence was recruiting disciples spread, countless other experts would immediately rush over. However, this time, the Wine Master came to invite Yang Zishuan personally. This special treatment, even Jian Wushuang looked at Yang Zishuan with somewhat an envious look. This was an expert of divine transcendence. From what Wang Yuan said, they knew that the Wine Master must be extraordinarily powerful. How lucky it was to become the legendary expert's disciple. However, Yang Zishuan frowned slightly with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. Wang Yuan spoke anxiously. Second younger brother, why are you hesitating? Accept it quickly. Elder Wine Master is the top expert in the Nanyang continent. Even my father thinks highly of him. Elder Wine Master is righteous and straightforward and always lives up to his word. He wants you to be his personal disciple, which is equal to getting pennies from the heaven. Accept it quickly. Second younger brother, Jian Wushuang cried. No one would miss such a great opportunity. It did not make sense for Yang Zishuan not to accept the chance. Elder, Yang Zishuan said in a low voice. To be honest, my name is Yang Tian. I rank number 1 on the bounty list of the Cosmos Empire. I am afraid that I'll get you into trouble with the Cosmos Empire if I become your disciple. Moreover, I have one broken arm. Haha, I thought you had graver worries. That is your main concern? Wine Master said with a faint smile. Wang Yuan had an odd look on his face. He had heard the story about the Wine Master. Although it was a large empire, the Wine Master would not put the Cosmos Empire in his eyes. The Wine Master said with a smile, Kiddo, listen, don't worry about being my disciple. As for the Cosmos Empire, don't think so much about them. They don't have guts to piss me off. If you want revenge on Cosmos Empire, you can wait until you achieve more. You can do whatever you want, and I won't stop you. As for the severed arm, a purple fire body-shaping elixir can fix it. Though I don't have it now, I can go to ask the elixir school to give me one. Upon hearing this, Yang Zishuan immediately knelt down and respectfully kowtowed to the Wine Master. Disciple Yang Zishuan pays my respects to Master. Stand up, Wine Master said with a slight smile. Yang Zishuan instantly followed the order. Since you are my disciple, you have to travel around with me. Would you be willing? Wine Master asked. Your disciple is willing. Yang Zishuan nodded without hesitation. Good. Do you still have anything to settle? Do it as soon as possible. Once it's done, you can go with me, Wine Master said. I have nothing else, so we can leave now, Yang Zishuan replied. Then let's go, Wine Master said, with his body slightly floating. Yang Zishuan turned to look at Jin Wushuang, Wang Yuan, and Su Rou. I will be going. Let us get together again when I come back, Yang Zishuan said seriously. Please go. Wang Yuan spoke casually. Second elder brother, congratulations, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Congratulations to you, Su Rou repeated. Yang Zishuan nodded in response and left with the Wine Master. Jian Wushuang and the other two stood there, heaving a sigh. A while ago, he was just talking with us. The next moment, He becomes Wine Master's disciple. How lucky he is. Jian Wushuang smiled. A lucky guy. The Wine Master is the top expert. Countless geniuses are eager to be his disciple. Once second younger brother became his disciple, he must have been over the moon, Wang Yuan said. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.